Well, he might not forbid it, Rosalie conceded after a moment's thought, but I do know that he would insist upon accompanying me, which would spoil things altogether. I can picture what it would be like to try to talk with Brummel, who is so easily upset anyway, with Rand in the background scowling at us both. I see what you mean, Mira said, and they exchanged a wry smile.
The reason I'm telling you all of this, Rosalie continued, is that I received word from Brummel yesterday morning that he is coming to England in a few days, and this will probably be his last visit. He is coming to speak to his attorney about some secret funds of his that still exist in London, and also to talk with a publisher about a book he has been writing on costume and dress.
He is the acknowledged expert on the subject, and perhaps the proceeds of the book sale will help to cover his debts and expenses. How are you going to manage seeing him without Lord Berkeley's knowledge? The same as the previous times, I'll tell Rand I'm visiting my mother, who lives in a terrace house in London. But this time, I'd rather not go alone. Would you consider? I would like to accompany you, Mira said. Rosalie visibly glowed with pleasure. I'm so glad, thank you. You will enjoy meeting Brummel, I assure you. She closed her eyes briefly, as if trying to suppress an overwhelming tide of excitement. I'm going to see my father soon, she whispered, as if trying to convince herself that it was true. I could die of happiness. It's been so very, very long since I've seen him. You must think it's terribly odd of me to love someone I barely know, she said huskily. Not at all, Mira replied, looking away and biting her lip. Not at all. After a pleasant but unmemorable supper at Bedford House, the guests retired to the ballroom, which was flanked on either side by small orchestras. Now unencumbered by Lady Georgiana Bradbourne, Alec was officially considered to be the most eligible bachelor in London, and the inconvenience of such a position was forcibly brought home to him as the evening progressed. He could not look around without meeting the inviting glances of scores of women. He had not engaged in a single conversation that failed to include probing questions about his romantic life, his intentions toward this woman or that, his future plans for marriage. Fielding the barrage as best he could, Alec began to wonder if he would be hunted in this way for the rest of the winter. It will get even worse when the season begins. A voice intruded on his thoughts, and Alec turned to meet the clear, intelligent eyes of Lord Melbourne.
Explain, if you please,
Alec said, allowing a faint smile to cross his mouth. He liked Melbourne for his frankness and easy laughter. Melbourne was a statesman who thought whatever he liked and said whatever he thought, but he was so engaging that even when his opinions were displeasing, he was still respected and regarded with affection. Tact and honesty were rarely so comfortably combined in one person.
You're done for,
Melbourne remarked laconically, waving his white hand gracefully. Come spring, you won't last a week. They'll be after you like seamen around a harpooned whale. I would bet my fortune that you'll be married within a year. Risk your fortune on a worthier cause, Alec said, his eyes sparkling with laughter. I have no intention of marrying anyone. Dear fellow, you'll have no choice. No man ever intends to marry. Yet sooner or later, most of us end up that way. Curse it. I didn't intend to marry anyone either, and yet one morning when I awakened, I discovered that the woman sleeping next to me was my wife. And so ended the pleasant dream of bachelorhood with the rude awakening of matrimony. Exactly, Melbourne said, about to continue when his eyes fastened onto a sight beyond Alec's back. His face froze. Good God, he said softly, a small indentation of confusion appearing between his sandy eyebrows. Who is that? I thought it was. Alec turned and cast a quick glance at the man who had just walked in, his fingers tightened around the glass of port he held, and then he returned his attention to Melbourne, who was rapidly recovering himself.
That is Carr Faulkner. Late as usual, Alec said lazily. His attitude relaxed, although his eyes were hard. Just returned from a long trip abroad. Holt's younger brother, about 22 or so. Melbourne nodded, his handsome face flushed slightly.
The likeness between Carr and Holt must have startled Melbourne to no small degree, since he was usually one to maintain his composure at all times. I was acquainted with your late cousin, Melbourne said quietly, but lamentably not with his immediate family. I had no idea that he had a younger brother who resembled him so closely. Carr has never cared for the London scene. He has always preferred to stay in the country and engage in scholarly pursuits, Alex said, frowning darkly.
Until now. Don't hold that against him, Melbourne advised mildly.
He has come to the age when all young men want to experience the temptations of life. Women gaming. I think his reasons for moving to London are more complicated than that, Alex said, thinking of Carr's cold, shattered young face as Holt's body had been lowered into the grave. The trip aboard that paralleled the trip that Holt himself had taken at 22, the gradual change in Carr's behaviour from his natural quietness to an irrepressible recklessness. Holt's recklessness. I'm afraid that Carr is trying to fill his brother's shoes. Consciously? I don't know, Alec admitted, his shoulders tensing at the sound of Carr's laughter. Carr sounded too damned much like Holt. And when he cavorted and played pranks with that lopsided grin, he reminded Alex so much of a younger Holt that it caused a suffocating mixture of pain and anger to surge inside him. As a boy, Carr had always been a sly creature, the darling of the family with his big green eyes and enchanting smile, a stealthy little prankster with the face of an angel. Many a time Holt and Alec had found their plans ruined and their secrets revealed because of Carr's habit of eavesdropping and telling tales. As they had all grown up, Carr had turned into something of a scholar. Little surprise in that, considering his remarkable memory and his ability to repeat everything he overheard. Now they were boys no longer, but Alec remembered how devious, how untrustworthy Holt's younger brother had been, and he doubted that Carr had changed much. And if there was one kind of man Alec hated, it was an untrustworthy one. He's coming this way. It's clear that he intends to speak to you, Melbourne said, and Alec's mouth quirked in a cryptic half-smile. I wonder why. God knew they'd had nothing to say to each other for years, not even at Holt's funeral.
Hello, Alec,
Carr said as he stopped in front of them, shaking hands with a sturdy grip. After brief introductions were made, Melbourne took a step back and regarded them uneasily. I must dance with my wife before I earn her disfavour with my inattention, he said, looking from one Faulkner to the other with unconcealed amusement.
good to have met you.
He said to Carr, then turned to Alec with a wry smile and a nod. My best wishes.
My thanks,
Alec said, his eyes resting thoughtfully on Melbourne as he left, knowing why that gentleman had been so perturbed. There were more than a few physical similarities between Alec and Carr, for they both possessed an abundance of Faulkner traits. Like Alec, Carr had jet black hair, strongly marked brows, a slight golden cast to his skin, brutally moulded cheekbones, and an unyielding jaw. But Carr's eyes were dark green instead of wintry grey, and Carr was shorter and slighter. His appearance spoke more of graceful elegance than of Alec's solid power. Dressed like a swell, Alec commented, his gaze missing no detail of his cousin's new and fashionably altered appearance. The unruly black locks had been shorn to a shining, immaculately trimmed crop, while his clothes of black, white and buff were arranged to perfection. Quite different from the tumbled youth who had pored over piles of books. I should hope so, Carr drawled, affecting a dandyish accent. But this deuced get-up cost me a sweet fortune, don't you know? How was your journey? Alec inquired flatly. And Carr sobered immediately. Pleasant? No, just tolerable. His dark green eyes met Alec's, and a brief flash of desperation illuminated Carr's gaze. Bloody awful, he said. I have to talk with you. Talk your problems out with someone else, Alec said softly. You know as well as I that we don't get along well with each other, and furthermore, I'm not generally regarded as the compassionate one in the family. No, you're not, Carr interrupted, his expression twisting in self-doubt, as if he wondered why he had approached his cousin in the first place. But you're the only one who'll understand. Conscious of the many pairs of eyes on them, Alec hesitated and then nodded slightly. If you're willing to risk the possibility of eavesdroppers.
No one is close enough to hear, Carr said.
his glance flickering around the room and then returning to Alec's face. Go on, then. The trip was miserable. With all the sights and sounds of the continent spread before me, I couldn't see anything. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't sleep. Every night I thought about it until I nearly tore my hair out in frustration. The unanswered questions are killing me, very slowly. Holt? Alec asked softly, and Carr nodded. Yes, Holt. I could accept his death if there was a reason for it, but there was no reason. There was no explanation at all for what happened to him and why he was. Carr stopped and forced himself to speak more calmly. I've got to find out why. I've got to find... Why are you looking at me like that? You're just a little too sincere about this. I'm wondering what you're really after and what these theatrics are really about. Theatrics, is it that difficult to believe that I cared for my own brother? Yes, I know you, and I know how things were between you and Holt. You rarely had a word to say to each other. I couldn't talk to him, Carr said, his gaze round and sincere. I was too awed by him. You don't understand how it really was. All my life, everyone talked about how perfect he was. I tried to measure up to the standards he set. I failed every time. But I did care for him. And I've got to find out who killed him, or I'll wonder about it for the rest of my life. If I don't at least try, I'll never find any peace. You don't know what the past months have been like. I do, Alec interrupted. There was a raw note in his voice that momentarily silenced the younger man. But there were no leads, no clues. We can search for them. Do you think, Alec inquired coolly, that it is going to do either of us any damned good to dredge this over and over? It's taken long enough for me to accept what happened. I haven't even been able to get that far, Carr said miserably. Alec, you're the last one I thought I'd have to convince to help me look for Holt's killer. I thought you cared for him as much as... Damn you, Alec said, his eyes suddenly flashing. If you're going to fling words so foolhardily, you little pup, then we'll continue this conversation outside. Holt was more a brother to me than my own. Another comment like that, and I'll thrash you damned cheerfully or call you out, which is probably more what you deserve. I'm sorry, Carr said, hanging his black head. The sight brought him back so many memories of a penitent Holt that Alec looked away and gritted his teeth. Damn you, he said again. Forget about it for now, Carr said in a low voice. I'm going to Goodman's Tavern. I'll be there for a while tonight, so if you'd care to join me later, I'll buy you a few drinks by way of apology. I shouldn't have approached you with this at such a time and in such a manner. Alec did not reply, keeping his face averted as Carr walked away, setting his port on a table. He scowled at the embroidered tablecloth as a brief flashback raced through his mind, Holt walking into Alec's terrace rooms unannounced, good-natured as he had always been when half drunk.
"It is I, most responsible and hard-working cousin," Holt had announced, setting a gin bottle down in the centre of Alec's paperwork. After staring at the ring of alcohol, blurring into the ink, Alec had met Holt's twinkling eyes with a feigned scowl. "If you've come for money, I don't have any." "The devil you don't, but no, I haven't come for money," Holt had informed him loftily, shaking an unsteady finger in the manner of the stern tutor who had schooled both of them in mathematics.
I've come to rescue you from your labours before your mind wears out from all those parchment scratchings. I'm going to find you a woman. Picking up the gin bottle, Holt had taken a swallow of the clear distillation before adding, You need a woman, one like my Layla. Come to think of it, maybe Layla has some friends who, damned if I need your help in finding a woman, Alec had said, grinning suddenly and setting down his pen. He had reached for the gin bottle and taken a swig himself. I'll find my own woman tonight, one that will make Layla look like the display on a fishmonger's cart. Ho, ho, Holt had chortled, making his way to the door and holding it open deferentially. Just for Layla's honour, I'm going to call you out when I'm sober. He had smiled crookedly, appraising his own condition. Which puts you out of danger for a good while. Alec sighed, bringing his thoughts back to the present as the orchestra began to play a polonaise. He realised that he was desperate for another drink, or a woman, or anything to take his mind off the memories. Guilt twined around him, squeezing until he was numb from the pressure of it. You can't bring him back, Alec told himself. and he was nearly overwhelmed by an abrupt pang of loneliness. He was alive, Holt was dead, and there was nothing to do but go on with his life. But knowing that didn't ease his pain. Suddenly he thought of Mira, and he was unable to rid his mind of her, her brown eyes filled with a teasing light, her cool fingers stroking and kneading his shoulders, sliding over his skin with a sweet, arousing touch, her mouth moving under his, their lips clinging, parting and reuniting. The addictive feel of her body, the passion that only she had been able to rouse so high and satisfy so deeply. He needed to wrap his arms around her small form and bury his face in her hair. Mira could help him forget his pain. But Mira was not his. She had left him, and he had convinced himself at the time that it was better to let her go. He had not wanted to need her so badly. He still did not want to. Perhaps, Alec reflected moodily, he should join Carr at the tavern. At the moment, a series of drinks seemed worth the effort of tolerating Carr's company. Squaring his shoulders and raking a hand through his raven hair, he began to make his way through the conglomerations of people along the edges of the ballroom. Then he caught sight of something that set off an inner shock of recognition. A woman turned away from him, her dark locks neatly confined by a jewelled hairnet that glittered and shone under the blazing lights of the chandelier. She stood alone, apparently waiting for someone to bring her a glass of wine or punch. Stopping in his tracks, Alec stared at her, with a mixture of surprise and instant, raging hunger. Although he could not see her face, he knew that it had to be Mira. She was the only one who had ever adorned her hair in such a way. She was thinner than he remembered, her figure less voluptuous. He felt such an incredible rush of desire for her that it didn't matter. Nothing mattered, except that she was here and that he was going to hold her, talk to her, touch her again. Perhaps he would pull her out to a concealed place in the gardens nearby and hold her tightly, crush her lips under his, not even bothering to wonder why she was there or whom she had come to the ball with. He reached her in a few long strides. "Excuse me," he said, and as the woman turned around, Alec's impatience dwindled instantly into disillusionment. She was not Mira. Her face was thinner, her features were more sharply drawn, her eyebrows were more arched. Even through his disappointment, Alec realized that she was an attractive woman with soft blue eyes and an inviting smile. But she did not have Mira's distinctive beauty. Her eyes did not shine with Mira's lively intelligence. Her mouth did not curve with Mira's provocative smile. She was an imperfect copy of the woman he wanted. "Please forgive my impetuousness," he said, the blaze in his eyes fading rapidly. "I'm afraid that I've mistaken you for someone else."
"How dreadful!"
the woman said in a lightly accented voice as she smiled at him, obviously believing that he had wanted to meet her but had not been able to find someone to make the proper introductions. "We women do not like to be mistaken for each other. It wounds our vanity." Alec smiled slightly as he placed her accent. French, an aristocratic dialect. A small measure of his interest was reawakened. "It is a mistake I will never make again," he said, looking down at her with silvery grey eyes. "And why not?" she parried, her long lashes flickering against her cheeks before she looked up at him. "Because I would never forget a face as beautiful as yours," he said, causing her to simper prettily. "I'm not certain I believe you. Don't believe me then," Alec said, giving her a smile guaranteed to make her heart beat faster. "Just dance with me. Not Mira, but close enough."
"How did you learn to drive a phaeton?"
Mira asked, wedging herself more firmly against the cushions of the light, high-seated vehicle. It was an open carriage, and the cool, damp wind of October blew against her face as Rosalie urged the chestnut horse faster down the London streets. Rosalie held the ribbons with a firm, expert grip, leaning forward to better control the horse as the wheels seemed to fly over the road. Only reckless young bloods were supposed to drive themselves in high-flyer phaetons, not well-bred gentlewomen like Rosalie. "It's not that difficult," Rosalie replied, reaching up to free a strand of hair that had blown across her lips. "When Rand and I take drives through Warwickshire, he lets me take the ribbons if no one is looking. Needless to say, he never dreamed that I would ever dare to do this without him beside me. I'm still amazed that your mother said nothing about us taking this out without an escort or even a footman. She knows that this has something to do with Brummel. She wouldn't dare interfere, although she's not my natural mother. She raised me from infancy and has always known how much I wanted a father. Now that I have found out who he is, she will not prevent me from seeing him or doing anything I like about him. Is this her phaeton? Mira inquired, pulling the hood of her cloak more tightly around her head to keep the wind from blowing it off. The heavy garment was made of camlet, a waterproof fabric of wool, silk, and camel. In a way, actually, it belongs to Baron Winthrop, the man who, pays for my mother's wardrobe, lodging, and so on, you know? Oh. Mira reflected on the information for a few seconds. No wonder. She thought with a sense of irony that Rosalie had not been revolted by Mira's reputation of being Lord Sackville's mistress. When one's own mother was in a similar position, it was difficult to cast stones. Here we are. The Savoy Stairs, Rosalie announced, pulling the horse to a halt. They were near the edge of the Thames River, which slapped gently at the banks and emitted a repugnant smell. Mira twisted her head around to look at the ruins of a castle beside them. The walls of it were 3 feet thick. Why did Brummel want to meet us here? She asked in distaste, shivering slightly. I requested that we meet here. It's the most convenient for him, since this is where he'll pass through on his way to Threadneedle. This seems like a very unsavoury place, Mira observed uneasily. Wasn't the street that we passed back there the Strand? Isn't that where all the prostitutes go to? Yes, but we're very close to the West End, and there are Charlies around to protect us. And really, we're not far from my mother's terrace. We're meeting Brummel here because he is coming across the river in a tilt. One of those little blue boats, Mira asked, unable to picture the famed Brummel huddled in one of the cramped little water taxis. Yes, Rosalie replied, staring at the dark blur of the river water that stretched out before them. Look over there. Right there. A ship called the Folly was anchored about 50 years ago. People would take the tilts out to visit it. It was a floating den of iniquity, drink, music, harlots, curtained rooms. No decent women were allowed, but of course many young lords went slumming there. She smiled mischievously. Rand said that many a Berkeley had been a guest on the Folly, but of course the rest of the family denies it. Mira smiled also, about to ask another question, when a distant crack, like the firing of a gun, popped in the silence. The noise startled her, and she clutched her diamond-shaped reticule uneasily. "What do you have in there?" Rosalie asked. "Nothing I'd care to have to use tonight," Mira replied grimly. Unlike Rosalie, she had had personal acquaintance with some of the worst parts of London. Yes, they were near well-to-do streets, lined with bow windows, lamps and fancy colonnades. But they were also perilously near alleyways and rows of slums that oozed with several different kinds of vermin, including the human variety. Rosalie could afford to be nonchalant about the situation, having never known the kind of danger that Mira had been exposed to. Aside from a few brushes with adventure that had all turned out well, Rosalie had been sheltered and well protected. In fact, Rosalie possessed a belief in her own invincibility which disturbed Mira more than a little. Confidence was sometimes helpful, but overconfidence was very hazardous indeed. Presently, I'm wondering if we haven't been rather foolhardy in refusing an escort, Mira confessed. It's dangerous this close to the river. It's too dark to see well, and I don't care for all these shadowy places. We're perfectly safe, Rosalie asserted spiritedly. Besides, I don't know of anyone whom I would trust with knowledge of this. Sometimes the people you have the greatest confidence in might be the first to betray you. That's true enough, Mira said, her voice quiet. I just hope Brummel will arrive soon. That's all. He will. Goodman's Tavern was especially raucous tonight, filled with an intoxicating combination of saucy barmaids and undiluted liquor. Alec walked in, ignoring the way the soles of his boots stuck to the unwashed wooden floor. Goodman's was a popular place to go slumming, having just the right amount of atmosphere, and yet located in a place that wasn't as rife with crime as other parts of the city. Carr was sitting alone at a table, surrounded by a slew of empty glasses and opened bottles. He looked up without surprise as Alex sat down and slouched in a comfortably worn chair. So you decided to join me, Carr said, carefully arranging the glasses before him into a wall, and Alec regarded him darkly. I came here primarily for a drink, not your company. Here, Carr replied, handing him a glass. I think this one is close to being clean. Or would you rather wait until a barmaid comes to serve you? There are some very nice-looking— No, God, no more women tonight, Alec muttered, taking the glass and examining it dully. Do you have any brandy in your collection? The best brandy in Romaville. Carr squinted at the assortment of bottles in front of him and selected one. Here. He poured the liquid liberally with one hand while bracing his head on the other. I think I'm going to have a devil of a head tomorrow morning, he said mournfully, filling his own glass with the vintage. I'm pretty well disguised, drunk as David's sow. Don't you know better than to mix spirits when drinking this hard? When you're drinking for the reasons I am, it doesn't matter. I suppose not. Alec grimaced as he tossed down the brandy and reached for the bottle. They drank in silence for a few minutes, until Alec could feel the pleasant burn of alcohol deep inside. His mood lightened, and he relaxed more deeply into his chair. No luck tonight? Carr asked eventually, his green eyes overbright with the effects of a surfeit of gin. Just before I left, I saw you conversing with that little brunette Demirep. It was not good, Alec said, his voice muffled as he pressed the heels of his hands into his eye sockets. He had danced with her, flirted, enjoyed a kiss or two, as well as the other preliminaries to a promising evening of love-making useless, boring. The easy conquest had robbed him of all anticipation. He had not accepted her invitation to go to a quieter, more private place to continue the dalliance. I was using her to forget someone else, he muttered. It didn't work. Don't ever become attached to one particular woman, not for any reason. It's madness. Alec would never have made the admission in his sober moment, but strong drink and undemanding companionship had a way of wringing the truth out of a man. I won, Carr promised, his voice so slurred that he was beginning to drop the last letters of his words. I keep on thinking I saw her. Alec ran the tip of his finger over the rim of the glass as he brooded over this unprecedented problem. Every time I look at someone else, her face is there. I didn't think I would be like this. I didn't think she would be a problem. I keep on asking myself, why do I want her? She's not my usual type. No, Carr said, shaking his head in agreement. She's no taller than a child. She swears like the very devil. She has no parents, no family. The little muff can be as abrasive as gravel, and I can't stand an argumentative woman. I hate them too. Carr lifted his head and looked at Alec, his expression rapidly turning a shade of green that complemented his eyes. I think I'm going to step outside. My head is swimming and turning around. Jalek sighed and beckoned to a barmaid. She smiled Jay at him with flirtatious eyes as he thrust a handful of money into her palm. Usually they slips it into my bodice, the maid said, her eyes batting suggestively. Why not? Carr mumbled, standing up and swaying as he looked for the way out. There's more than enough room in there. Keeping stern control over his features, Alec handed the girl another sovereign and followed his lurching cousin out of the tavern. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he observed Carr's unsteady exit. Suddenly the loud clattering of a hard-driven phaeton filled the air outside, and Carr staggered backward to avoid being run over. As the horses thundered by, Alec stared at the driver of the vehicle, whose hood had blown back off her face. "What the devil?" Carr exclaimed, squinting after the rapidly departing phaeton, rattling through the streets like a pair of demons out of hell. "Alec, tell me, am I too foxed to see clearly, or was that a couple of women?" "It was," Alec said, looking as if he had been struck, and not only was it 2 women, but— He hesitated, and then cursed, his eyes glittering with self-disgust. "I'm the one who's seeing things. It's been a hell of a night. I'm going to go home," Carr said, pressing his fingers into the corners of his eyes and shaking his head. "Did you get a look at either of them?" Alec pressed, staring down the empty street. "Did the one who was driving look familiar?" "Like who?" "Like Lady Rosalie Berkeley." "I've seen her only once. I wouldn't really know. Does it matter? It's just that I'm acquainted with her husband," Alec said absently. Berkeley would never allow his wife to frequent this part of London at this hour, especially not without an escort. And if that was Rosalie Berkeley, her companion might have been— He closed his eyes, letting out an exasperated sigh. It probably was. Damn, that woman attracts trouble. But I'm not going to make an ass of myself combing the streets of London. She's not worth it. No woman is worth a man's self-respect. I'm ignoring all of this. Turning to look behind him, he was met with his cousin's absence. Evidently Carr had decided to leave. Alec turned back to the sight of the empty street. If that had indeed been Lady Berkeley driving the carriage, then her companion had to be Mira. If it was not Lady Berkeley, he was a first-prize fool, because he was already looking around for a horse or a phaeton to borrow. But he had an intense feeling that he was going to see Mira tonight, and his blood was hot at the prospect. "Mira, what the hell are you involved in now?" he muttered, suddenly consumed with anticipation. Chapter 8. As the blue tilt approached, Rosalie turned pale and began to tremble, as if she were prepared to face some terrible catastrophe. This reaction was so far removed from her previous anticipation that Mira was alarmed. "Do you feel faint?" she asked, looking at her closely. Rosalie shook her head, her eyes shining with tears. "No, I don't worry. I'm a little overwrought, that's all." Mira nodded, averting her gaze as Rosalie dabbed at her eyes, cleared her throat, and readjusted her composure until it was only slightly askew. The first man who stepped out of the tilt was only in his 30s, a solid fellow of middle height with a round, attractive face. He had a pleasant appearance and a gentle smile, his brown hair arranged in the conspicuous style of a practised dandy, his dark eyes glowing warmly above an absurdly small nose. "Lord Alvanley?" Rosalie murmured, giving him her hand, which he raised gallantly to his lips. Later she told Mira that Alvanley was one of the most loyal friends Beau Brummell would ever have, interceding on his behalf again and again whenever Brummell most needed help. "Lady Berkeley, under any circumstances, it is pleasure to see you," Alvanley said. "Thank you, my lord. It is certainly a pleasure for me also. I would like to introduce you to Miss Muriel Germain, my fellow conspirator and Lord Berkeley's ward." Alvanley took Mira's hand courteously, his smile increasing in warmth.
"So you are the mysterious woman being kept so closely under wraps by the Berkeleys?" he murmured. "A dear friend indeed, to be trusted with such a precious secret as this meeting. But I can see every reason why Lady Berkeley has placed such confidence in you." Mira lowered her eyes in what she hoped was an appropriately shy manner.
Since Alvanley was a leading social figure in London, his approval of her was crucial. His good opinion of her would open many doors and silence some of the rumours that might be circulated about her. "I am honoured to make your acquaintance," she said, glancing at him with a mixture of modesty and admiration. "But 2 women alone," Alvanley continued, glancing around the area disapprovingly. "This is a bad business. I confess with shame that I was too preoccupied with arranging Brummell's schedule and transportation to give a thought to your safety. Forgive me. I should not have consented to our meeting in a dangerous place such as this. Have no fear as to our safety." Mira reassured him hastily. "Secrecy is the most important thing to consider. I know that it is dangerous for Mr. Brummell to be in England. He is the one we should save our concern for." Alvanley looked at her with a warm smile. "How selfless you are!" "No, not at all. Lady Berkeley is to be congratulated on her taste in fellow conspirators." "So is Mr. Brummell," Mira dared to say, causing Alvanley to laugh delightedly. Rosalie had moved forward to assist the second man out of the boat. The third, a Cockney lad who had rowed the tilt, sat down with a small bag of coins weighting the pocket of his coat. He pushed the craft away from the riverbank and began to row back across the water. "Mr.
Brummell,"
Rosalie said, the small sound of her voice surprising Mira. Dauntless, determined Rosalie, looking and sounding almost frightened as she faced the man who had sired her. "Madam Berkeley." They did not touch hands. They did not embrace, nor voice any of the thoughts that must have besieged their minds. They merely stood there and looked at each other with wide, identically shaped eyes. Brummell was the picture of elegance fallen on hard times. Yet there was a presence about him that could never be matched by any other man. He had a charisma which stemmed not from anything he said or did, but from the mere fact of his existence. His clothes had once been staggeringly expensive, well cut, and faultlessly clean. His cravat was a blindingly brilliant white that shone in the light of the tin and glass lamp that illuminated the scene. Hair a few shades lighter than Rosalie's was brushed back perfectly, while his complexion shone with the same pale, aristocratic lustre as that of his daughter. His mouth was small and shaped in a bow, a stylish mouth that betrayed a great deal of wit and latent charm, but a lack of determination and will. And if Rosalie was regarding him with a full measure of uncertainty, he was looking at her with no less. I have brought you a small gift, sir." Rosalie handed him a simply wrapped package that Mira knew contained a dozen Indian silk handkerchiefs. "How thoughtful of you, my dear," Brummel replied, appearing to relax as he found himself on more familiar ground. He had no experience at conversing with his daughter, but he had much experience at receiving presents, and took great delight in them. There was no need, I assure you. I am never certain what is available to you. "My life has become quite desultory," Brummel responded sadly. "I enjoy none of the small pleasures that I had come to take for granted in England, but I have faith that all of that will change after this visit." "I hope so." Rosalie paused, and then added with uncharacteristic timidity, "Mr. Brummel, you know that I have many means at my disposal to help you, and if you ever need—" No, please," he interrupted, his eyes widening with alarm. "I would not ask anything of you, save the privilege of seeing you when it is possible." He hesitated for a few seconds, and gave her a shy smile. "How is your son? Christian is very bright and sweet. I am told often that he is an uncommonly handsome little boy. He must resemble you. Actually, he is more like his father, blonde and charming, and very wilful. I am not surprised. The Berkeley strain is very strong, but there is Brummel in him too," Rosalie said. She exchanged a smile with her father, and then there was long silence, so long that Mira felt an almost palpable awkwardness surround all of them. Throwing Lord Alvanley a quick glance, she silently implored him to do something to break the tension. He stepped forward to touch the beau's elbow. "Brummel, there is much business we should be about tonight. I regret that we have so little time, but we should be off to Threadneedle Street now. Our business must be undertaken and concluded in only a matter of hours before we leave, however. I would like to present Miss Mireille Germain, a guest of Lady Berkeley's, who will be the toast of London this season." Mira flushed, shaking her head. "Lord Alvanley, you are very kind, but I doubt if Alvanley says you will be the toast of London," Brummel said, taking her hand and bowing over it gallantly. "Have no doubt you will be. His approval is all that is required." "I would not think of contradicting anything ye have to say, sir," Mira said, in a respectful tone, and Brummel chuckled in a pleased manner. "You are quite charming, my dear. You will indeed go far." He looked at her quizzically, missing no detail of her small face, as a breeze blew in a cool gust. A long black-brown lock of hair escaped from the hood of Mira's cape and curled gently over her shoulder. Brummel spoke to Rosalie in the manner of a man long accustomed to giving advice. "She is not a typical young miss that will serve her in good stead. Make certain that when the season opens you take her to a masquerade, dress her in something exotic." Simple, but exotic. "I will," Rosalie promised. Her blue eyes glistened as she looked at him. "I am glad to have met with you again. The next time I will come to France." "I would prefer you didn't until my circumstances are better," Brummel said, almost whispering.
"Then I will have you to tea, and we will have a long conversation." "Yes, I would like that," Rosalie replied with a tremor in her voice as he clasped her hand and pressed it lightly. "Good." Brummel let go of Rosalie's hand and gave Mira a cordial nod before turning away to straighten his gloves and coat. "My private carriage is waiting nearby," Alvanley said to Brummel.
Quickly, he whispered to Rosalie, "Have your husband speak to Canning in the Foreign Office about finding Brummel a post, perhaps that of consul in Calais. He needs it badly." Rosalie nodded, her eyes darting to the beau, who was so busily engaged in neatening his appearance that he had not heard a word. Then the two men walked away slowly. "Rosalie?" Mira asked when the pair had disappeared, resting a small hand on the other woman's fine-boned shoulder in a protective gesture. "I'm not certain what I wanted him to say." Rosalie's eyes gleamed with tears of frustration. "But whatever it was, he didn't say it. We'll never be more than strangers to each other. He looks at me with such regret in his eyes, regret that he doesn't know me, or regret that I was ever born." Mira noticed as she accompanied her friend back to the phaeton that they seemed to have switched roles, temporarily. For once she was soothing Rosalie instead of the other way around. "Course, he is very glad that you were born. How could he help but be proud of a daughter like you? He just doesn't know what to say. You yourself told me that he is frightened of confrontations and emotional scenes." "I know." Rosalie fished around in her reticule for a handkerchief and wiped her eyes. Intuitively, Mira sensed Rosalie's need to talk about her feelings with someone far better acquainted with the situation than herself. "Your mother will understand. You'll be able to talk to her about it soon." "I wish Rand were here," Rosalie said in the midst of her watery sighs. "No one could understand like he would. But I can't tell him, because he would be so angry that I came here in the first place." Her face crinkled as a fresh wave of emotion overcame her, and at the same time she chuckled tearfully at the pitiful picture she must have presented. It was one of Rosalie's most endearing qualities, the ability to laugh at herself. Mira chuckled as well. "Of course you do. We'll be back in Warwick tomorrow. And perhaps you should tell him he wouldn't be that angry, would he?" "Perhaps not," as they neared the phaeton. A raspy voice singed the night air. "Stop." The two women started and turned around in unison. Outside the dim pool of light shed by the street lamp stood a young man, perhaps only a few years older than Mira. He was dirty, lean, and shaggy. There was something unbalanced and desperate in his expression, and his face was lined from years of want. Mira had known others like him before, whose eyes had been empty of everything but hunger. In his hand shone the dull steel blade of a knife. "Take off the ridge," he said harshly. "God in heaven," Rosalie whispered, her face blanching. "The ridge, the fambles," he repeated impatiently, and she shook her head in confusion. "I don't know what that means."
"Your jewellery,"
Mira translated softly, having been acquainted long ago with the intricacies of cant. The language of the street, Rosalie reached up with shaking fingers to pull off her sapphire earrings, while Mira regarded the stranger silently. Much earlier this evening she had had a premonition that something like this would happen. Why had she not paid more heed to that warning voice inside? Because, she thought numbly, for the past few weeks she had given up listening to the silent promptings of her heart. The young man directed his next words to her. "Get moving, or I'll give ya topper." His voice was rough with a Cockney accent. "I don't have any jewellery." "Clouts, then?" "I don't have any of those either," Mira said, surprised to hear how calm her voice sounded when her heart was pounding so hard. It was obvious that he was not going to take his word for it. As he opened his mouth to answer, he was distracted by the clink of Rosalie's jewellery. She held her sapphire necklace and earrings in her palm, her hand visibly trembling as she faced the young man. He looked at her in a peculiar manner, his eyes hot and insolent. "What do you want me to?" Rosalie began unsteadily. "Put them in the reader and bring it to me. Put them in your reticule." "But don't go near him," Mira said insistently. Once either of them was within striking distance of the knife, they would both be completely at the stranger's mercy, and she doubted that mercy was a quality he was familiar with. Rosalie cast Mira a frightened glance before bending and tossing the reticule toward the man's feet. It landed on the pavement close to him with a metallic sound. "Pick it up and bring it to me," he said, his eyes fastened on Rosalie's pale face. If it had been just the money and jewellery he wanted, Mira would have done nothing. The contents of Rosalie's purse were a small price for remaining unharmed, and the Berkeleys could well afford such a small loss. But Mira recognized the look in the stranger's eyes. She had seen it many times before, and she knew what it meant. He wanted to hurt Rosalie for what she was and what she had. He wanted to hurt someone for the feeling of control it would give him. Slowly, Mira reached inside her own purse, moving her fingertips cautiously until she felt the cool, weighted handle of a small knife. It had been a gift from Guillaume several years ago, and he had taught her how to use it. She was no expert, but she had used it before with gratifying results. "Please," Rosalie faltered. "Now." The lessons from Guillaume flashed through Mira's mind. Don't throw by the handle, throw by the blade. She would aim for a soft spot in the body that wasn't protected by bones. In a swift movement, she pulled the tiny weapon from her reticule and flung it, aiming at the base of his throat and holding her breath as it flashed through the air. Rosalie gasped. The stranger reacted automatically, twisting and knocking the missile aside with his own knife, the speed of his reaction unexpected. "Bloody hell!" Mira swore without thinking, and the young man glared at her. "Little bitch," he exclaimed, starting to walk toward her determinedly. "Oh, faggy good!" Even as Mira began to back away, a dark shadow distinguished itself from the other shapes among the castle ruins, moving with such silent swiftness that at first Mira thought it was an animal. The young man's wrist was grasped and slammed against a solid thigh. The knife fell uselessly from his hand and clattered against the pavement. Mira blinked in amazement, watching as their rescuer put a hard fist to good use. His arm hooked through the air, and there was a snapping blow as a sickening cracking sound split the air. That noise, along with Rosalie's frightened shriek, spurred Mira into action. She grasped Rosalie's arm and began to pull her into the phaeton, swearing in her panic as they were both impeded by their heavy cloaks and skirts. She froze at the sound of the newcomer's voice. "It's all right," Mira gasped as she realized who it was. No, how could it be him? She spun around and looked at him, and a shudder ran down her spine. Oh, God, it was him. And she wanted him even more than she had remembered wanting him before, and she would do anything to be held by him again. A frantic urge took hold of her to run to him and burst into tears, to burrow into the shelter of his arms, and yet he was looking at her as if he didn't know her. There was no recognition in his eyes. "It's all right," he repeated quietly, walking toward them. "Is either of you hurt?" Rosalie shook her head, gasping for breath. "We're fine," Mira said, her eyes locked on his face. Searching for words, she made an attempt to speak and found that her voice was a shadowy remnant of its usual self. "How?" was all that she could manage, and Alec seemed to understand the multitude of questions that were invested in that single word. "You nearly flattened my younger cousin with your phaeton as we were coming out of a tavern." His smile flashed white in the darkness as he looked at Rosalie and added, "Remarkable driving." Rosalie turned red with a mixture of embarrassment and dismay. He nodded his head respectfully to her and handed the fallen reticule to her before adding, "Knowing a little about this section of the city, I was concerned for your well-being and took the liberty of following you. It is a happy circumstance for us that you did." Rosalie raised a gloved hand to her cheek as if to cool its burning. "I assume your husband does not know of your activities tonight?" "No," Rosalie replied, not daring to look at him. "Lord Faulkner, you have my word that I was not. I have neither the right nor the desire to demand an explanation from you," Alec interrupted gently. "I merely wish to know if you would prefer my silence concerning what happened tonight." "Please," Rosalie said, and blushed. "I would be very grateful." Myra watched Alec with more than a touch of confusion. She had never seen him act this way before. Certainly he had never treated her as he did Rosalie, as if she were some fragile and ethereal creature that could not tolerate harshness or censure. He was quiet and gentlemanly, his voice reassuring, as if he sensed that he made Rosalie uneasy and was doing his utmost to put her at ease. So that is how he treats a woman whom he respects. Mira thought, irritated, that he had not yet even acknowledged her presence.
"Excuse me,"
she said in a low voice, and the other two looked at her. "While you are talking, I will retrieve my knife." "Wait," Rosalie said, growing even more flustered. "I'm so sorry. I was so upset that I did not think of introductions. Lord Faulkner, This is Miss Germain, a close friend and guest of mine. Morale, may one present, Lord Alec Faulkner. Miss Germain. Alec acknowledged, his mouth curving in a lazy smile as Mira refused to give him her hand.
I think we both must be quite upset.
Rosalie said, making a hasty effort to cover up Mira's silent snub. Miss Germain is very grateful for what you've done.
Yes.
Mira could not resist saying as she detected the warm scent of brandy that clung to him, grateful that you were not too sodden to be of assistance to us. Rosalie's eyes widened at the calculated rudeness of the remark.
My lord, she said, uncomfortably, what Miss Germain means is that— I believe I understand what she means, Alex said dryly. I must look for the knife. Mira murmured, turning and walking toward the area where the prone assailant still lay unconscious. Allow me to assist you. Alec fell into step beside her, his eyes fastened on her rather than the ground. He wanted to shake her for the anxiety that she had caused him.
1,000 words were on the tip of his tongue, yet in his heightened state of emotion, that dared not say anything for fear that she would guess how much he had missed her or how much he wanted her. Mira did not say a word as they walked farther away from Rosalie and the phaeton until she saw the thin sliver of the blade. There it is, damned little idiot, Alex said, unable to hold back any longer. He bent and picked up the knife. Glancing back at Rosalie, he softened his tone to ensure that she did not overhear. "What did you think you were doing?" he demanded in a searing whisper. "You have no business flinging this around like a second-rate gypsy." "What was I supposed to do?" Mira responded heatedly. "Tremble and faint and hope that someone would rescue us. I had no idea that you, of all people, were lurking in the shadows. You shouldn't have been here in the first place." Rosalie asked if— Lady Berkeley is naive and too impetuous for her own good. I've known the Berkeleys ever since their marriage, and this isn't the first time she's landed herself in a bad scrape. I don't envy her husband the job of keeping her out of trouble, but you know better than to get yourself involved in something like this. Don't you dare try to lecture me. You have no right to tell me what to do. Damn it, you need a hand taken to your backside. Alec raked his fingers through his black hair, disrupting its sealskin smoothness. "Give me my knife." "Your toy, you mean?" Alec regarded the tiny blade in his hand with disgust. What exactly did you hope to accomplish with this excuse for a weapon? I was going to sink it in the hollow of his throat. I have excellent aim. I have no doubt that you're a wonder if your target decides to hold still for you, Alec said grimly. But it was so slow that he had time to do a jig before knocking it away. Your arm doesn't have the necessary strength to throw this hard enough. A child could evade your— "Give it to me, you don't understand," Alex said patiently, ignoring her demand. "You're not capable of defending yourself with this, and you damn well should staying away from situations in which you would need to use it. Do you have another one?" "No," Mira said, holding out her hand. "Good." Alec pocketed the knife and smiled pleasantly into her flushed face. It took Mira several seconds to find her voice. "You arrogant bastard! You obnoxious, self-righteous spawn of a dog! Instead of sticking your nose into my affairs, why don't you stick it up your own? My Miss Germain," he murmured solicitously, his smile deepening. "I had no idea you were so familiar with such vulgar terms of address. Yes, you did. I've called you worse before, with less reason." He laughed softly. "What a quick study you are. A demure society miss one moment, a little caw-handed street urchin the next." "I am not caw-handed," Mira hissed, resenting the implication that she was clumsy. "No?" His eyes travelled over her with calculating slowness. Then he saw her hands, which were trembling roughly. Alec's mouth tightened, the muscles in his jaw flexing. When he spoke, there was a hard note in his voice that she had never heard before. It wasn't anger, and it wasn't concern, yet it was undoubtedly born of strong sentiment. "Don't do this again, Mira." "What?" "Don't take chances. There might have been a time in your life when you could afford them, but you can't any longer. Don't gamble with your safety. Do you know how many women disappear from this area each week? Do you know what kinds of things happen to them? There are Charlies to protect us." "Oh, really?" He cast an eye around the empty street. Well, I won't worry any longer about your safety. Not with such an impressive source of protection. I don't need a lecture from you. Mira interrupted indignantly. He did not own her. He did not have the right to tell her what to do. He had no vested interest in her safety, and by not coming after her when she had left Sackville Manor, he had made it clear that she had been nothing more than a night of entertainment for him. Yes, you do. You can't go on flirting with disaster anymore. You need to put yourself on a tight rein, or if you're incapable of that, you need to find someone who'll do it for you. Do you know what you need? You need someone to remind you that you aren't the authority on what other people should do. You need someone who isn't impressed by your conceit-ridden, high-handed attitude, and you need someone to take you down a step or two whenever you storm around like a second-rate Napoleon, she finished triumphantly. Their eyes locked together, and they were furious, not only with each other but also with themselves for wanting each other so desperately. Questions filled their minds, questions that they would never ask each other. They wondered. They still wanted. "Mira," came Rosalie's anxious voice from the phaeton, and Mira tore her gaze away, walking back quickly. "We couldn't find it," she said, and the other woman shivered slightly. "I'm glad. I never dreamed you were carrying around something like that in your reticule. Promise me you won't again. I promise. Would you like me to take you to wherever you're staying, Lady Berkeley?" Alec asked, helping Rosalie into the carriage. "I could tie my horse to the back of the high flyer. Thank you, but I think I can manage. We're staying the night at a terrace in Red Lion Square. I can certainly drive that short distance without mishap."
Slower this time,
Alec suggested, and Rosalie smiled reluctantly at him. Mira took Alec's outstretched hand and climbed into the phaeton, letting go of him as soon as she was settled. Her fingers tingled from the touch of his. "One more thing," Mira said, her eyes darting to his inscrutable face. "What about the man who— what is going to happen to him?" "Lord Faulkner," Rosalie inquired earnestly. "Should we turn him over to one of those felons' associations for prosecution?"
If you wish.
Alec replied, his expression blank, his tone polite. "Which one would you prefer? The Society for the Suppression of Mendicity, or the Society for the Reformation of Manners?" Only Mira was aware of the utter mockery behind his question, and she longed to tell him what he could do with his suggestions. "What would happen if we did turn him over to either of them?" Rosalie asked. "He'll probably end up dangling from the end of a rope." "Could we let him go?" Rosalie entreated. "I don't think I could bear having his death on my conscience." "Of course," Alec replied, handing her the ribbons. He glanced at Mira. "Au revoir." He slapped the horse's haunch lightly as the phaeton pulled away from the bank of the Thames. Mira fought to keep from looking back at him. Au revoir, unlike the more formal adieu, it implied an expectation that they would see each other again. "You stopped to speak with him out of my hearing," Rosalie observed, her hands white with tension as she grasped the ribbons and guided the horse through the street. "Yes," Mira replied dazedly, wondering if the past 2 hours had somehow been a dream. "You seemed to be arguing. We had a brief exchange of words. Tonight was not the first time you have met." "No, he was a guest at Sackville's hunt. Almost everyone at that hunt knew who I was, and the pretext for my presence there."
Those things you said to him just after he came to our aid. Morale, I've never seen you act so rudely. It seems to me that your acquaintance with him must be more than superficial. I was merely upset, Mira said instantly. I hardly knew what I was saying. She knew exactly what she had been saying, but for her own peace of mind, her past relationship with Alec would have to remain in the past, and the only way to ensure that was to pretend that nothing had gone on between them.
The question was, would Alec fall in so easily with this plan? "That's a relief," Rosalie said, sounding vaguely unconvinced. "I certainly would not have been happy to find out that you had been involved with him in any way." Mira frowned and peered at her curiously. "You sound as if you dislike him. To be dreadfully honest, I'm afraid that's true. I don't like him. I appreciate what he just did for us, and I won't deny that he is a charming man when he cares to be. But," Rosalie's voice nearly sank into the wind, "he is not a gentleman. I have heard many things about him. He has a bad temper. Furthermore, he is not in the least straightforward. He will say one thing when he means another, and he seemed to be a most untrustworthy man. There have been tales of his involvement in shocking scandals, even though nothing is ever proven, but it would be rather hypocritical of me to hold a scandal against someone, wouldn't it? Mira pointed out. As Rosalie made no reply, she added, "Are you keeping something back? Has he ever done something objectionable to you?" Rosalie sighed uncomfortably. "I don't like the way he treats people, especially women. One of my friends was in love with him once. She is married now, but was unattached at the time, and he did not return her affection. He could have tolerated her attentions until she tired of pursuing him, as a gentleman would have. But no, he was cruel and cold to her, breaking her heart and severely injuring her self-confidence. So he can be as sweet as treacle to me, but I'll never forget how unkind he was to my friend. He treats women as if they are disposable objects. Everyone knows it. He has never kept a mistress for more than a week. And do you know why? Because women are as convenient and meaningless to him as cotton handkerchiefs." I see. Mira could think of no defence to offer on Alec's behalf. The story sounded too much like him. He was capable of being kind and gentle, but also of being brutal, and he did not often tolerate the company of those he disliked. "I just hope he doesn't say anything about what he saw tonight," Rosalie said. "I wonder if he was Hare when we were speaking with Brummel and Alvanley. He did not mention their names, but I wonder. I don't really know what he saw." "Oh," Rosalie wailed softly, "I just hate the though that a secret of mine depends on his sense of honour. So do I." As the days and weeks passed, Mira's fears about Alec were completely undone by the simple and disconcerting fact that she never heard from him, not even a short note. Apparently, he had forgotten about her. Strange that the relief she would have expected to feel was absent from her heart. In a moment of honesty, she admitted inwardly that she was far from relieved. She was frustrated, despondent, and terribly disappointed. She had thought during those weeks at the Sackville hunt that she had meant something to him. He had seemed to need her. It had even seemed as if he had cared for her, a little, or had she merely been a fool, easily taken in by words and empty promises. Taking out the Faulkner medallion one afternoon, Mira wound the gold chain around her wrist and held the round disc in her palm. The design of the falcon in flight was familiar to her by now. She had held the medallion often and had thought of Alec as she stared at it. She had even worn it underneath her clothes a few times, for ridiculously sentimental reasons. She still did not know why Alec had given it to her, especially since it was a family heirloom. Had he wanted to give her payment for what he might have considered to be services rendered, he could have offered her money or a gaudy piece of jewellery, but the medallion that had been a puzzling gift indeed. Mira had been further puzzled when, the day before Christmas, a package was delivered to Berkeley Hall by a boy who had not revealed the identity of the sender. The package had been addressed to Miss Mireille Germain, in handwriting that no one recognized from an admirer. The words were written with clean, neat strokes of ink on a simple white card with no other identification. The card had accompanied the most beautiful set of books Mira had ever seen, withered morocco covers and gilded pages. All during the holidays, the Berkeley relatives and guests had made a game of guessing the identity of Mira's admirer. The Berkeleys, all 30+ that had decided to stay at Berkeley Hall during the worst months of winter, were a nosy, comical, pretentious lot. One always knew what to expect of a Berkeley. They respected only those with wealth or political influence. They were fiercely protective of their own, but were not above gossiping about them, loved off-colour jokes, but felt that it was bad taste to laugh at them. Although their veneer was genteel, the men of the family, with the exception of Rand, had earned reputations as philanderers and adulterers, while the women were fast and led very active social lives. The Berkeleys were an attractive lot, most of them tall, fair-skinned and golden-haired. In reference to the proliferation of blondes around the household, Rand had informed Mira sardonically that it had been necessary to marry a brunette in order to distinguish his wife from the other women in the family. The The family gatherings were often accompanied by petty squabbles that involved everyone but Rosalie, who was the only Berkeley considered by the rest as being generally tolerable. Perhaps their affection for her was regulated by the fact that pleasing her was the only way to gain Rand's approval, and Rand, after all, was the head of the family. Or perhaps it was because Rosalie was the only one who was more willing to listen to other people's troubles than to complain about her own. Whatever the reason, there was a large measure of goodwill for her, and luckily this good feeling had been extended in some part to Mira. Very slowly and carefully, Rosalie had introduced Mira to the members of the family. After several afternoons of tea, needlework, music, and gossip, after long discussions during which Mira would politely evade a slew of sly, digging questions, she was tentatively accepted into the flock. As Rosalie had instructed her, Mira never said anything about Lord Sackville, save that she had been a guest of his during the hunt. How exactly are we explaining that away? Mira had asked Rosalie in private, and Rosalie had momentarily worn an uncomfortable expression. "Don't bother with that, Mireille. I've taken care of it." But how? "And why do you look so guilty whenever I mention his name?" "I look guilty." "I don't know why I should. I haven't done anything so very wrong, but a few sacrifices had to be made in order for your reputation to be saved." Sacrifices? Mira had repeated so suspiciously that a light blush had swept across Rosalie's cheekbones and the bridge of her nose. "Whatever story you made up, it hasn't done anything to hurt Sackville's reputation, has it? Now, don't be upset. I may have stretched the truth here and there about him, but only for your sake." Horrified, Mira had stared at her with round eyes. "It's not like you to tell an untruth about anyone or anything." "But I will," Rosalie had said quietly, "if it's necessary to protect someone I care about. But Sackville's good name is so important to him. If it has been damaged in any way, I would feel responsible. He took terrible advantage of you," Rosalie had said flatly, all signs of apology disappearing from her face. "Rand told me that Sackville did some boasting about you to his close friends. I don't want to upset you, but it was the kind of boasting that no gentleman would do, even about his. You understand what I'm saying? He used you to enhance his own self-importance, and in my opinion there's nothing wrong about my tearing it down to help you." "In what way did you tear down his reputation?" Mira asked, but Rosalie did not answer. No matter how Mira persisted, she would not say another word about Sackville. The tearing down Rosalie had done, however, had been clever and incredibly subtle, for it was impossible to find out what she had said about Sackville, and it had resulted in ostracism. No one ever mentioned Sackville's name. He was seldom seen and seldom heard from. Mira felt guilty whenever she thought of him. Indirectly or not, she had been the cause of his misfortune, and she felt even worse about Rosalie, who had, on Mira's account, found it necessary to compromise her own integrity. As a light winter snow fell gently on the thick white blanket that already surrounded Berkeley Hall, the fireplace roared with a bright, warm blaze. Mira held one of the Morocco leather books in her lap and leafed through it. The room was full of Berkeleys and their languid conversation, the younger ones gossiping while the older ones reposed, made drowsy by the heat of the fire. Rosalie sat nearby, holding Christian on her lap and nuzzling his hair occasionally while he drew pictures on a frost-coated window with his finger. "Perhaps we can find out who sent the books by looking at the titles and the authors," Wilhelmina Berkeley said as she cast a blue-eyed glance at Mira. "Would it be some kind of code?" "I don't think so," Mira replied, sighing inwardly as she realized that once more the conversation had turned toward the identity of her admirer. It was a subject that wearied and exasperated her, since she knew already who had sent the collection of novels. They were all works of Jane Austen, and she remembered once having talked with Alec about that particular author. But why would he have sent her the gift, and why would he have signed it "From an Admirer"? He had never professed any sort of admiration for her before. Despite the questions and the uncertainties, she could not help but find pleasure in the books, for they were beautiful and smelled delightfully new. "Are you absolutely certain," Wilhelmina pressed, "that you have not met any young man who might have sent the books to you?" "Absolutely," Mira said firmly. As she felt someone's eyes on her, she looked up and met Rosalie's gaze. From the way Rosalie looked, acutely perturbed, it was clear that she had little idea of who had sent the novels. So far she had not asked Mira a single question about them. Lady Berkeley. A maid's carefully modulated voice interceded respectfully, and Rosalie was presented with a silver tray littered with calling cards and notes. There was little to do in the winter, except to attend parties and pay calls to one's neighbours, and so the arrival of this tray was regarded with a high degree of interest. Rosalie said absently, scanning a pale blue card and smiling as the room quieted. It seems that a sleighing party is being formed for this afternoon. Lord and Lady Stamford invite us to have hot punch at their estate afterward. Several murmurs of "it sounds delightful" and "what a splendid notion" were heard throughout the room, while Mira looked at Rosalie questioningly. Aside from mixing with the Berkeley family, she had been isolated from society parties and gatherings, while the rumours of her connection with Sackville died down. Rosalie read the silent inquiry in her eyes and nodded slightly. "I think it is a good idea," Rosalie said aloud, and although she spoke in a general manner, Mira knew that the words were meant for her. She felt a flutter of excitement in her stomach. What kind of people would she meet? What would they say to her? Would they ask her about Sackville? Would they recognize her or know that she had reputedly been Sackville's mistress? They all departed to their rooms to begin preparations for that afternoon, and Mira tossed her clothes to and fro in her search for something to wear. The scarlet wool gown trimmed with sable would be perfect, but would the colour be appropriate? No, since there were more than a few shadows on her reputation, it would not do to wear such a bold shade of red. Her pale beige gown, no, that colour made her skin look sallow. Perhaps the blue. No, the material was not heavy enough, and she had no desire to take a chill. Frowning, Mira decided on the scarlet, and she rang for a maid to help her dress. After her attire was completed, she buried her hands in a small sable muff and went downstairs, where many of the Berkeleys were already gathered. Small groups of 4 and 5 formed as the sleighs were being readied. Her steps slowed as she reached the bottom of the stairs, for she became uncomfortably aware that many people were staring at her. She wondered if it was her attire. Unlike the other women, she was not wearing a pelisse and concealing poke bonnet. Instead, she had donned a dark fur-trimmed cape with a hood that flowed softly onto her shoulders and draped in a soft, romantic style. She had no way of knowing that excitement had lent a fresh glow to her cheeks, and that the scarlet gown turned her eyes a dark autumn brown, and that suddenly, instead of a quiet and vaguely defensive girl, she was a strikingly beautiful woman. "How charming!" Wilhelmina Berkeley said, her features pale with a touch of envy. "However, this is not a masquerade, Miss Germain. Your hood and cape are lovely, but do you really think you should wear that instead of more conventional attire? I've noticed your clothes before many times, and they are very different from the proper—" "I appreciate your concern," Mira interrupted quietly, "but I am quite content as I am." "I am certain you are," Wilhelmina said, her blue eyes resolute. "But if you insist on wearing something so different from the rest of us, you will be thought of as trying to secure undue attention to yourself. It is a sign of vanity. And since you and your appearance reflect on all of us, I would wish for you to keep from embarrassing us by displaying yourself in outlandish fashions." There was complete silence in the hall. Wilhelmina would not have dared to utter such criticism of any guest, especially Mira, had Rosalie been present. But since Rosalie and her husband were still upstairs, Mira found herself in the position of having to defend herself. "I will wear what I please, Miss Berkeley," she replied evenly, "and I trust that I will not embarrass you today, for I have always heard that in England one's manners are more highly regarded than one's appearance. My manners, therefore, will be faultless." "Bravo!" came a voice from the top of the stairs, and they all looked to see Rand Berkeley escorting Rosalie down the steps. They were a handsome pair, for everything that was dainty and beautiful about Rosalie was emphasized by the blunt attractiveness of her husband. An aura surrounded Rand Berkeley, the kind that instantly commanded respect, for he was a man on whom power sat comfortably, a man who could treat the most grave matters with suitable seriousness or razor-sharp irreverence. His approval was something that everyone wanted. His disapproval was something that everyone feared. No one in his or her right mind would ever cross Rand. "Well said, Miss Germain," he continued, his golden eyes gleaming. "I must apologize for my cousin, but, as any of us can tell you, when one is a Berkeley, he often finds himself in the position of apologizing for the caprices of his family." Mira smiled gratefully at him, knowing that his words were a subtle warning to the rest of the Berkeleys. After this, none of them would dare say anything even remotely offensive to her. She rode in the sleigh with Rand and Rosalie, her manner becoming even more animated as the three of them exchanged quips, lingering on the subject of the Berkeley family, until Mira laughed helplessly. "You look just as you did when you were 15, Rosalie said approvingly, as Mira rested her head against the back of the seat and sighed contentedly. "Full of high spirits and eagerness." "I do?" Mira asked, beginning to chuckle again. "Only 3 months ago I couldn't talk to you without tears coming to my eyes. I felt very—" She paused, and her expression became more thoughtful. Beaten and worn. Very old. Why has everything changed now, I wonder? "Because you're not alone any longer," Rosalie answered simply. "Do you always have the perfect answer?" Mira asked, smiling. "She does," Rand assured Mira, lifting his wife's hand to his lips and kissing the back of it. "Which is why I married her." The driver stopped the sleigh in the midst of a large assemblage of similar vehicles. Some were constructed with a third seat for the driver, whereas some were smaller and made for the gentlemen to take hold of the reins themselves. Driving oneself instead of hiring a coachman was an activity of well-established and fast-growing popularity. The buzz and hum of enthusiastic conversation filtered out to the arriving guests. Rand helped his wife and Mira out of the sleigh and escorted them inside an enormous Palladian mansion, where they were faced with a vast assortment of well-bundled individuals who waited for the sleighs to be lined up and readied for the long ride. As Rosalie had explained to Mira, they would all form a long line and drive through the countryside, singing, talking, and laughing. Mira looked around the crowd and did not see one familiar face. That was good. Smiling gamely, she allowed Rosalie to introduce her to several people, all of whom were kind and very pleasant. Her spirits rose as several minutes of entertaining conversation ensued. Why, these people seemed to like her. It was not that difficult to fit in here, at least superficially. She had changed. She was no longer a clumsy village girl or the shy pretend mistress of an aging bachelor. She was young and lively, a charming creature, as someone had pronounced her not a minute ago, a woman who wore expensive clothes with ease and could carry on a conversation about many different subjects. Her new-found confidence increased with every minute, and she became less inclined to cling to Rosalie's side. Mira's good mood was dampened slightly as Rosalie brought over someone for her to meet, a young man by the name of Edgar Onslow. Perhaps someday he would be an attractive man, but for now he was only a nervous boy who flushed as he was introduced to her and took her hand too tightly. His hair was red, a shade that presently formed an incongruous combination with his bright pink skin. "Mr. Onslow is such a nice young man," Rosalie said, obviously delighted with the situation. "Of course, Miss Germain. I knew that I had to introduce the two of you." There was a betraying note of satisfaction in her voice, and Mira smiled weakly, as it became clear that this was what Rosalie considered to be a prime candidate for a meaningful courtship. "Oh, Rosalie," Mira thought wryly, tamping down a sense of panic as Edgar Onslow stared at her with obvious fascination. "I know you want me to marry a nice young man who'll never hurt me, but I am not as fragile as you think. I need someone I can badger every now and then, someone who is strong enough to take care of me, someone who won't let me bully him. I don't want someone who is weaker than I am." "Goodness, I must find my husband," Rosalie said, and disappeared before Mira could utter another word. Onslow was sweet and sincere, and possibly the most boring man Mira had ever met. She tried to involve him in conversation, but all she received in return for her artful attempts at conversation were monosyllabic answers. Either Onslow was too smitten with her to talk, or he had painfully little talent with words. When it became evident that Rosalie did not intend to return and rescue her, Mira acknowledged to herself that the exciting sleigh ride she had hoped for was going to be a dull journey indeed, for there was no prospective rescue from Onslow in sight. "Miss Germain, would you care for some punch?" Onslow inquired, hopefully, apparently as tense as she was at the chore of having to make conversation, and she nodded with relief. "Thank you, Mr. Onslow." As soon as he left her, Rosalie appeared out of nowhere and rushed over to Mira. "Did he ask you to ride in his sleigh?" she demanded, her blue eyes glowing with enthusiasm. "We hadn't gotten to that yet," Mira replied unenthusiastically. "And you let him go? He's fetching me some punch. Sacre bleu, I'm going to follow him to make certain that no one else gets him. I saw that little minx Letty Wheaton eyeing him from the corner." Mira was about to point out that there was hardly a line forming to compete for the charms of Onslow, but she saw how determined Rosalie was to play matchmaker. Mira sighed as the other woman set off in pursuit of the escaping prey, with the intention of dragging him back.
"Letty Wheaton can have him,"
she murmured under her breath, and then she started as she heard a soft chuckle right at her ear. Previously, I had assumed that Lady Berkeley had faultless taste, but then we're all entitled to a mistake once in a while. Mira whirled around and found herself staring up at Alec Faulkner. He gave her a slow grin that made her heart skip a few beats.
"She has wonderful taste,"
Mira managed to say in response to his remark, and the corners of his well-shaped mouth twitched in amusement. "A red-faced boy who is so nervous around you that he'll probably end up overturning your sleigh. No, for the sake of our past association, I cannot allow that to happen to you." "We have no past association," Mira informed him curtly. Alec hesitated before replying. As he looked down at her, he felt a pang of hunger, and it was not a hunger similar to anything he had ever felt before. It could be relieved only by the sight of her, the feel of her, the sound of her voice, the scent of her. It was the last thing on earth he wanted to feel for her. Love was something he could have reasoned away, talked himself out of, but hunger was an inescapable reality. Love was something one could ignore, replace, mourn, forget. Hunger nagged and probed and forced its way into a man's thoughts until it was appeased. "Forgive me," he said huskily. "I had assumed your memory would be as accurate as mine when it came to such matters. Not only do I recall having enjoyed a past association with you, I remember having shared a certain number of intimacies." "Hush, please," Mira begged, looking around in the fear that someone would overhear. "Don't be so ill-mannered as to bring that up. And you dare to criticize that Onslow boy. I suppose you think I'd be better off riding in a sleigh with someone like you." "That is exactly what I think," Alec replied, shocked into silence. Mira looked into his grey eyes. There was no ridicule there, no mockery. She realized that he was asking her to ride with him, and that she had no idea how to answer. She had more reason than ever not to trust him. She was so desperately in love with him. All it would take was a simple refusal. Faulkner would not plead with her to accept, and she did not think that he would ask again. He grinned at her expression of indecision, and as she stared at him, Mira could not help smiling back. It was impossible for her to refuse the opportunity to be with him. "You're mad," she told herself. "You deserve everything you get from now on, because you're begging for trouble." "I accept your invitation," she said to Alec, and her eyes danced with sudden laughter. "But if we don't hurry and leave, Rosalie will drag Onslow back, and then I'll have to go with him and listen to all of his schoolroom adventures." "Poor brat," Alec murmured sympathetically, and grinned again as he held out an arm for her to take. Chapter 9. After Mira took Alec's arm, they crossed through the hall and walked to the doors. Within a few seconds, Mira was aware that they had attracted an inordinate amount of attention. Although she was the subject of a few stares, it was mainly Alec that people were watching. There were few men like him who could command the attention of the whole room so effortlessly. It was impossible not to notice him. It was exciting just to be near Alec. He was handsome, quick-witted. He had an audacious smile. His moods could change with dazzling speed. It was difficult to predict what things he would take seriously and what he would jeer at, but that only made him more attractive. As he escorted Mira outside, she wondered at his apparent indifference to the multitude of gazes. "Do you attract this sort of interest wherever you go?" she asked wryly. "Of course I do. Haven't you heard? I'm one of a limited selection of bachelors this year, indecently high on the list of preferred catches. They won't stop staring or pursuing until I'm trussed up and readied for marriage like a chicken for the pot. Perhaps I should free you so you can accompany someone more desirous of your company. I have no intention of trying to catch anyone." "How interesting. My impression was that you were here for precisely that reason. And with Lady Berkeley as your champion, you stand to do very well. Edgar Onslow aside, it should be fascinating to see whom she finally manoeuvres to the altar with you." "She's not going to manoeuvre anyone," Mira said, and made a wordless exclamation before adding, "I had forgotten how disagreeable you are. I haven't forgotten a thing about you, including my taste in reading material, or wasn't it you who sent the books?" He made no reply as he helped her into the sleigh. A footman placed heated bricks on the floor of the vehicle for her to rest her feet on, and a thickly woven blanket was draped over her knees, shivering a little in pleasure from the warmth and snugness of the sleigh. Mira buried her hands more deeply in her muff. "Are you cold?" Alec inquired gently, and she shook her head. "The books," she reminded him. "Do you like them?" "Of course I like them. I don't like feeling obligated to you." "You're not obligated to me," he said casually. "Not for a few scraps of leather and paper. You wrote from an admirer on the card," she commented, her eyes questioning, and he shrugged. "I do admire you." He spoke so lightly that there seemed to be no real meaning behind the words at all. "No matter what happens, you're the kind who will land on your feet, and you have a talent for making friends with those who can help you the most. That doesn't sound very complimentary." "Doesn't it?" he asked lazily. "I meant it to be." The first few sleighs began to skim over the thick, well-packed snow, the bells on the horses' bridles providing a merry chorus to the thrashing hooves. Contrary to Mira's expectations, the sleighs did not travel in a single line. There were too many antics going on that prevented any sort of organization from imposing itself on the large group. A few of the young men made a game of passing each other despite the protests of their female passengers. Several sleighs tried to lag suspiciously far behind the others, leaving little doubt in anyone's mind about what the occupants intended. Stolen kisses and other quickly taken liberties were far from uncommon during a sleighing party. Just in front of them, a young man with auburn hair caught a small clump of snow that had been kicked up by the horse's hooves and surreptitiously dropped it down the neck of the girl beside him, eliciting squeals of indignation. Mira chuckled and glanced at Alec. "Who? It that! Spencer Whitebrook," he replied, his eyes twinkling. "A lad about your age locally famed for his original approach to the art of courtship. Ah, now I am forewarned. I will tell Rosalie not to consider him as a good prospect. Before you start crossing names off the list, you should realize that you don't have a wide range of choice. Now, wait, let me finish before you give me that freezing stare. It's not because of you. God knows that you have enough of what it takes to attract a man. It's just that there's an unusually limited supply of marriageable young men this year, which must explain why you're considered to be one of the prime catches." Alec raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying, Miss Germain, that if there were more eligible bachelors around, I might not be so high on the list?" "Definitely, somewhere in the middle." "You've wounded me deeply," Alec said, laughing softly. "Why such a poor opinion of me? I've been told occasionally that I'm quite tolerable. Sometimes you are. Sometimes you are a great deal more than tolerable, but sometimes you are a great deal less than tolerable. Wouldn't you say that averages out fairly? No, because you are less than tolerable more than half the time. Before I decide that you're a great deal less than charming, why don't you tell me how living with the Berkeleys suits you?" "It suits me very well, thank you." "So demure, so ladylike. You've been spending too much time with Lady Berkeley. Tell me the truth, you've dared to before." "Yes, I've told you the truth before, and you waited exactly 12 hours before betraying my confidence." Alec was not in the least disconcerted by her accusation. There were extenuating circumstances. The fact that he was handling you like a Fleet Street doxy in front of me was one of them. Don't use that as an excuse for telling Sackville that you knew his secret. It wasn't your right to do so. You bullied it out of me in the first place, but I lacked enough common sense to realize that you would use it against Sackville when it suited you. It was dishonorable, and don't bring up the subject of honor in reference to any of it, he said softly, throwing her a swift warning glance. I don't value honor lightly, my petite friend, and I regret the fact that so far it has had no place in any of my dealings with you. Of all the qualities you seem to inspire in men, honor is not one of them, nor honesty. I know exactly what I did, and what Sackville did, and the reasons why. You're looking at me as if I'm the one to blame for everything, she said, her brown eyes narrowing. He was as aggravating as ever, but what a relief it was to be able to talk to someone so freely. He was the one man in the world to whom she could say almost anything she liked. They had a common understanding born of the intimacy they had shared that enabled her to talk with him in a way she would never attempt with someone else, not even Rosalie. It's convenient for you to blame me for the way you and Sackville behaved, but I would have expected more justice from you. Now why? Alec inquired dryly. Would you have expected that? Because you wouldn't dare have the gall to judge me when you're so much more unscrupulous than I am. Alec chuckled. Point taken. Good. Then I would prefer not to talk about this any longer. You were the one who brought it up. We were talking about the Berkeleys, Mira said, making an effort to steer the conversation in another direction. She did not want to spend their time together exchanging recriminations. Yes, and you were telling me what you thought of them.
Are they treating you well?
She looked at him quickly, surprised at the tone of his voice. He almost sounded concerned, but his expression was bland as he met her eyes. They're treating me well, she replied, but aside from the Earl and Lady Berkeley, I find them all very judgmental. Yes, that's exactly it. Whenever Rosalie's not around, they seem to go out of their way to find fault with me. If that's all, you're doing well. The Berkeleys are known for being that way. They don't reserve their criticism for anyone in particular. They hand it out to everyone. Well, it's comforting to know that I'm not alone, but it's difficult to live with them. Count your blessings. I belong to the Faulkner family. They're even worse than the Berkeleys. Faulkners love to argue and harp on each other's faults, and they all have fearsome tempers. Like yours. Much worse than mine. I'm the meek one of the family. Mira laughed. Dieu, you've actually managed to frighten me with that remark. Where do these formidable tempers come from? My father. He was the hot-headed one, while my mother has always prided herself on being cold and practical. She's become slightly mellowed with age, but in her youth she was the most hard-hearted woman in England. Then, how did it happen that she married a man like your father? He wore her down with his persistence. She finally relented after a particular incident at the medieval tournament, which was held in Staffordshire about 30 years ago. It was a grand production sponsored by Edward Penryn, who had always shown a great interest in medieval history and fancied himself a modern-day knight. At the tournament there were to be jousting and mock skirmishes, authentic costumes and traditions. Jousting? Wasn't that rather dangerous, even at a mock tournament? It depends on how involved one became with the game, I suppose. Penryn was enthusiastic about the idea because of his interest in two things. History was one of them, and the other? An elusive and strong-minded woman, my mother, Juliana Penryn. Penryn, they were related, cousins. After the death of her first husband, Juliana had decided to marry again, and she had set her sights on Edward. It would have been a perfect match. But John Faulkner, a local youth, had decided that he wanted her, and he pursued her relentlessly. She would have nothing to do with him. Why not? My father was 4 years younger than she was, and hot-tempered. My mother has an icy nature, and the mix was not what she considered to be a good one. And John was the Duke's second son, which meant that he would never have a title or money. But which man did she love? She loved my father, Alec considered after a thoughtful pause. But she didn't intend to let that change her decision to marry Edward. She was not a romantic. Impossible, Mira said firmly. I haven't yet seen a woman who isn't a romantic at heart, no matter how well she conceals it. You haven't met Juliana. Mira shook her head and smiled. Getting back to the tournament? There was a crowd of 70,000 people attending, including the king and the royal family. My father signed up on the list to compete in the jousting as the Knight of the White Rose. He would ride against the man who was most favoured to win the tournament, the Knight of the Red Lion. Who must have been Juliana's cousin Edward? Exactly. Juliana sat in the covered grandstand to watch the jousting. She was elected Queen of Beauty, which meant that she would place a wreath on the winner's head. After several runs and a few well-placed hits with a blunt lance, Edward bested my father and won the tournament. So Penryn was the victor of the day, while my father lay on the field with a slightly injured arm and gravely wounded pride. Did Juliana go to him? Mira inquired softly. As my aunts tell the tale, she knelt by him on the ground and promised him heaven and earth. She thought he was badly hurt, you see, and perhaps even feared that was going to meet an early demise on her account. Alec chuckled as he envisioned the scene. Lord, I would have loved to see it. Playing sick seems to be a particular talent among the men in your family, Mira observed dryly. It worked, he pointed out. Their engagement was announced at the ball and banquet that night. Mira grinned. I think that despite what you say, your mother is a romantic. Not as much as you are. Though she tried to ignore his teasing smile, it sent a flicker of warmth through her. There is one thing I don't understand, she said. How did you receive the title if your father was only the second son? My oldest uncle died before siring any children. My father was killed in a riding accident about 10 years ago. Mira nodded silently, and then she realized that during their conversation, Alec had slowed the horse's pace until they were at the very end of the line of sleighs. Why are we going so slowly? Is the horse tired? There was a devilish gleam in his eyes, a gleam that she mistrusted. We're taking a shortcut. You haven't asked for my permission. I told you once, I don't like to ask for permission. What kind of shortcut? Everyone is driving around the outskirts of the woods along the loop that leads back to the Stamford estates. We're going to cut through that path, right through there, and join up with them on the other side. Listen well, my lord, you may be willing to take chances with your reputation, but I told you once to call me Alec. Many things have changed since then, and no one will notice our absence. Rosalie will. Do you think she'll say anything about it if she does notice? Alec asked and clicked to the horse. Not unless she's willing to risk having the story of her meeting with Brummel spread all over London. You'd actually blackmail her? Mira demanded, clutching the edge of the sleigh as it coursed smoothly and quickly away from the others. I prefer to think of it as exchanging my silence for hers. You are a scoundrel. No wonder she said you. I what? Alec prompted, grinning as she sputtered into silence. The sleigh sped past pine trees glistening with icicles. Never mind, I can guess. I make her uneasy, don't I? She doesn't trust me. Obviously she has excellent instincts, and she doesn't want me around her poor lamb, poor defenceless Mira, who carries such interesting toys in her reticule. I don't any more. No daggers today. No. It makes no difference, he said, and stopped the sleigh at the edge of the woods. You can wound with your words far more deeply. The stillness of the winter forest was broken by the crackling of ice and branches. It was a world suspended in time, brittle and beautiful. They can't wound you. My words merely glance off you like blunted arrows, she replied, her voice hushed in the quiet surroundings. Alec shook his head, his smile fading. Suddenly he was serious and tender, and he was staring at her as if he had just realized something he had not understood before. Not at all. They strike and sink in deep, and resist my efforts to pull them out. Alec, she whispered, I'm afraid I don't believe you. Your voice is shaking. You aren't afraid, are you? I'm cold. I won't hurt you. He leaned closer, tracing the curve of her jaw with a gloved fingertip. Her eyelashes fluttered downward at the smooth, cool touch of leather on her skin, and anticipation held her motionless as he bent his dark head. His mouth touched hers, and his lips were warm and slow. The sweetness of the kiss seared through her deeply. Their bodies were separated by layers of thick clothing, and all Mira could feel was that hot, intimate kiss burning into her mouth so gently, so persistently. It had been so long since she had felt cherished. He made her feel special. He made her feel as if she were the only woman in the world he wanted. There was a sensual twisting inside of her, and a strong throbbing. Her thoughts became confused, and everything faded except him as she responded to him blindly. As she took a shivering breath, the bitter freshness of winter air filled her nostrils. Needing to be closer to him, she drew her hand from her muff and lifted her fingers to his cheek. The masculine abrasiveness of his skin was there against her fingertips, and her palm curved tenderly around the hard edge of his jaw as she savoured the freedom of touching him. His arm tightened around her back, craving the taste of her. Alec slanted his mouth across hers and sought her tongue with his. Their lips fused together tightly until Mira was too overwhelmed to bear it any longer and turned her face away with a gasp. "Why did you leave Hampshire without a word to me?" he murmured, his breath soft and warm in the fragile indentation behind her jaw. There was a trace of bewilderment in his tone, and something else she didn't understand. Mira closed her eyes as she remembered the pain of the day she had left Sackville Manor. "You gave me no alternative," she said woodenly. "The Berkeleys were there, offering to take me with them, and Sackville had asked me a few days before Hat to leave." "You didn't tell me that. Would it have made a difference if you had known? You made no promises to me, ever. You didn't offer me any way out of the situation I was in, not even after the night we—" "You knew that. All you had to do was ask me for help," Alex said quietly, pulling away from her and staring at her intently. "I would have given you a place of your own if that was what you wanted, if I would have consented to be your mistress." Mira smiled bitterly. "And fool that I was, I probably would have accepted. But I wouldn't now, not for a palace, not for any amount of money at all. I've changed since then, and I've begun to see that I want more than you could ever offer me." He gripped her upper arms, his gloved hands like steel vises covered with velvet. "What do you expect me to offer you?" he demanded, with a sudden flare of anger, his voice hard with frustration. "You know what kind of position I'm in. You know about the responsibilities I have to shoulder. God, I still want you. You can't help but know that. But I'm a Faulkner. I'm the firstborn son. I have to take care of the rest of the family, and someday I have to produce suitable heirs to carry my name. If you were someone different, if I were someone different, I understand," Mira said quietly, feeling frozen inside. "I understand all of that." "Then, for God's sake, would you try to consider accepting what I can give you?" "I can give you everything, everything but my name. I could make you happy." "No, you couldn't," she interrupted swiftly. "You might have been able to once, but not now. It isn't your fault. It's just that everything's changed. I don't need beautiful clothes or spending money to make me happy. I don't need theatre tickets and balls. I don't need passion. I don't want to be dazzled. All I want is a quiet life and a family of my own. I will do my best to get that, and maybe, if God is willing, I'll succeed. I don't understand why I came with you today. I know I shouldn't have. Rosalie was right. I would have been far better off with someone like Onslow." She felt him stiffen beside her as she continued. "After we join up with the others and arrive at the Stamford estate. I don't want to talk to you again. I don't want to see you again. Fortunately, I won't be attending more than 1 or 2 more parties until the spring. So all I ask is that you make the same effort that I will to avoid being near each other." "That would be for the best," Alec agreed with cold politeness and flicked the reins neatly to join the passing convoy of horses and vehicles. Mira sat as far away from him as possible during the long, cold ride back. They did not exchange another word, not even as Alec helped her out of the sleigh and into the mansion with the other guests. When she was safely inside, he left her and did not even glance at her for the rest of the afternoon. "I'm sorry," Mira said to Rosalie, as soon as they had an opportunity to speak to each other. Her voice rang with a sincerity that dissolved any reprimands that Rosalie might have intended to deliver. I made a terrible mistake. I shouldn't have gone with him.
You were right. It gives me no pleasure to be right, Rosalie replied, staring at her with searching blue eyes. Not when you look so rueful about it.
The winter did not pass as slowly as Mira had feared it might. She found more than enough activities to occupy her time, not the least of which was tending the various illnesses that cropped up among the guests and the tenants of the Berkeley estates. The cold air was infused with a damp that seemed to sink through clothes and skin down to the very bones, and even the hottest soup, the strongest spirits, and blazing fires did little to warm the body after being outside for more than a few hours. Luckily, the kitchens were well stocked with dried plants and herbs that Mira used to treat the rounds of colds, coughs, joint aches, sore throats, and earaches. She made flax poultices and crushed eringo plants to use their juice in a recipe for eardrops. She used gerardia and germander to make a lotion that eased the pain of arthritis, rheumatism, and gout. For swelling of the ears, throat, and neck, she made hot poultices of boiled barley, fleawort, honey, and oil of lilies. All of her recipes and remedies were in constant demand. The weather was relentless. However, only 1 week of that frosty winter was truly unbearable for everyone situated near or on the Berkeley lands, and that was the week in March when Rosalie was ill. It was merely a bad cold and a touch of fever, and yet Rosalie's illness threw the entire schedule and organization of Berkeley Hall into disarray. The worst problem was Rand. When visiting his sniffling, feverish, red-nosed wife, he was tender and gentle, but when she was napping or out of hearing distance, he was so moody and irritable that no one dared approach him. Mira observed this with well-concealed sympathy and humour, knowing from past experience that Rand could not bear it when anything threatened Rosalie's health or happiness. "You must get well very, very soon, Rosalie," she said, late one afternoon, bringing a cup of hot liquid to the Berkeleys' bedchamber. Rosalie made a face as she stretched out a hand and received the cup. "What is in here? More of your ghastly herbs. Tea and honey. Oh, praise heaven." Rosalie took a deep swallow of the sweet tea and sighed in pleasure. "Now, tell me why I must be up and about so soon. I've rather enjoyed the past day or two of leisure." "Your husband is becoming unmanageable." "Really? I thought he'd been extraordinarily sweet to you," Mira said, and chuckled. "Don't pretend ignorance. You know how he's been to everyone else. The walls aren't that thick. My poor Randall," Rosalie said softly, giggling and sneezing. "He grumbles a little, but he really doesn't mean to make everyone. Don't make excuses for him. Just get rid of your cold as soon as possible. He's terrifying the lot of us." "Poor Mira." Rosalie looked at her speculatively, frowning. "You look a little thinner, and I don't like that at all. You have spent all of your time taking care of others, and that was not my purpose in bringing you here. You need to rest much more, and have you been eating? The season is still a month or 2 away. Don't worry, I'll be in presentable condition by then. Don't joke about it. In another month we will start to pay calls and undergo the social rounds in earnest, and I don't want you to be tired or overextended. You look as though you've been pining for someone." "Pining," Mira scoffed, soothing her hands over her bangs in a nervous gesture. "Over whom? Edgar Onslow? I wish you were, because that would be a problem easily solved." "I'm not pining for anyone," Mira said gruffly. "Something is bothering you." "The same thing is bothering me. The same thing that has bothered me for weeks." Mira sat on the foot of the bed and rubbed the side of her face against the Devet hangings absently, letting a gold-fringed tassel trail over the bridge of her nose. "The season's going to begin soon, and finally I've come to the realization that I've run out of parts to play," she said softly, closing her eyes and sighing. "I've never played any one of them especially well. I've become more and more of an imposter until I no longer feel comfortable doing anything. None of it feels right any longer. Where and how am I going to belong anywhere?" "But you belong somewhere already," Rosalie said anxiously. "You belong here. I am welcomed here, but this is your home and your family. You will have a home and family of your own some day, Rosalie insisted. Then you won't have cause to worry about where you belong. Mira smiled wistfully, opening her eyes and regarding Rosalie quizzically. Do you really think marriage is the answer? She asked. I don't. It will merely be a new role for me to work on, and I'm terrified that I'm going to fail at it, but there's nothing else I can do. Marriage was simply a ceremony, and although it was intended to join two people in an everlasting bond, she knew that no ritual, pronouncement or ceremony on earth could dispel the sense of apartness she felt. Marriage would not change her, nor would it change the inner certainty that she would not fit into any one kind of life. I don't understand your fixation with roles and parts, Rosalie said, bewildered. You're not playing a part, you're living your own life. I've lived several lives so far, when all I wanted was just one. She rubbed her forehead tiredly. Oh, how old, how shop-worn I'm going to feel next to those girls of 17 and 18. They know nothing of the world, but still they know what their places are in it. They already know who they are and exactly what they are supposed to do. They're so wonderfully conventional. I envy them. I don't think that you can define yourself by conventional standards. But everyone else will judge me by convention standards. Don't you see? This is all wrong. It's wrong to try to pretend that I belong in your world. It's wrong for me to sneak in through a side door and take a place next to someone who has been born to all of this. Can't we just find some kind of employment for me somewhere? Somewhere safe, somewhere quiet, where no one will notice. You wouldn't be any happier that way, Rosalie said stubbornly. And if what you say is true, and you really don't belong anywhere, then you might as well fall in with my plans for you. You're just as suited to marry a baron as you are to marry a baker. Isn't that a slight exaggeration? You're not a conventional person. You have your own rules and your own ways of thinking and feeling. You are far more beautiful than those girls you profess to envy, far more interesting and worthy of love than they are.
You're...
Rosalie sighed and looked at her helplessly. You're Mireille Germain. You're many different things. You're a little bit of everything, and there's no way to change that. Mira was silent for a long time, turning the words over and over until they made a peculiar kind of sense to her. With the innate practicality that had been bred in her through many generations of French women, she began to see how useless it was to regret what she could never be. She was what she was, and as Rosalie had pointed out, there was nothing she could do to change it. Would it be so difficult to make the best of the situation? And was there really any other choice? So I am, she said to Rosalie with a tired smile. Yes, I am Mireille Germain, and I suppose there are worse things to be, aren't there? So you've brought a summons from Juliana, Alex said, looking up from his desk. Carr walked into Alec's terrace rooms, straightening the jaunty knot of his cravat. The room in which Alec worked was simple and Spartan in design, decorated with the pleasant symmetry of an Egyptian motif. A wide mahogany desk was braced between two fretted windows. Alec had spent many hours working there, either on his architectural designs or the family bills, accounts and interests, both domestic and international. He had assumed such responsibilities ever since he had been 18, and had grown accustomed to wielding complete control and power over the Faulkner estates and properties. She's your mother, Carr said reasonably, daring to lean against the desk and fix Alec with an ingratiating smile. She likes to see you every now and then, and especially after the last time you visited. What was it? 3 months ago? 2 months? Whenever it was, she wasn't pleased. She said you looked like a damned Frenchie, pale and thin. Have you finally been reduced to carrying my mother's messages back and forth for pocket money? Alec growled. Don't you have anything better to... Come to think of it, you do look better. You've filled out again, and your colour's good. When I want a diagnosis, I'll send for a physician. Alec knew that his appearance had been distinctly unhealthy the last time he had visited the Faulkner estates. A few weeks of dissipation and unrestrained drinking tended to do that to a man. After the disturbing episode with Mira during the sleighing party, he had disappeared to London for a month, drinking heavily in order to drown the thoughts and the insatiable longing for her from his mind. He had spent each night at Brooks's gambling with his cohorts until the early morning hours, going to bed when daylight broke through the sky, rising in late afternoon. No matter how extreme his exhaustion was, he could never rid his sleep of the dreams he sought to escape. His face had become pale, his eyes glittery and unsmiling, his mouth harsh with discontent. But as winter ended and spring began, he had taken a look at himself and been filled with self-disgust. He was no Byron to moan and sigh over a woman who would not have him. He had never been given to prolonged fits of melancholy, nor the lazy dissipation of a dandy, and he had changed back into something approaching his old self. He had cut his drinking down to a small fraction of what it had been, and once again he had taken up frequent riding. He began to mix with a better crowd than the gamblers and dandies at Brooks's. When he went to the club, it was usually for dinner, not betting. Now he was hard and fit again, and the outer difference was noticeable. If only it were possible to work such a change within himself as well as without. He could not lie to himself by pretending that any other woman could substitute for her. "You can tell Mother I'll come to the country and visit her this weekend." "She'll be overjoyed," Carr said, and grinned cheekily, his green eyes glowing. "Anything else?" Alec asked, picking up a clean quill and tracing an invisible design on his thumb with it. Carr's smile changed, became guarded, and more than a little defensive. "Yes, I wanted to ask you a question. I was talking to Jules Wyatt the other day, you know, the tall one who always followed Holt around and tried to imitate. I remember. I've been asking questions here and there. Nothing specific. I'm just curious about a few things. I was talking to Wyatt about Holt. You know, remembering the old days, and Wyatt mentioned something that I never knew about Holt before." Alec's silver gaze sharpened. What did he say? That, before he died, Holt had been seeing a young woman, a girl named Layla, who was very important to him. Wyatt said that Holt was wild about her. Holt never mentioned her to me, and usually he never failed to brag about his romantic conquests, but it sounded as if this girl had cast some sort of spell over him. Wyatt implied that Holt had even talked about marrying her. "Yes," Alec said, shrugging carelessly. "But who gives a damn now?"
"I do. What was her last name? Do you know it? Did he ever tell you? I don't remember. What is so important about her?"
According to Wyatt, Layla disappeared a week before Holt died. I mean, disappeared. As if she had been wiped off the face of the earth, as if she had never been born. Carr frowned, visibly perturbed by his train of thought. If I could just find out what happened to her, I know it would explain why Holt was murdered. I feel it in the marrow of my bones. Alec stared at him transfixed. For once he found that he could not disregard his young cousin's words. He sensed that there was something important about Layla's supposed disappearance in connection with what had happened to Holt. "Layla Holborn," he said softly. "Holborn, are you certain?" Carr asked, stuttering in excitement. "Yes, I'm certain I never saw or met her. But he talked about her to me incessantly. I've got to find her family, talk to them. Maybe she's been found now, or perhaps they could tell me no." Alec settled back in his chair, propping his boots up on the desk and studying his feet thoughtfully. "I will!" His authority had been established so firmly and for such a long time that no male in the Faulkner family, not even Alec's own uncles, dared to question his decisions. But unexpectedly he raised his grey eyes to Carr's face and continued slowly. "If you have no objections?" Carr blinked, obviously startled. Alec was inviting comment, disagreement, questions. Previously it had been a privilege, granted only to Holt, and Carr was well aware of it. "No, I don't mind," he said, but was unable to resist adding, "if you'll let me join you." To Carr's relief, the other man laughed shortly. "Why not?" Alec found that he didn't mind his cousin's company as much as he once had. Carr was very different from Holt, but he had a kind of foolhardy courage that Alec was beginning to find quite likeable. "I had begun to wonder," Juliana said frostily, "what had become of you?" Alec smiled and bent to kiss her cheek. She turned her face away regally so that his lips merely brushed the air, but her coolness did not disturb him. It had been expected. There were some things about his mother that would never change. Although her metallic blue eyes had dimmed with age, They were still razor-sharp with intelligence and will. Juliana was the only person Alec had ever known who never worried about whether or not she was right. She knew she was right, and that anyone who failed to agree with her was distinctly in the wrong. Juliana had admitted only once in her life that she had been wrong, and the admission had been dragged out of her by John Faulkner when he convinced her to marry him instead of Edward Penryn. But even then she considered that she had been right to admit her mistake, which surely cancelled out the original faux pas. The greatest praise that she had ever given Alec was to admit that he favoured her more than he did his father. Her younger son Douglas was much more like John Faulkner had been, sweet-natured, friendly, perhaps even complacent content, and at times self-deprecatory. Although she had sincerely loved her husband, Juliana held none of these qualities in high esteem, for none of them had helped her to become one of the most powerful and influential women of her time. She forced people to compete for her approval, to work for her affection, to earn her regard. In her opinion, the most valuable weapon anyone could possess was the ability to make others want him or her. There was no one like bristly, vigorous Juliana who could manufacture and engineer everything except motherly tenderness. "Carr told me that you—" "Carr," Juliana snorted, reaching for the cup of tea on the Sheraton tripod table next to her. "I'm surprised that he managed to deliver the message to you. Flighty boy, no substance to him. But that's only to be expected when a Faulkner marries a Faulkner." Alec's Uncle Hugh had married a distant Faulkner cousin, a mixture which Juliana had always predicted would produce simple-minded children after having observed Holt's recklessness in the past, and Carr's budding irreverence. She concluded that the evidence supported her original conclusion. "Why are you standing so far away?" Juliana suddenly demanded, squinting at Alec and pointing to the elaborately adorned settee nearby. "Sit here, so I can see you."
I'm not standing far away,
Alec said gently, sitting where she indicated. Juliana's eyesight was failing, a fact she refused to acknowledge. She inspected him gravely and then nodded in approval. "I see you listened to my lecture the last time you visited. I listened to all of your lectures. Now you look like a son of mine again, healthy, strong. It's that good Penryn blood coming to the fore again." "It must be," Alec agreed matter-of-factly, his eyes flickering with amusement. "You may look like a Faulkner, but your spirit comes from my family, and no matter what happens, it will always prevail." Juliana lowered her voice, conspirato-royally. "And though I've always contended that intermarrying is bad for the blood, I wouldn't mind adding a little more Penryn stock to the pot. Have you seen my niece's daughter Elizabeth lately? She has become quite an attractive." "I'm not going to marry a Penryn," Alec said firmly. "Nor a Faulkner, for which I'm certain you will be thankful. In fact," he added dryly, "I'm considering the prospect of remaining a bachelor all of my life." "Nonsense. I want you married, and what's more, married soon. Any particular reason?" "You're 28, 3 years older than your father when he married me. But you didn't marry my father until you were 29, Alec said with silken innocence. "Provoking boy. You won't succeed in diverting my attention this time, for I mean to have my say. I wouldn't dare attempt to dissuade you. For the past few years I've watched you sail through each season without dropping anchor. I have seen for myself these giggling ninnies you've shown occasional interest in, and it would turn my stomach to call any of them my daughter-in-law." Alec cleared his throat and looked faintly amused. "I see you've decided to speak frankly. You are too stubborn and too proud to court the kind of woman who would suit you best, a woman like me. These gilt-haired, simpering girls, all very popular, of course, and naturally you always skim them off the top. But a diet of cream and no milk is harmful to the digestion. I hope you understand what I'm explaining to you." "You object to my taste in women," Alec stated, and adopted an expression of polite interest as his mother responded spiritedly. "I object most strenuously. All surface. No heart, no spirit, no strength. You would crush any one of them without intending to, and then she would be of no use to you." "I appreciate your maternal concern," he said, smiling at her with warm grey eyes. but somehow I doubt that you will ever be satisfied. I'll be satisfied, Juliana interrupted. When you choose your women with the same discretion that you choose your horses and liquor. Alec laughed, throwing his dark head back, and then regarding her with the remnant of a smile playing carelessly on his mouth. I'll make you a promise. This season I give you leave to find someone whom you consider suitable for me, if for no other reason than to satisfy my curiosity about what kind of feminine baggage you would approve of, and I will give your candidate due consideration. My only condition is that she be neither Penryn nor Faulkner, and keep in mind that I prefer blondes.
Blondes?
Juliana muttered. Egad, men are loathsome creatures, every last one of them, including my own sons. Brighton Pavilion looked like a temple erected solely for the purpose of pursuing and celebrating all the different kinds of pleasure that the senses could experience. It was a multi-headed monster, a conglomeration of exotic architectural styles that bewildered the eye. Part of the building was Greek, part of it Egyptian, part Chinese, while the huge central dome was Turkish. It had been designed by John Nash and constructed at an exorbitant price, all to suit the whim of King George. Adorned with palm trees, dragons, and strange inverted funnels, the pavilion gave Mira a sense of wonder and unease. She felt as if they were entering some sort of palatial harem. "You will adore this place," Rosalie said, her face radiant with excitement as they walked through the Chinese gallery and looked up at the green and gold dragons that leered down at them from the ceiling. "Yes," Rand Berkeley added, his golden eyes gleaming wickedly as he escorted the two women past a row of oriental colonnades, tasteless but amusing. "There is always something going on," Rosalie continued animatedly. "Water parties, auctions, suppers and banquets, concerts, balls, theatricals." "I'm already exhausted," Mira said, but she smiled as she spoke, anticipating all the new sights and sounds she would experience at the pavilion during the next few days. They stopped to admire a wall painted with delicately scrawled oriental designs. And there is always music playing, for the king is passionate about it and has a private band that performs every morning and evening. "I can scarcely wait to see him," Mira confessed, having heard so many tales about King George that she knew not what to believe about him. Stout and brilliantly attired, he was reputed to have the most perfect deportment and the most elegant beau in all of England. During their conversation on the long ride from Warwick to Brighton, Rand had explained that George IV invited to Brighton only those who could be of use to him. There was a huge number of social and political figures staying here. Mira knew that this fact held a secret significance for Rosalie, who was hoping that George Canning, head of the Foreign Office, would be at the pavilion. Rosalie was determined to speak to Canning secretly about finding a post for Brummel in France, and Mira was prepared to do anything necessary to help her in this mission. "One would prefer that both of you watch your step very carefully for the next few days," Rand said. Rosalie and Mira looked at each other guiltily. Rand Stilt did not know about their secret meeting with Brummel or Rosalie's plan to talk with Canning alone, and it was nerve-wracking to keep a secret from him. Rosalie's husband was no fool, and few things escaped his notice. "Whatever do you mean, my lord?" Rosalie asked with a half-hearted smile. Rand subjected his wife to a slow, searching look before replying, "Only that the king's taste for older women has changed. Now it appears that he is drawn to young, attractive women of lively disposition. He would easily be encouraged by the smallest word or smile from either of you, and I would rather not have to extricate you from such a situation, since his pride is easily damaged, and he is not a particularly forgiving man. One know that." Rosalie was instantly agitated. "And it would probably amuse him to see me in an awkward situation, since he has heard the rumours about me and Brummel. He never forgave my father after their falling out, even though Brummel sent him his best snuff-box and made every effort to win back his friendship. The king could easily see to it that my father is allowed back into England, but he won't, because he's too ungrateful and jealous of Brummel to—" "Shh," Rand whispered gently, sliding a hand to the back of Rosalie's neck and stroking his thumb along her rapidly throbbing pulse. "I know, Fleur." He understood more than any other person alive what Brummel meant to Rosalie, and how easily upset she could become when the subject of her father was mentioned. Taking a deep breath and calming at his touch, Rosalie raised her blue eyes to his. Mira averted her gaze from the strangely intimate gesture, at once flustered and touched by the revealing scene. At times, Rand and Rosalie could shut themselves away from the entire world. In a few seconds, they could read each other's thoughts and sense each other's needs in a completely private communication, no matter who was with them or what their surroundings were. At the moment, Mira was merely a self-conscious outsider. As she turned her eyes away from the pair, Mira heard the sound of footsteps at the end of the hall, firm footsteps coupled with a long stride. She looked at the approaching figure, and suddenly her heart beat in a staccato rhythm. Alec! She put a hand to the base of her throat, feeling all the colour drain from her face. It had to be Alec. She had missed him so much that her whole being ached with the painful joy of seeing him again. It was Alec, or was it? His hair was coal black. His form was tall and broad-shouldered. His features were severely perfect and graced with a raffish white smile. But as he came closer, Mira realized with utter bewilderment that the newcomer was not Alec. He was too young, and somehow he seemed less polished. His manner, speaking more of cockiness than Alec's self-assurance. And his eyes? They were not silver-grey, but deep green. He stopped upon seeing her, blinking a few times, and then smiling anew. "I seem to have lost my way," he said, staring at Mira with rapt attention. She made no reply, her eyes dark with confusion. "Well, Carr Faulkner," Rosalie said, and came to stand by Mira. "How pleasant it is to find you here." "Lady Berkeley," the man answered, his eyes still on Mira. "It seems to be a day for pleasant discoveries." Nudging Mira imperceptibly, Rosalie made the proper introductions, and Mira allowed the stranger to take her small, cold hand in his warm one. Carr Faulkner, she thought, recovering very slowly from her surprise. If there were any other Faulkners here at the pavilion, she prayed that she would receive more advance warning, for coming face to face with someone resembling Alec so closely was almost more than she could bear. No matter how darkly attractive any of the Faulkners were, none of them would be anything but a disappointing imitation of Alec. "He is a cousin of the Duke of Stafford," Rosalie whispered to Mira. "Perhaps you recall the Duke. You mean the one I accompanied during the sleighing party?" Mira thought numbly. "The one I fell in love with during Sackville's hunt? The one who knows my deepest secrets? The one who took my virginity? Yes, I believe I can recall him." Chapter 10. "We must be careful," Rosalie said, looking in the full-length mirror and adjusting the magnificent lace-trimmed bodice of her velvet gown. Mary, the maid who had come with them from Berkeley Hall, knelt by her and made a few small repairs to the hem of her gown with needle and thread. "Tonight I am going to find a way to speak to Canning about Brummel during the dancing, perhaps. But I'll need your help, and remember, this must be done in complete secrecy. Any sort of untoward or unusual behaviour is going to be noticed tonight, since there is always a great deal of scheming going on at affairs like this. This is the perfect environment in which to breed scandals." "That isn't surprising," Mira replied, pinning a small green velvet hat on her head and angling it at a coquettish tilt. "It's a masquerade, and everyone feels quite daring in a disguise. All of us supposing that we one can look out at the world while no one else can look one in." "Wrong," Rosalie said flatly. "I can see through even the best disguises. There are always telling clues. For example, the king will be the one with the Enor eye moose belly, and the blonde by his side will be Lady One Conyngham." Mira winced at the venom in Rosalie's tone. It was not like Rosalie to say an unkind or undiplomatic word about anyone, but it seemed that not only Theking but also all of his close associates bore the brunt her contempt. "Who is Lady Conyngham?" "His latest mistress. He has given her the title of Lady Steward, and the two pretend that she is merely the mistress of his household, while it's commonly known, even to her husband, that she shares his bed." Rosalie shook her head disgustedly. "What men see in women like her escapes me. She is vain, silly, greedy, and she encourages the king in all of his worst habits. He is killing himself from overeating and then overdosing himself with opium and bark brandy to cure his indigestion. Opium and bark brandy, Mira exclaimed, wrinkling her nose. A dram of powdered galanga would help a great deal more than that, too. I hope he consumes all the brandy he wants, Rosalie said, shrugging carelessly. I hope he becomes so fat and indolent that he cannot move. Because of him, my father is in exile in France and will likely starve to death. Did you see how thin Brummel was? He used to weigh 13 or 14 stone, and I don't think he was over 9 or 10 stone when we saw him.
Rosalie, Mira said cautiously, I would advise keeping your voice lowered when you speak either of Brummel or of the king. Suddenly Rosalie laughed. Are you afraid I'll be ranged for treason, Mira? Worse, I'm afraid Lord Berkeley will overhear you talking about our misadventure. At the mention of her husband, Rosalie's eyes widened. Heavens, the time has slipped away from me. Let me finish telling you about my plan before Rand gets here. When I contrive to have a few minutes alone with Canning, I'm going to ask him about finding a position for Brummel in Calais, just as Lord Alvanley suggested. Or perhaps Kyne. But how are you going to accomplish that without your husband noticing? And what about all of those who might see you and Canning sneak away and put the wrong construction on the situation? That's where I need your help, Rosalie began, and just then a light, decisive rap vibrated the door.
It's Rand,
she whispered in frustration, raising her eyes heavenward. Let him in, Mary, she said to the maid, and Mira turned to the mirror in consternation. We're already fashionably late, Rand said by way of greeting, striding into the room and stopping to take note of his wife's appearance. A slow smile stole over his golden, blunt-featured face. Lady Berkeley, as usual, you are breathtaking, he said softly. Mira could not help smiling as she beheld the Berkeleys, who were a perfectly matched pair. Rosalie was dressed as Marguerite de Valois, the wife of Henry IV of France. Her gown was a magnificent creation of red velvet trimmed with gold and jewels, nipped in tightly to reveal a tiny waist, and spreading outward in a huge bell of glittering skirts. The bodice was low and pointed, trimmed with the same pattern of gems that carried down the front of the gown, while her shoulders rose in elegant majesty from sharp, fragile points of lace. Her sleeves were long and puffed, ending in bands of gold. Rosalie smiled flirtatiously and flicked open a golden feathered fan. Her hair was piled high on her head, gleaming sable curls arranged carefully to balance the tiny jewelled crown on her head. I shall be accompanied by the most handsome man in England tonight, Rosalie said as her gaze moved appreciatively over her husband. Rand, of course, was masquerading as Henry IV, and his impressive masculine form was resplendent in 16th century garb, including a scarlet robe, a jacket of gold cloth, spurs on his boots, a blue garter on his left leg, and 3 bars of ermine on the left arm. His tawny eyes, hair, and skin were emphasized by the richness of the costume. All you need is a white courser, Rosalie continued softly, and Berkeley gave her a self-mocking smile. All I need is my queen, he replied, holding out his arm. Now, let us venture down to the ball before I begin to feel like a prancing fool. Wait, aren't you going to admire Morale's costume? Mira blushed slightly as Berkeley's eyes alighted on her. At Rosalie's prompting, she held out her skirts and turned around to display her outfit. Maid Marian, Rand said, and grinned in approval. Perfect. I could think of no better costume for a wood sprite. We were concerned about the length of the skirt. It is rather daring, Rosalie said critically, and Berkeley shook his head. It is perfect, he repeated. Mira's Maid Marian costume was tempered with a saucy charm that suited her well. Her dress was made of velvet, dyed in rich forest shades of green and brown, while a small bow and quiver of arrows were slung over her back. The skirt and bust-line were bordered with dark fur, and her small hat was a smaller version of Robin Hood's, complete with a sprightly feather stuck in the brim. The skirt was only calf-length, coming to the top of a pair of soft brown boots. She looked exotic and elfin, especially with her black-brown curls pulled away from her face and left to fall down her back. Mira fussed nervously with her costume as they went downstairs, where the mock altars to Bacchus, Apollo, Venus, Minerva, and Mars were burning with incense that filled the air with a spicy scent. Music rang through the pavilion as the orchestra played with determined gaiety. The king had not appeared yet, but there were rumours of a very large Turk wearing a satin turban having been seen in one of the small alcoves adjoining the ballroom. Mira looked from left to right with delight and wonder, amazed at the creativity, colour, and often the brevity of the costumes that people wore. As the elderly women, dowagers and widows sat on the sides of the room to monitor the activities of their charges, young women were whirled about on the dance floor by wizards, beasts, long-dead heroes of legends, villains, and mythological figures. Almost as soon as they entered the ballroom, a 15th-century knight approached Mira. It was Carr Faulkner, clad in chainmail, black hose, and rough boots. His dark green eyes, framed with black lashes, sparkled down at her merrily. Mira smiled back at him, finding his rough-and-tumble charm attractive. It was obvious that he had been waiting for her to arrive. "Miss Germain," he said, giving her a half-smile that reminded her of Alec, and she caught her breath involuntarily. "Either my memory is faulty, or you are even more ravishing tonight than you were this afternoon." Mira smiled at him and shot a quick glance at Rosalie, who appeared to be vastly pleased with Can Faulkner's evident interest in her charge. Carr also looked at Rosalie, lifting his eyebrows entreatingly. "Since introductions have already been made, with your permission I would like to claim the first dance with Miss Germain." "Only one," Rosalie replied, her blue eyes laughing. "Miss Germain may not be aware of the fact that more than one dance with the same man will place her in a most compromising position." "Surely you wouldn't count our dances," Carr protested to Mira. "I certainly will," Mira said. "I will not allow myself to be compromised at the first ball of the season." He grinned and offered his arm in a gallant gesture. Mira handed her bow and quiver of arrows to Rosalie, and she allowed Carr to lead her to the crowded middle of the ballroom. As he whirled her amid the glittering couples, Mira found that he was an adept dancer and that her steps were well matched to his. After a minute of silence, Mira threw him a teasing glance. "Have I said something to rob you of speech?" "No, no," he said hastily. "I was just thinking of something." Mira looked at him through her lashes and smiled. Although Carr had no way of knowing it, his similarity to Alec was enormously intriguing to her. It was possible, she mused, that this was what Alec might have been like when he was younger. A little vulnerable, his manner both cheerful and slightly awkward, his handsome face touched with the innocence of youth. Was Carr an accurate picture of what Alec had been several years ago? "Thinking of something," she repeated, forcing herself back to the conversation at hand. "Of anything or anyone in particular?" Carr merely shook his head slowly. "How disappointing," she said coquettishly. "I had expected you to say that you were thinking of me." He laughed, his hair falling in a coal-black spill over his forehead as he looked down at her. For all his youth, he was still taller than most of the other men in the room and dwarfed her considerably. "If I thought only of you, Miss Germain, my feet would stumble to a halt, my chin would drop to the floor, and all I would be able to do is stare at your beauty in stupefied amazement." "You would be the first to do so," she assured him. "With all respect, I doubt that." It was with difficulty that Carr kept from complimenting her so lavishly that he would appear foolishly smitten. He managed to conduct himself with commendable restraint. This was his second season in London, and by now he considered himself to be more than proficient in the art of flirtation. He had even thought of himself as becoming rather cynical, though not quite as impressively jaded as his cousin Alec. Women, all women, had once possessed the power to make Carr feel awkward and tongue-tied, and just when he had congratulated himself on overcoming such an affliction, this small woman in his arms had brought it back in less than a minute. He was bewitched by her, and moreover, he could feel the jealous stares of his comrades as they watched him dance with her. A night like this was the stuff of a young man's fantasies. Carr gave up all attempts to make conversation and simply concentrated on memorizing each detail of her face. Content to dance in silence, Mira followed him easily, her fingers resting lightly on the metallic fibers of Carr's costume. It was with great reluctance that she realized the waltz was ending. She walked back very slowly with Carr to the Berkeleys, who were conversing with Helen of Troy, Shakespeare, Delilah, and Henry VIII. "He is perfect for you," Rosalie whispered behind her fan to Mira. "Young and sweet, and very handsome. Play your cards wisely." "I will," Mira whispered back, unable to think of any way to explain to Rosalie that Carr would have indeed been perfect had he not been so young, had he not been Alec's cousin. Aside from the fact that she would inevitably find herself making comparisons between the two of them, she knew that Alec would not tolerate any involvement of hers with a member of his family. What would he do if Carr became seriously interested in her? The thought was both amusing and horrifying. As she turned her attention to the conversation and laughed at a quip Carr had made, she felt a sudden prickling sensation along the back of her neck, as if someone's eyes were on her. Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Alec in the midst of a large group J, and he gave her a long, measured glance before jing away. His grey eyes had been smoky with gel. Aussy. A quiver of excitement raced through her. "That J doesn't change anything," she told herself sternly. "Itch, doesn't matter that he still might want you, and you're a fool to care." But she couldn't deny that it had. I felt good to have him stare like that. Yes, it felt very good, and even though she had disclaimed any J tie with him, she couldn't repress a twinge of pride as, too, she looked at him. He was very handsome tonight, even more than usual. There was something unspeakably potent about his. Darkness, a virility that few men possessed in such abundance. He was not a man who brought to mind thoughts of fairy tale princes and knights on white chargers when a woman looked at him. She thought of forbidden pleasures and clandestine meetings. He was the kind of man who seemed to have been created expressly to bring women heartache, yet even knowing that, how could she help but be drawn to him? To possess a man like him, even for a short time, was every woman's private dream. Apparently Rosalie had noticed Alec as well, for her slim brows had lifted slightly, lending her an expression of thoughtful disgruntlement.
"I've seen that costume before," she said in a low voice, making certain that Rand and Carr were engaged in conversation before she continued, "but I'll admit that no man has ever been able to carry it off so well. I'm afraid it's far too suitable for him." Alec's tall, broad-shouldered form was clad in black breeches, a crimson damask waistcoat, fringed gauntlets, and high-topped boots of spur leather. His black hair, uncovered by any hat, shone with the gleam of pure obsidian. Around his neck hung a gold cross, and a sword was strapped to his lean waist. "What costume is it?" Mira whispered, moving her gaze back to Rosalie's face with an effort. "Captain Bartholomew Roberts. You can always tell by the cross. A pirate, quite swarthy from what the legends say, who was killed in battle during the 16th century. A heroic figure, though reputedly not a very kind man. I'm going to dance with him if it takes me all night to get an invitation," Helen of Troy said, following Rosalie's eyes and sighing as she stared at Alec. "Bon chance," Mira murmured, staring down at the floor as a secret smile forced its way to her lips, no matter how she tried to prevent it. Tonight, it would not bother her if every woman at the pavilion plied her wares on Alec Faulkner, for just now he had been staring at her, only her, and the knowledge made her heart sing. As the ball continued, Mira was buffeted with a large number of introductions and invitations to dance. Rosalie was clearly delighted by Mira's popularity, and even more so by the fact that Carr made every effort to monopolize Mira's attention. The ball was interrupted for a few minutes, while the assemblage received the news that the king was indisposed and would not be able to attend the festivities that night. A few people seemed regretful at the announcement, but none seemed surprised, attesting to the truth of what Rosalie had said earlier about the king's indolence. Standing near one of the tables of refreshments and sipping punch, Mira stood by Carr's side and conversed idly with a small group of people. Nothing more than mundane comments were exchanged, which caused Mira to relax in their company. She listened to the latest gossip and laughed in all the appropriate places until her attention was occupied by a minor catastrophe. Miss Henrietta Lester, a flirtatious and empty-headed girl, had accidentally dropped her glass of punch, shattering the crystal and splashing brightly coloured liquid everywhere.
Miss Leicester's face flamed red with utter humiliation, and after endeavouring to make an apology while servants rushed to clear the mess, she burst into becoming tears. Carr and the other men in the group rushed to comfort her, while Mira retreated to the corner of the room to survey the damage done to her dress. The hem of it and her boots were splattered with the punch, which had probably created permanent stains. "Nom de Dieu," she said, as she dabbed at her clothing with a napkin, never dreaming that anyone was within hearing distance. She heard another of Miss Leicester's heart-rending wails over the music, and scowled in disgust. "Oh, don't be such a shallow pate," she muttered. "Much good your crying's going to do anyone." Just then, Mira's grumbling was interrupted by an amused cackle. "My sentiments, exactly." Mira spun around to observe an elderly woman sitting in a small chair with a tiny table set in front of her. There was no one else nearby, and Mira wondered why no one was there to keep company with the woman who wore a sharp, assessing expression on her aristocratically boned face. She was small and thin, with slate-shaded hair and a vital, fierce personality stamped on every line of her skin. "Excuse me, I had no idea anyone would overhear me," Mira managed to say. "You must think that I am extremely uncharitable. I think you might be somewhat sensible," the woman replied, gesturing to Mira's dress. "Go on with what you were doing. You might be able to soak up enough of that, whatever it is." "Punch," Mira said, bending over her task again, as she smiled ruefully. "I had considered it to be first-rate punch until it was splashed on my costume." "Do you need my handkerchief?" the elderly woman inquired, fishing out a small white square and holding it out to her. The handkerchief fluttered out of the woman's pale, well-veined hand to the floor. "I've dropped the damned thing," she said, and Mira smiled, finding a certain delight in the discovery of another woman besides herself who knew how to swear effectively. "Where the deuce is it?" The woman leaned forward slightly, squinting at the floor until she located the patch of white and pointed to it. "There, drat! My companion has taken leave for a few minutes and isn't here to fetch it. That confounded girl is never here when I need her." Mira bent over and picked up the small lace article slowly, looking at the woman's face closely before standing up. There was what appeared to be a thin, light film covering her eyes, and Mira's heart softened with compassion as she realized that she could not see very well. "Madam," she said, placing the handkerchief on the woman's lap carefully, "may I ask you a question?" "I suppose so," she replied sharply, as if being asked questions were a bother she would have liked to do without. "You're not the kind of woman who would be easily offended. I can see that." "Of course I'm not," came the indignant reply. Then Mira continued, "I could not help noticing that well, it seemed to be a strain for you to look down at the impertinent chit. There is nothing wrong with my eyes now. Be off with you, and go on dancing and prattling with your—" "I'm glad there is nothing wrong with them," Mira said, dabbing hurriedly at the punch stains again, which had all but disappeared. "I just thought that if they were blurry, I could make a suggestion that might help you." "By all appearances, you left the cradle last week. Now, run along with you." "Yes, madam. Thank you for your offer of the—" Mira's voice faded as the woman waved her away impatiently. Shrugging lightly, she walked back to where the punch had been spilled and found that Carr had finally consoled Henrietta Lester by asking her to dance. He stared at Mira as he turned the girl around the floor sedately, and he made a brief, anguished grimace that caused Mira to laugh softly. Her attention was caught by the sight of Rand waltzing with one of the Berkeley cousins, and wearing that polite, attentive expression that could only mean he was bored to distraction. Mira's smile changed to a thoughtful frown. If Rand wasn't dancing with his wife, then where was Rosalie? It was not difficult to spot Rosalie's red and gold gown amidst the throng of costumes. She was dancing with a man that Mira did not recognize. From the satisfied expression on her face, it was likely that her partner was George Canning. "I'd lay a quart of heavy wet on it," Mira said out loud, using an expression that was popular in certain districts of London, and she crossed her fingers. If it was indeed Canning, he appeared to be far more approachable than she had expected. Dressed plainly in the costume of a Greek philosopher, he was handsome, compactly built, and rather short. There was an aura of innate assurance and confidence around him, but would he dare grant Rosalie a favour if it risked the displeasure of the king? The dance ended, and among the rain of applause, Rosalie's partner left the room discreetly. It took Mira less than half a minute to reach Rosalie's side, and they walked to the punch table, talking rapidly. "Canning," Rosalie said breathlessly. "He's agreed to speak with me. He's going to wait in one of the rooms nearby."
"We can't let anyone find out." "Shh, your husband is coming," Mira whispered,
and pasted a look of solicitous concern on her face as Rand walked up to them with a few long strides. "Rose?" Rand inquired, his hazel eyes darkening to deep olive as he regarded his wife with concern. "She is not feeling well," Mira said smoothly, her expression guileless and sincere. "Too much wine and dancing, probably." "Yes, that's it," Rosalie said, not daring to look at Rand, who could always tell when she was lying. She kept her panicked blue eyes on Mira's face. "I'm going to take you upstairs to rest," Rand began, settling a square brown hand on his wife's arm. "I'll accompany her upstairs," Mira interrupted, taking hold of Rosalie's other arm. "Yes, Mira will go with me," Rosalie chimed in, giving her husband an agitated smile. "You stay here for a little longer. Remember, you still haven't danced with your cousin Thalia, and I don't want her to feel like a wallflower." "I'm not going to dance with Thalia," Rand said, his tawny brows lowering over his eyes. "Not when you're feeling ill, and certainly not when her habit of stepping on her partner's feet is still fresh in my memory." "Poor Thalia," Rosalie said sadly, wrinkling her forehead. "Couldn't you ask one of your friends to dance with her, darling?"
As a favour to me?
Berkeley stared at her for a minute and then whispered an oath, loosing her arm. "Go with her upstairs," he said to Mira, and shook his head as he left them, muttering under his breath. "He is concerned for you," Mira said. Rosalie smiled wryly. "Don't attempt to explain my husband to me," she said, patting Mira on the arm and then pressing her temples to restrain a headache. "I know him very well. He knows that something is going on, and he doesn't like the fact that I won't tell him about it." She sighed. "I can't think about that now. I must speak with Canning about my father." They made their way through the crowded ballroom, and Mira became mildly disturbed as she realized that Rosalie's paleness had increased. "You really aren't feeling well," she said, wondering why Rosalie's expression was so weary. Was it a result of tension or actual illness? "The air was so thick with incense, I could hardly breathe." "It's better out here," Mira replied, and they paused as they turned right to face a long hallway and rows of small rooms. "Second door on the left," he said he would wait in here for a few minutes. Rosalie hesitated before the elaborately carved doorknob. "Suddenly, I feel so guilty, but I'm not doing anything wrong. It's not as if this is some sort of tryst. I'm trying to help my father. Would you like me to go in with you?" "No, please don't. I told Canning that this is a private matter." "Well then, what should I do? I can't go back into the ballroom. I'm supposed to be with you. Could you manage to stay out of sight for a while?" "Of course. I'll meet you here at 11 o'clock." "Good luck," Mira said, watching as Rosalie slipped inside the room. Venturing down the hallway, she tried a few of the doors until she found one that opened. Peering inside, she discovered that it was a small portrait gallery filled with scarlet-cushioned furniture and heavily ornamented frames. The dull gleam of gold was apparent even through the murky dimness of the room. It would be a perfect place to hide until Rosalie's meeting with Canning was over. She stepped inside and started to close the door, but abruptly it trembled on its hinges and stopped. The tip of a spur leather boot was wedged firmly against the bottom of the door.
"Alec?"
she whispered without even looking at his face. He shouldered his way in without answering, closing the door with the back of his heel. The panelled portal squeaked slightly in protest as he propped his broad back against it and bent one knee in a relaxed posture. "What the hell is going on?" Though his pose was careless, his voice was rough. "You, Rosalie, is going to... You're spying on me?" I don't give a damn about the little plots that Rosalie Berkeley is hatching, or your involvement in them, Alex said with barely leashed violence. I'm talking about Carr. Carr? She questioned stupidly. Your cousin. Yes, my cousin. Stay away from him. Why? Is he so corruptible that a few minutes in my company would prove harmful to his character? You're using him? You may think that I'm not good enough for him, she said, feeling a blaze of anger spreading through her body. But you can't always have everything your way. Unfortunately, Lord Faulkner, I enjoy your cousin's company, and he seems to enjoy mine, and I intend to spend much more time with him, and there's not a thing you can do about it. The next time I see you with him, I'll wring your neck, he promised savagely. You couldn't. I'm Berkeley's ward, she said triumphantly. I'm not some helpless nobody who... Berkeley can go to hell. I'm warning you away from a boy who isn't capable of defending himself from you. You're defending him from me? Just how do you think I could hurt him? By using him as a substitute for the man you really aren't. She stared at him with disbelief, and then a dry laugh broke from her throat as she started to walk away from him. What unbelievable arrogance! Alex's control snapped as she turned her back toward him. He moved too swiftly for her to react, pinning her to the wall and jerking her wrists over her head. It's the truth, he said, his voice rasping as he stifled her struggles with the pressure of his body and crushed her against the wall. His entire being was focused on the small, slim form in his arms. You knew what would happen if you started encouraging him while I was there to watch. You knew how I'd feel. I don't give a damn how you feel, she gasped, writhing against him in the darkness. Liar, you knew what you were doing. Let me go, holding yourself just out of reach, he said unsteadily. You can play your games, but I won't let him have you. I won't let anyone. You're mad, she choked, and then, as she realized the extent of his wrath, she changed her tactics abruptly, trying to plead with him, trying to soothe him.
Alec, please, have you forgotten where we are? Remember what we said to each other? Her frantic struggles slowed as she felt his muscled thighs press against hers, his powerful arms subdue her. I wasn't playing a game, she said, fighting to stifle a moan as she felt the fiery heat of his masculinity pulsing between her legs, burning between their clothes.
Alec, you've got to stop! Her face was almost pressed into the strong column of his throat, and she was light-headed with the scent of his skin. I can't think, and you don't know what you're doing. Nothing has changed, he said hoarsely, pressing every inch of his body against hers, his hands tightening around her wrists. I knew I could forget about you. I knew it would only take time, but it's only worse now. It's worse than before, and some nights I want you so badly I can taste you, I can feel you, even though it's someone else I'm holding. Oh, stop. Don't say anything else. Mira groaned, tears welling in her eyes. The thought of him holding someone else, making love to someone else, made her want to die. I don't want to know. I don't want to care. You've got to let me go. I need you. I've needed you for months, and what we had. We're never going to have that again. I damn well am. I'm going to have you now. He crushed his mouth over hers, his body pressing her back against the wall, even as she tried to shrink away, and he forced her lips open, plundering her hungrily. She refused to respond, tearing her mouth away from his and gasping frantically. You're mine, he muttered, his lips hot against her throat. How can you deny it when even I can't? Don't lie to me, damn it. Don't turn away from me. She fought him until his mouth found hers once more, and then suddenly she couldn't move as she was flooded with warmth, and she gave a helpless sob. She was born for this. For him, it would be a lie to deny it. Weakly, she tilted her head and yielded herself to him, her lips parting as his tongue feathered against hers. He felt her response and groaned with relief, easing the crushing pressure on her body. Breathing heavily, he lifted his mouth from hers and stared at her clenched fists, which were trapped in his own. Something in his expression changed, and a curious shock went through Mira as she felt his lips brush against her hands. He nipped at the fragile skin over her knuckles, and his tongue flickered in the crevices between her fingers. She made a shuddering sound. her heart slamming inside her chest, her fingers slowly uncurling. The warmth of his mouth moved over her throbbing palms, and he freed her wrists to gather her against him. She was stiff against him for a few seconds, knowing she should refuse him, knowing that she would regret what was about to happen. But as Alec looked down at her, she saw the desperation in his gaze, and she was lost. Slowly, she slid her arms around his neck, pulling his dark head down to hers.
Mira,
he whispered, and their mouths opened and fused together, tasting, moving, stroking ardently in a physical expression of love. Blindly, Alec sank his hands into her hair, pulling out the pins, clenching his fingers in the mane of thick skeins. Every other reality, every other passion was gone, as if there had never been anyone else but her. Mira wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him total access to her mouth, her body. Perhaps she did not deserve the rapture of this, but she needed it. She could have it, if only for the next few minutes, and she would take it without hesitation. They kissed and touched with blistering ferocity, taking and receiving, melding together urgently. She felt his hands tugging at her clothes so roughly that they were in danger of tearing, and she didn't care. He freed her shoulders from the bodice of her dress and pressed his mouth into the vulnerable shallows near the slope of her neck, flaming, greedy, probing. Mira froze in a state of bewildered pleasure, and then she turned her face into the ebony silk of his hair as his head bent over her. There were no longer any pretenses, no questions, nothing except honesty. They wanted each other. Neither of them could resist it. Neither of them wanted to. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her to the low, flat sofa, spreading her along the length of it and covering her body with his moaning. Mira lifted her breasts against the cupping warmth of his hands, impatient to be rid of the barriers of cloth that separated them. The laces. She gasped against his mouth, fumbling with the cords that held the front of her bodice together. He brushed her hands away and yanked at the laces, his expression harsh with desire. They both sighed as the cords gave way, and her dress opened, the edges of it spreading apart, like the petals of a dishevelled flower. His palms curved under her breasts and lifted them upward, his teeth grazing the dainty peaks. Mira's fingertips dug into the brocaded upholstery of the sofa as the damp velvet of his tongue feathered across her nipples, as he drew the tip of her breast into his mouth and held it there possessively. His hands slid under her bare back, and he shifted her higher. "Pull up your skirt." His whisper tickled in the gentle valley between her breasts. Mira felt a blush stain her cheeks, even in the darkness, but she obeyed him with clumsy haste, feeling cool air touch the places that the velvet material had covered. Alec rewarded her with a long, deep kiss, tasting the inside of her mouth and sliding his arms more tightly around her back. "Now your pantaloons," he said thickly. She hesitated and then unfastened the dainty white garment with trembling fingers, pulling it down over her hips and down to her ankles. He said nothing then, the ragged sound of his breathing becoming more pronounced in the quietness, and Mira touched the fastening of his breeches, shivering as she felt the thrusting hardness beyond the cloth. One by one, she undid the buttons, releasing his hot, full maleness, and her delicate fingertips brushed over him, caressing him lightly. Alec groaned deep in his throat, lowering his naked hips to hers. He muffled her thin cry with his mouth as he entered her, taut, heavy, hard with arousal. Despite the urges of his raging desire, he pushed into her slowly, giving her body enough time to accept him completely. Mira quivered, burning with desire, and she opened her thighs hungrily, feeling him press inside her until there was no more he could give her, no more she could take. They entwined in a damp tumble, and Mira felt the violent power of his thrusts all through her body. Helplessly she fumbled with his clothes, trying to slip her hands underneath them to his skin. But then her overcharged nerves focused only on the pounding force of him within her, and she was not capable of doing anything but cling to him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her knees flexed as she pushed against him strongly. Feverishly, she answered his driving movements faster and harder until she was seized with an upheaval frightening in its intensity. She arched upward, making a sharp, broken sound. Alec murmured something tender in her ear, cradling her quaking body in his arms, moving within her in a way that stretched out her pleasure as long as possible. He kissed her bared throat. He denied the fulfillment of his own release in order to thrust into her with slow, purposeful strokes. "Let it last," he whispered to her, glorying in the feel of her, suspended and paralyzed beneath him. And then, as he allowed himself to follow her into that arena of savage pleasure, Mira felt a hot burst of warmth inside her. His big body tightened against hers, the muscles of his sturdy shoulders bunching under her palms. Unconsciously she murmured his name, a trail of wetness slipping from the outside corners of her eyes down to her temples. The taste of her tears was on his tongue, and Alec cupped her head in both of his hands as his lips skimmed over her face. Pleasure sifted through her in silky ripples, like light moving through water. His hands stroked her body, his fingers and knuckles lingered in the warm, damp crevices of her, and she found herself floating in a dream world. She was part of the silence and the darkness, writhing underneath the slow, knowing movements of Alec's hands. The tip of his tongue traced the silkiness of her inner cheeks, delving repeatedly. His fingertips drifted over the softness of her abdomen, massaging gently until the hunger began to stir inside her once more. "Oh," she breathed, pulling her mouth from his. "You can't. What have you done to me? Damn you, it's like this, with no one else. No one. Do you understand that you're the only one I want? After that night, I couldn't forget you. I can't leave you alone, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give you up again." His middle finger traced a path through the downy curls between her legs to a small secret place that was painfully oversensitive. She flinched and tried to jerk away. "Don't!" she gasped in protest, and the stroke of his fingertip became so light that she could barely feel it. Sucking in her breath, she relaxed and accepted the gentle, tickling touch. Concentrating on that tiny circling of his finger, she groaned and shifted underneath him, and he stifled her restless sounds with his mouth, continuing to knead her with that same teasing slowness until there was a hot, satiny wetness between her one legs. Mira looked up at him with eyes that had darkened to black. "Alec?" she gasped, starting to struggle beneath him. "Don't fight it," he whispered. "I want to watch you." He lowered his mouth to hers, muffling her cry of pleasure, and her body convulsed violently, straining to accept the flood of ecstasy that suffused her. He held her securely, his arms strong and secure around her, and she collapsed against him, her limbs slack and trembling. Burying her face in his neck, Mira was racked with such a confusing mixture of emotions that tears came unbidden to her eyes, and she wept soft for a reason that she didn't understand, pressing his face against his warm skin. "Mira, sweet, don't cry." Alec reached underneath her dishevelled clothes and stroked her back gently. "Before tonight I thought I finally had control over everything." "So did I." "God, don't cry. I can stand anything but your tears. Why did I let it happen?" she asked, sniffling ungracefully. "I should never have." "There was no way to avoid it," Alec said against her temple, and he dug in his vest pocket for a handkerchief. She accepted the white linen square and blew her nose, her forehead wrinkling in misery as she realized that, except for his unfastened breeches, Alec was still fully dressed. You didn't even take your boots off," she said in a watery voice, wiping her eyes with a corner of the handkerchief. "Oh, how awful! Mira!" Suddenly a tremor of laughter laced through his voice. "Would you feel better about this if I had removed my clothes?" She did not know what he found so amusing about the situation. "Of course I would have. I don't know. My precious brat, I wasn't thinking about boots or clothes, except for how to remove the ones that were in the way. Oh, stop sounding so damned pleased with yourself, and let me up. I've got to think of what to do." She covered her eyes with her hand and let out a shuddering sigh. Name of God, what have I done? Had she ever been in a predicament this dire? She was a dishevelled, tumbled mess, and in only a few minutes she would have to meet Rosalie, whose eye for detail was able to detect the disarrangement of one lock of hair, and after this she would have to attend a ball filled with people who would surely know what she had been doing. "I know that you're accustomed to thinking for yourself," Alex said, sitting up and calming her struggles as she attempted to twist out of his lap. "But for once you're going to let me help. Be still." Too tired to fight him, Mira allowed him to cradle her against his broad chest. He spoke to her with calm assurance as if he were supremely accustomed to being in this sort of dilemma. He probably was, Mira thought woefully, and rested her head on his shoulder. "It will take only a few minutes to reassemble your costume, and then it will be time for you to meet Lady Berkeley. If I heard correctly, she has been meeting with Canning." "You are a terrible eavesdropper," she said gruffly.
I'm a very good eavesdropper, Alec corrected equably. After you meet Lady Berkeley again, tell her that you wish to retire to your room early. Tell her that your head aches. I can't tell her that. She's the one who is supposed to have the headache. Then tell her your monthly time has. I'll tell her that my head aches, Mira interrupted hastily.
"But no matter what excuse I offer, she'll know after looking at me that something has happened. And I don't know what sort of explanation will." "You don't owe her an explanation. I most certainly, you do not." "I see. The only person I owe explanations to is you, is that correct?" "That's right," Alec replied, his fingers going to the laces of her dress. "You are the most arrogant. And now, seeing that you have recovered your breath and your capability for sarcasm, it is time to send you out to the lions again. May they all beware." He was more efficient than any lady-in-waiting could ever hope to be, lacing and straightening her clothes in almost as short a time as it had taken to disrobe her. Mira turned away from him as she pinned the hat on her head once more, her eyes focused on the closed door. "Thank you for a most interesting evening," she said, huskily, stabbing her scalp accidentally with a pin and almost welcoming the pain. Anything to take her mind off the thought that once more she had lost the battle. Was her life destined to be shaped around these brief, draining clashes with him, which would become more and more defeating until she expired from the hell of wanting and not having? "You're welcome," came Alec's voice right next to her ear, and she jumped as his hands settled at her waist. "There's no more time for us tonight, but there are several things we have to discuss. No longer will I lust and scheme after you like a demented, oft-thwarted Don Juan. We'll talk tomorrow during the boating and water festivities in the afternoon. I think we should try to forget about tonight. You know that's impossible. Don't be difficult, sweet. Just agree with me for now." She sighed and leaned back against him. "Where should we meet?" "I'll find you." He turned her around and kissed her deeply, and she was unable to hold back her response. As her mouth clung to his, a fresh fire flickered between them, and Alec cast a vaguely wistful glance at the sofa where they had lain. "Oh, yes, I'll find you easily," he murmured, bending his head to nip at her bottom lip very gently with his teeth. He doubted that the sum total of all the satisfaction he had felt in his ophir could equal this moment. She was his, and finally she knew it as well as he, and somehow, some way, he would find a way to keep her. Chapter 11. "Will there be anything else you need, miss?" Mary asked, and Rosalie shook her head. "Thank you, that will be all." She sat at the dressing table, picking up the ivory-handled brush that the maid had just put down, drawing it through her hair in a distracted gesture. She was reluctant for Mary to leave, since the maid had provided an effective barrier between her and Rand ever since they had retired from the ball. He had been watching her with a sharp and exasperated gaze all evening, and though she knew him well, there was no way of predicting how he was going to react to her obvious attempt at subterfuge. Sometimes Rand would confront a problem between them with disconcerting directness, while at other times he would merely watch and wait until he had enough information to corner her. She looked into the mirror, watching him walk up behind her. His rich blue robe gleamed in the muted lamplight. Her eyes, darkened to violet blue, met his tawny ones in the mirror. "What did he say?" Rand inquired, noting the pulse that beat so agitatedly at the base of her throat. "What did who say?" Rosalie asked faintly. "Ah, now, that's an interesting question. Would you mind answering it?" It was fast becoming obvious to Rosalie that she could keep up the pretense no longer. "You know about tonight?" She moistened her dry lips with the tip of her tongue. Unlike your little friend Mira, you are a poor actress, my love. I admit that I would not have you any other way, but it is more than I can tolerate to see you trying to hide something from me. Yes, I know about Canning. 5 minutes after you danced with him, you both slipped out of the room. God help England if Canning isn't more subtle than that on his missions of foreign diplomacy. Rand, you certainly don't think I was meeting him in order to— I have no doubt of your fidelity to me, Rand interrupted dryly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have no vested interest in foreign policy, I assume you spoke to Canning about one particular resident of France.
Yes, I had to ask him about finding a post for Brummel as consul at Calais. My father is in desperate straits, and since neither you nor he will allow me to support him emotionally or financially, I had to think of something to do. Rand's dark, blunt-featured face looked as if it was carved out of mahogany. Who came up with the idea of Brummel serving as a consul? He asked with ominous gentleness. Rosalie's shoulders drooped slightly, and she looked away from his reflection.
Alvanley.
When Mira and I went to visit my mother in London, we had arranged to meet Brummel and Alvanley that night. A quiet growl of displeasure came from Berkeley's throat, and then an annoyed sigh. Saint's blood, you're not telling me that you were cavorting around London with only Mira for companionship that night? Good Lord, woman, with all the crime that no, you wouldn't put yourself in that kind of danger. You wouldn't. I did, Rosalie admitted in a small voice, and he put a hand over his eyes, rubbing them tiredly. Then he looked at her, not with anger, as she had feared, but with a disturbed frown that wrenched at her heart. Do you think there is anything more important to me than your happiness? He sighed, his hazel eyes dark and troubled. The subject of your father has always been a point of contention between us, Rose, and it's time we resolved it. I will not prevent your seeing him, and I will not interfere in your relationship with him. It is your right to handle that relationship in any manner you desire, but I will not allow him to compromise your safety, nor will I allow him to take advantage of you. He has never done either of those things, hasn't he? After exchanging a long look with him, Rosalie's eyes fell. There was no need for Rand to voice his opinion of Brummel, for he had stated before that he considered Brummel to be a vain, selfish, shallow leech, and even Rosalie had to admit that Brummel had played a minor part in the long-ago plot hatched by Guillaume Germain to kidnap her. But to her, blood and family overrode every other consideration, and no matter what her father had done, she would forgive him anything. She was completely aware of her own vulnerability on this point, and she also knew that Rand's protectiveness of her was what motivated his real dislike for Brummel. Ah, what complicated situations people wove for themselves. I won't do something like this again without talking to you first, she offered. No, you won't, he agreed curtly. Besides, I don't think I had a great deal of influence on Canning tonight. He said he would consider finding something for Brummel, but he said that we had to consider Britain's political welfare in its entirety, and not just the needs of one man. In political cant. That means no. I was afraid of that. Rosalie stood up and approached him hesitantly. You're still angry. He frowned at her, his burnished hair, eyes and skin all disappearing into the shadows as he turned down the lamp. Only because I love you, headstrong wench that you are, and the thought of anything happening to you drives me insane. Forgive me for not telling you, Rand. It's not that I don't trust you, but I know how you— He quieted her by touching his forefinger to her lips, and then his hands went to the ribbons of her filmy white gown. His hazel eyes flickered from her face to the curves and shadows of her body, barely discernible through the folds of the garment. Suddenly his hands were rough with impatience, breaking the knotted ribbons with a flick of his fingers, shredding the delicate material carelessly. She took in a quick breath as the garment dropped from her body like a web tattered by a strong breeze, and she felt the caress of his eyes on her bare skin. He lifted her naked body into his arms and murmured, Don't tell me how sorry you are. Show me. Her mouth clung to his, and she was swept with a dizzying torrent of passion as he carried her to bed. Mon Dieu! Mira stirred as the sunlight poured over her bed with knife-like intensity. She squinted at Mary, who had come in with the breakfast tray and was engaged in pulling back the draperies. The maid paused at Mira's audible discomfort and cast a sympathetic glance in her direction. "You told me last night to wake you at 10 o'clock, Mary said. "Would you like for me to close the sun out and return in another 2 hours or so?" "No, no, I smell coffee." Mira struggled up to a sitting position. She felt sore, dishevelled and wretched. What had happened to that sense of well-being she had felt after that first night with Alex so long ago? Why did she feel so anxious and guilty now? She rested her head against a pillow and slitted her eyes. "Mary," she asked carefully, "this morning I would like some hot water for tea."
"My herbs are in the bag in that armoire. You are ill?"
"My head aches. I will bring water right away." Mira wondered why the maid looked at her so speculatively before leaving the room. It was a general rule that the servants knew all of the secrets of the people they attended. Having once been a maid herself, Mira could attest to that fact with certainty. She wondered if Mary had suspected anything last night upon seeing Mira's wrinkled undergarments and flushed face. Ah, and there were those tiny marks on her neck and the highest curves of her bosom left by the scrape of a man's bristled face. Mary had to suspect, Mira thought, and made a small uncomfortable noise in her throat. Rosalie also suspected that something had happened to Mira while she was speaking with Canning. Although Rosalie was preoccupied with her own problems, there was no mistaking the thorough appraisal she had given Mira when they had met near the ballroom. Mary returned with a small silver teapot and a tiny tray arranged with Sevres porcelain and a silver spoon. "Thank you." Mira opened her bag of herbs carefully, hesitating as she regarded the variety of dried plants, powders, barks, and roots. What she needed was turnsole, a crooked plant with thread-like roots. But although it grew plentifully in France, she had never found it in England. "What else? What else?" she muttered, holding a hand to her temple and staring at the herbs. Of all the cures she knew how to prepare, of all the potions and elixirs, she had never paid close attention to any of the remedies that were reputed to prevent conception. Until now, she had had no need of such a recipe. Perhaps it is already too late, she thought, and bit her lip while touching her abdomen lightly. The thought of having a child, Alex's child, filled her with a curious yearning, yet she could not, unless le bon Dieu had already decided for her. Slowly, she dropped the pale red blossoms of garden thyme into the water, as well as rue and the fibrous strands of creeping tormental. She added violets, rose hips and fennel to improve the taste of the brew, which had begun to smell decidedly bitter.
"More rue," Mary said, busying herself with small tasks around the room. "More." Mira started to repeat, flushing guiltily. The maid's expression was perfectly calm and frank as she looked at her. "I learned that recipe before I knew how to mix bread dough. More rue." Mira ducked her head and put more of the strong scented root into the mixture, poking at it with a spoon and then taking an experimental sip. Ugh.
The taste seemed to cling to the back of her throat, and she nearly gagged on it. "This is terrible." "Every morning," Mary said, and Mira pulled a face as the maid left, closing her eyes and pinching her nose shut. She swallowed more of the tea. The day was sultry and humid as the races, parties, and festivities progressed along the river and around the Brighton grounds. Mira and Rosalie exchanged friendly but guarded conversation, making no reference to anything that had happened during the masquerade. It was the best quality of their friendship, the mutual respect that caused them not to pry or make demands of each other. Rand escorted them to one of the many gardens near the pavilion, and Mira gradually drifted several yards away from the Berkeleys, who seemed especially close to each other today and were deeply involved in conversation. As she examined some of the plants that grew along the hedges, Mira heard a vaguely familiar voice. "Ah, the little chit with the punch stains." Turning sharply, Mira saw the elderly woman she had encountered last night sitting in the small courtyard adjoining the garden. Her iron-grey eyes narrowed as ash-shrewd expression settled on her face. "Come over here, child. I can barely make you out through all this sun." Casting a dubious look at the hazy sky, Mira made her way over to the shady tree and the chairs, where the woman and her stern-faced companion were seated. Who is chaperoning you? Why do I always see you wandering about alone? I dislike being supervised, Mira said, and smiled slowly as the woman's lips twitched in amusement. By Lucifer's wig, so do I. Sit down here and talk to me. Mira obeyed immediately. My chaperone is Lady Berkeley. Lady Berkeley, the old matriarch mused.
Egad, you're the one. I've heard many rumours about you, my gel. You don't believe them, I hope. I believe there's a grain of truth in every rumour. Very few people have the imagination to create one that is entirely false, you know. Of course, when I was younger, some of the rumours about me were indeed outright lies, but they were manifestly more complimentary to me than the truth would have been. And what was the truth about you? The woman looked at her approvingly.
It's rare that anyone dares to ask me that. I'm certainly not going to answer, but it speaks well for you that you asked. The greying, elaborately dressed head tilted to one side. I heard that you were toasted many times last night while the men were liquoring it. Seems that the gossip has done nothing to harm your popularity. How flattering. Don't be too pleased. A man will drink to a woman much more readily than he'll choose her to wive. I'm not overly concerned with finding a husband. How delightfully unconventional. But are you not afraid of becoming an ape leader? A what? Mira asked, beginning to smile at the odd phrase. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the expression. It is an old maid's punishment for refusing to be fruitful and multiply. She will go to hell, of course, and her duty will be to lead apes around. The matriarch eyed her wickedly, apparently hoping to shock her. Undaunted, Mira grinned at her. It was, I assume, an unmarried man who devised this punishment. The question caused the old woman to laugh and the companion to choke behind a lace handkerchief.
Go find my son,
the woman said to her sour-faced companion.
He should be down by the river with the rest of the family.
Your son? Mira inquired politely. Yes, I intend to introduce you to him. Another one. Mira suppressed an inner sigh as the companion rose from her chair and left. Briefly, she contemplated the idea of telling this sharp, aggressive little woman that she did not care to meet anyone. She wondered what the son of such a mother would be like, crushed and submissive, or gruff and surly. You're not English. No, madam, Mira answered docilely. French? Yes, madam. French, the old woman repeated dourly. Well, I suppose you can't help it. No, Mira agreed gravely, smiling slightly at the typically English attitude. What was it that caused the Britons to consider themselves so superior to the rest of the world? In France, Englishmen were regarded as cultural barbarians for their lacklustre manners and tasteless food, for their lack of grace and crude commercialism. I have never heard of the Germains of France. Mira raised her eyebrows in a surprised manner, then shrugged. I can understand why you have not, she said kindly. The Germains are very conservative, very discreet. We have never allowed the family name to be publicized or associated with scandal. Until you... Ah, you have a point, madam. But one cannot pay attention to unkind rumours. One must rise above them. The grilling seemed to continue for several minutes, while Mira began to enjoy the thrust and parry conversation. Evidently the other woman did as well, for her interest in Mira increased with each minute. Where in France had Mira originally come from? Which young men had paid court to her so far? And whom was she interested in? How had her family come to be acquainted with the Berkeleys? Mira saw a woman out of the chair. She stopped in mid-sentence as she saw whom the companion had brought back, and she blinked in surprise as she stared up into clear grey eyes. Alec, the elderly woman said briskly, this is the one. And with that she bade the companion to lead her away, leaving the two of them to stare after her in stunned silence. Juliana's notion of an introduction had never been very complicated. Is that your mother? Mira felt her cheeks turn crimson. Unfortunately, yes. Oh, the things I said to her, Mira groaned, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh, the things I told her, she would pick you. Alec's voice was threaded with dry resignation. I should have expected it. Pick me for what? Pick you for me. Me for? Mira stammered, now regarding him with such complete confusion that Alec laughed. Mira, Macrae, don't ask me to explain what is going on. I'm not at all certain that I know or care. She looked at him in confusion, and as the sun shone on his hair and glowed in his eyes, she thought that she had imagined last night. In the light of day, it seemed impossible that she had loved him, touched him, known him in the most intimate way possible. Yet he had given her that freedom last night, hadn't he? Hadn't he encouraged her to want him and respond to him? "What was your first thought this morning?" he asked, smiling slowly. "What a ghastly night it was. And you?" "I was besieged by a number of important questions, the most pressing one being what it would feel like to wake up with you in my arms," he answered reflectively. "And I wondered if you kick in your sleep, if you make any noise, if you pull the covers onto your side of the bed, or—" "I don't do any of those things." His eyes glowed warmly. "I would like to have the opportunity to find out." Just then, Rosalie's voice broke into the conversation. "Mireille? The Berkeleys?" Mira turned her head to watch Rand and Rosalie strolling toward them. "Don't look so guilty." Alec grinned at her unsettled expression. "Keeping company with me is not a crime." "In Rosalie's opinion, it is," she assured him, and for the next few minutes she could not look at any of them, not Alec and Rand, who exchanged polite and cordial greetings, not Rosalie, who was eyeing her with vigilant interest. "I was hoping for the opportunity of speaking to Miss Germain in private," Alec finally said, directing the gentle request to Rosalie. "Perhaps you will permit me to walk with her through the garden in order to gain a few moments of secluded conversation."
Of course, I realize that it might be looked upon as an imprudent demand. Yes, her reputation, Rosalie began. "I have not the slightest inclination to leave so much as a bruise on her reputation," Alec continued firmly. "However, my intentions are nothing but honourable in making this request, and after the discussion is done, I trust you will understand my desire for unhindered and uninterrupted—" "Enough, Faulkner," Rand said, his hazel eyes twinkling with a smile. "I am certain that my wife gives her consent." "Yes," Rosalie murmured, her blue eyes round with surprise at the words honourable and intentions. Everyone knew what was implied when those two words were used in conjunction with each other. Overcome with curiosity, she threw a sharp look at Mira's down-bent head. "Thank you." Alec held out an arm for Mira to take. "Miss Germain," he prompted, and as her fingers curved around the top of his forearm, they walked along the garden path at a leisurely pace. "I thought you said that you never ask for permission." Mira concentrated intently on the path in front of them. "I did not say that I wouldn't, if necessary." "So formal, so amiable. I am trying to remember if you've ever begged me so prettily for anything. Miss Germain, have I ever told you that you have the makings of a fine shrew?" "I don't recall that." "No." They stopped in a secluded spot, and Mira sat down on a small marble bench, while Alec leaned his shoulder against a sturdy tree. "Then have I told you," he continued more softly, "that your eyes are like two dark stars, and that your hair is softer than silk? Not often enough." Mira felt an unfamiliar shyness cover her like a diaphanous veil. "Mira." Alec opened his mouth and then closed it, looking as if he did not know how to continue. It was the first time Mira had ever seen him look so indecisive, almost uneasy, and she sat there staring at him silently, having no idea what he intended to say to her. "It is time to be honest with each other," he finally said. "There has been enough game-playing between us, enough secrecy, enough emotional subterfuge. It's time now to look at things honestly, and you must be honest with yourself, as well as with me." "I'll try, but perhaps you'd better tell me what it is that we are talking about. First of all, some things are obvious. You know how I feel about you." "No, I don't," Mira said, finding that her heart was pounding with nervousness. "I don't know that at all. I've wanted you from the first moment I saw you. There have always been many practical reasons not to, but nothing I can do would change the fact that I want you more than I've ever wanted another woman. It has been an unending invasion, relentless, tireless, something that I don't seem to have control over. I've told you before that you suit me, but it is more than that. You are the only woman I've ever known who can swear like a dockyard lumper.
You're also the only one who has somehow managed to win the approval of my mother, though I am not certain if that counts for you or against you. I would consider it a mark in my favour. Alec smiled, looking more at ease. Do you remember the morning I was thrown from Sovereign? After what I has said to you before, I expected you to run up and kick me, and you should have, but you were compassionate. I suppose it all began at that moment. Yes, I remember. And then, that first time it meant more than I had expected, to discover that I was the only man ever to have you. I was the first man you voluntarily gave yourself to, without any feelings of obligation, without anything to gain, without any bargains struck between us. His gaze was bright and intent, as it held hers captive, all traces of humour fleeing his expression. I want you, he said quietly, to be my wife. In spite of all I said before, it seems to be the only way to make sense out of what's between us. Mira stared at him in mute amazement. Well, he pressed after a few moments of silence. What is your answer? Gradually, she found her voice. Answer to what? She asked, stalling for time that she desperately needed in order to think. I wasn't aware that you had asked me a question. What is your reaction to the idea? I'm not certain. Mira stood up, too agitated to remain sitting. This moment was something she had not even dared to fantasize about. He had just asked her to be his wife, but something was wrong. All of it felt wrong to her, and she didn't know how to explain it, either to him or to herself. I'm more than surprised. I'm astounded that you asked me to marry you. Yes, he said impatiently. Now give me your answer. I can't. Not right away, not without first telling you how I feel, she said. You asked me to be honest. I owe that to you, at least. What do you mean, at least?
Alec, she said, and it was painful to continue, because suddenly she understood the truth for the first time, and she wished that she could just ignore it. My first impulse would be to accept your proposal. It would be easy to say yes. I want to say that word more than anything I've ever wanted. Then say it. I can't. Not when I know what a disaster it would be. You haven't thought about what it would mean. I know you haven't. Of course I have, he said roughly.
I'm not a fool. I know it will be difficult, and I realize what we'll have to face. I doubt that, Mira said, fumbling for the right words. You don't fully realize how different we are. It would be impossible for you to understand just how different my background is from yours. You've said that you want me, and I feel the same about you, but I'm not the kind of person you really want for a wife. Would you let me be the judge of my own feelings? Your feelings about me are going to change, she said, with such utter conviction that Alec was temporarily surprised into silence. And if you made me your wife, you would wake up one morning and see what a tragic mistake you had made, and that you should have married one of your own kind. Mira, he interrupted, and his expression had changed, as though he had sensed that his anger would only make her more obstinate. His voice was soft and very persuasive. You are my own kind, and you know I'm not an impetuous boy who doesn't know what he wants. I've thought about everything, including your past, and I still want to marry you. You're afraid that your past will come between us. That's not for you to worry about. My feelings about your past are my problem, not yours, and I'll deal with them. I don't think you'll be able to. Almost any other barrier between us might be surmountable, but there are things about me that I can never change, just as there are things about you that never will. We don't belong together, and you don't know how much I wish we did, but I can't marry you. The answer is no, can't. Just like that, after all that's happened between us, you can refuse me so quickly? Name of God, do you think I made this proposal lightly? It hasn't been easy for me to make this decision. I've had the choice of the best blood in Europe, and I've just proposed instead to a woman with no title, no name of any consequence, no family, a woman who won't tell me much about herself or her past. That's exactly what I've been trying to explain. My point is that I know all of that about you, and I've decided to accept it. Do you think I'd propose to you without making certain that it's what I want? My past, your past, he repeated with disgust. I'm damn well sick of this past that I know so little about, What is so horrifying about it? What are you hiding? Why don't you tell me about it and let me decide if it's something I can't deal with?" Mira's cheeks burned, and she could not meet his eyes. She couldn't tell him. She did not want to see the revulsion in his eyes when she told him that she was a whore's daughter. It would be more honest of her to tell him, but if he knew of her childhood and where she had spent it, he would not be able to stand the sight of her. He would regret every time he had ever touched her, and that would be too much for her to bear. And if she did what her heart was crying out for her to do, if she married him and kept the past to herself, the constant fear of his finding out would be impossible to live with. "No," she whispered. "I'm sorry." Alec raked a hand through his hair and cursed. "You're leaving me with no options," he said curtly. "You've made it clear before that you don't want to be my mistress. You wanted more than that. Fine, I've offered to marry you, but you don't want that, because you think we're too different to mix well together. That happens to be a matter of opinion. You're afraid of what your past might do to us, but you won't explain anything about it to me. The obvious conclusion is that you don't want anything from me, and that my dear Miss Germain is something you'll never make me believe. It's true. I don't want anything from— Stop!" Alec's voice was oddly flat, as if it were necessary to command such control over himself that he could allow no emotion to show through. No more. It's obvious that we both need time to think. It's over. No, we're going to talk about this later, when I've had time to figure out what. The hell is going on? It's over, she repeated gently. Before I take you back to the Berkeleys, he said, his grey eyes turning silver with their chilling intensity. I'm going to say one more thing. In the past few years, I have either lost or thrown away almost everything of personal value to me, but I am not going to lose you. Chapter 12. Rosalie simultaneously straggled with the window of the private salon and fanned herself, her cheeks flushed with agitation. Lord, it's so closed and dark everywhere at Brighton. Why doesn't anyone like to let sunlight in here? Fades the furniture. Mira sat down in a chair, inhaling gratefully, as a cool, merciful breeze swept through the room. Mireille, you look so white. I feel ill. You should feel relieved and very proud of yourself. Proud! Mira's voice cracked with a combination of laughter and despair. She lifted a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes in a helpless gesture. I'm burning with misery. I know I did the right thing. I used my head. I made a sensible decision. But my heart keeps saying, look at who you are. How can you refuse such an offer? You should thank God for his mercy and then accept Lord Faulkner's proposal immediately. But I know I'm not good enough for him, and when he comes to realize that as well, he'll— Mireille, stop it. Rosalie paused in her vigorous fanning and nearly glared at her. Of course you're good enough for him. That's not the issue at all. You were right to refuse him because of the kind of man he is. There is something every marriage must have, and it is more essential than love or passion. Respect. It is more important than anything else, and he's not capable of respecting any woman. I don't think you're right about him, Mira blurted out in confusion. He would never harm anyone who couldn't defend himself. He's really very gentle and kind. He is hot-headed but not cruel. And he respects anyone who isn't afraid to stand up to him. Aye, her voice faltered, and she said more softly, deep inside, I know he's worthy of trust, even though I'm afraid to give it to him. Are we speaking of Lord Faulkner? Rosalie demanded. Mireille, you barely know anything about him. Gentle, trustworthy. Everything I have heard about him is to the contrary. Do you know how heartless he can be? Have you heard anything about how callous he is? The Faulkners are much feared and respected, but each and every one of them is abominably arrogant, self-inflated, uncaring, and Alec Faulkner is the worst. Whatever else he is not heartless. Mira rubbed her forehead absently. I am beginning to think that he is often misunderstood. Misunderstood, Mireille. Listen to yourself. You think I have no rational perspective on the situation, but I do. If all that I have heard about him has been wrong, if all of London and I have misunderstood him, and you really think that he could be a good husband, then why did you refuse him? I told you before. He does not want to love someone who is not perfect, and I am certainly far from perfect. And furthermore, I don't want to be the wife of a man in his position. It's not something that I am suited for. Morel, it wasn't easy for me, Rosalie said rapidly, in a different voice than before. I was not prepared in any way to be the wife of an earl, much less the wife of a Berkeley. It is wonderful in some ways, and dreadful in others, but I would endure twice as much in order to be married to Rand. Sang de Dieu, I shouldn't have refused Lord Faulkner. Mira drew her knees up on the chair and buried her head in her arms, unmindful of the position's lack of dignity. I should have said yes, but all I could think of were all the reasons why I shouldn't. Maybe I should have accepted him. Maybe I should have said yes and ignored everything else. I wish someone else could make the decision for me. You'll forget about him soon enough. There are so many other men who will want you. No other men. I couldn't. Another man even touching me. I won't even think about it. Mira looked up with eyes as dark as a midnight sky, the pupils dilated. She was beyond tears. Without him, I will be alone, she whispered. Even if I became another man's wife, even if I had children and a family, I would still be alone. He is the only escape from it. Startled, Rosalie stared at her and shook her head, her mouth falling open. How on earth can you feel this way about him? You hardly know him. I do know him. He is the one who, even though Mira did not finish the sentence, Rosalie understood what she had started to say, and she was stunned.
Morel, what an idiot I've been. I didn't understand how this could have happened so quickly. As far as I knew, the only time you had seen Lord Faulkner was at Sackville's hunt and the night we met with Brummel. But that's wrong, isn't it? You've seen him many more times than that, you must have. Oh, how mutton-headed I've been. It was never Sackville. Lord Faulkner was the one you loved in Hampshire, wasn't he? Yes? Mira hid her face again, drawing herself into a tight ball.
Why didn't you tell me? You were so much against him, and besides, I wanted to forget about him. I tried to, with all my strength. I'm not against him if he's the only one who'll make you happy, Rosalie said hesitantly. I know you're not a bad judge of character. You wouldn't love someone who didn't have some redeeming qualities. It's not too late for you to change things. We're leaving Brighton in a few hours. Perhaps you should go to him now. Tell him you've thought about what he said, and I can't. I've got to leave things as they are. He was right. We both need time to think, and if he still wants me, he will know where I am. You should have heard her bid me farewell, Carr said, filled with the boisterous spirits of a young and infatuated man, desolate, those big, dark eyes looking up at me, and that little bit of an accent in her voice, as she told me that she hoped that she would see me again. Are you certain that you're not mistaking common politeness for a declaration of affection? Alec crossed his long legs, one over the other, and rested them on the carriage seat opposite his. Carr regarded the muddied buckskins with disdain and edged a few inches away from them in order to preserve the immaculate condition of his coat. Very certain. Her heart was in her face. How convenient for you. Ignoring Alec's chilling responses to his rapture-tinged descriptions of Mireille Germain, Carr sighed happily and rested his dark head against the blue upholstery of the carriage. You don't understand how I feel about her. You don't understand how different she is from any other woman I've ever met. Shy and flirtatious and witty without being cattish like all the others. And she's the sweetest, dearest. How far did it go between you two? Alec asked, suddenly tense. I'm serious about her, Alec. With any other woman I might have tried something, but I plan to take time with this one. I want her to know that I respect her. Alec leaned back in his seat. I hope that it will not be too much of a strain on your amorous sensibilities to engage with that maid at the Rummer this afternoon. No, Carr replied with the air of a man resigned to his duty. I'm going to flirt and grapple with Jane in order to find out more about Holt, because I must, not because I want to. Slowly Carr smiled. Her big pictures don't mean a thing to me. The effort will not have been in vain if she'll make you into less of a greenhead, Alec said, grinning suddenly. Holt had also entertained a great fascination with big pictures, an interest which had provided the material for many jokes and quips among their circle of friends. "Actually, I do hope to get some useful information out of her," Carr said, his tone more serious. "I think that Holt started seeing her after Layla disappeared. Maybe Jane could provide a clue about what he was doing, or what kind of enemies he might have had." He sighed, his green eyes losing their mischievous sparkle. Though it's hard to believe he had any enemies. Everyone liked him. No, not everyone liked him. Alec studied his young cousin, feeling a twinge of compassion. He had not realized before now just how much Carr had idealized Holt. Holt wasn't perfect. He was a good man, but you know just as well as anyone that he had his share of faults. He was a bastard sometimes, just like all the rest of us. There was no reaction from Carr except for a quickly indrawn breath, but Alec knew how much the remark had angered him. "I'd rather disabuse you of your idealism than have you make him into a damned martyr," he continued quietly. "He wouldn't have wanted that. I don't want to talk about this. You're not giving yourself a fair chance by trying to live up to his memory, especially when you seem to remember him as a saint instead of an ordinary." "All right," Carr snapped, his temper flaring. "Just as long as you understand." "I understand," Carr said savagely, and for several minutes there was nothing but silence between them. Eventually the closed carriage shuddered to a halt. Alec paused and looked at his cousin as the footman opened the door. "Still want to take a hackney from here on? I couldn't take this to the rummer." "Be careful. Hackney drivers are known for their ability to strip a rum Ned like you clean in 5 minutes. Keep your wits sharp and have a care for what you drink." "I've been to the rummer before," Carr said with affronted dignity, "and despite your opinion of me, I am occasionally capable of thinking with my head and not my Thomas." Alec grinned reluctantly. "My confidence in you is greatly restored. Bonne chance, cousin." Both men got out of the carriage, and Alec waited until Carr procured a hackney of disreputable appearance, its floor covered with straw that did little to camouflage the vermin it was intended to conceal. Sighing, Alec walked to the nearby bakery and peered through the diamond-shaped panes of the window before going in. A fine mist of flour hung in the air, coating the windows, the floors, the tables and walls. The scents of yeast and butter rose thickly to Alec's nostrils, causing him to sniff appreciatively. The shop was well lit, comfortable, and bustling with several tow-headed children of varying sizes, all clearly members of the same family. "Sir?" A round-faced, buxom woman approached him with a smile. Her appearance was warm and motherly. She had soft cheeks and twinkly brown eyes, and such a gentle manner that no one could help but be charmed by her. Alec mentally contrasted her to the sharp, iron-willed Juliana and smiled slightly. "Are you Mrs. Holborn, Faulkner?" she said with a start, her hands going up to her throat, her eyes gleaming with fear. "I thought you were dead. I heard that you had been found in— Oh, dear God, Mrs. Holborn, I'm not Holt," Alec said swiftly, taking the liberty of holding her elbow as he saw how violently she was shaking. "I am his cousin, Lord Faulkner. I did not mean to shock you. Would you like to sit?"
"Mother!"
A young voice interrupted. A flaxen-haired girl with round, pretty features ran up to them and brushed Alec's hand away. She slid an arm around Mrs. Holborn's waist and threw Alec a guarded look. Her skin lost its healthy pink colour as she looked at him. "What's happened to Layla?" she asked sharply. "It's not him," Mrs. Holborn said, staring at Alec with a mixture of fear and grief. Twisting her hands in her apron, she made an effort to calm herself. "I knew Holt Faulkner was dead, but for a second I hoped that I had been wrong, and then I thought you were his ghost. No, he is gone, and I'm certainly not a ghost." Alec made an attempt to smile reassuringly, but his effort was met with little success. "I have come here in the hope that you would help me with the answers to a few questions. Would it distress you unduly to talk about him?" She did not answer him directly, biting her lip at first, then asking a question with such hesitance that it seemed she was afraid of the answer. "Lord Faulkner, have you also come here to discuss my daughter? Do you know anything about Layla? Have you found out where she is?" Do you know who might have? Alec shook his head, his expression gentling with pity. I don't know anything about her. I'm sorry. There is a table in the back, Mrs. Holborn said, her eyes glassy with unshed tears. My husband is away, but I will talk to you. A large part of the family crowded around the table, leaving Alec a respectful distance of 2 feet on either side. The oldest girls attended to the customers that wandered into the front part of the shop and took a few minutes here and there to run back and listen to the conversation. Half an hour later, Alec began to understand why Holt had kept this part of his life secret. It had been his private haven, untainted by the slick and sophisticated manners of the people he had usually associated with. Most of their friends would have jeered at the revelation that Holt had been in love with a baker's daughter and had spent so many hours in the kitchen of a solidly middle-class family. Yet this family, this shop, this home were filled with warmth and irresistible simplicity that were foreign to the Faulkners. Alec could easily imagine Holt sitting here dandling a child on his knee and smiling crookedly at the girl who had caught his affections. I warned Layla about him every day, Mrs. Holborn said, a smile flitting across her features. I said he intended to play the devil with her. Mr. Holborn agreed, but there was nothing we could do to stop her from seeing him. And then he began to charm Miss Holborn and me as much as he had the rest of the family, and we started to understand that he did care for Layla. I did not see what good would come of it, though. Layla was a good girl, and I knew that she would probably refuse if he offered to keep her. I never expected that he'd ask her to marry him, but he stood here in this exact spot and asked Mr. Holborn for her hand. I never knew that. Alec cast his mind back for some clue, some sign that Holt might have given about his feelings for Layla. Yes, there had been a few weeks of utter contentment and peace, but during the last 2 months of his life, Holt had been wilder than ever before, drinking and capering, immersed in a mood that encompassed extreme highs and lows. He did, and he was sincere, Lord Faulkner. I believe that he would have married her, but the next day I sent Layla on an errand. She usually went on errands alone, since it was never very far. And she never came back, one of the children said simply. Alec's grey eyes widened. He listened alertly as Mrs. Holborn cleared her throat and continued. There was no sign of her, no trace at all. We were all in shock, especially your cousin. He told me that he would find her if he spent the rest of his life looking for her, Alec said impassively, nodding for her to continue. Her eyes became wet with renewed grief. We heard from him often, until a week had gone by without a word, and we sent a message to him, which was not answered. I thought that he had decided to forget about her, or that he had lost interest in her. We kept trying to reach him, and finally received word of what had happened to him. She sighed softly. A terrible pity. He was a young and very handsome lad. When I first saw you today, I thought it was him. Come back to tell me. I'm sorry. Are you going to try to find out what happened to him? Yes. Would you? If I discover what happened to Layla, I will tell you. They looked at each other and smiled faintly, saying nothing more. There was no need, no use for thanks. Carr met Alec at his London terrace rooms a few hours later, smelling abominably of rum, but remaining surprisingly lucid. As Alec's valet brought a large silver tray loaded with strong coffee and scones, the Faulkners exchanged information. He asked her to marry him, Carr asked, and shook his head in wonder, raking his hands through rumpled black hair. Poor Holt to propose and have her disappear the next day. Think she ran? No reason to. She was nothing but a baker's daughter.
He was rich. He was a Faulkner.
She would have been a fool to refuse him if he proposed. Alec stared moodily into the dark, steaming coffee. No, she didn't run. In fact, it's possible that he didn't ask her to marry him, though I wouldn't take Mrs. Holborn for a liar. Why do you think he might not have proposed to her? He didn't tell me about it, and Holt kept few secrets from me. Good God, of course he wouldn't have told you, Carr exclaimed tactlessly, biting into a thick scone. Alec frowned. His elbows on the mantel, he rested his forehead on his hands. Damn it, does the entire world view me as some insensitive snob? He asked in a muffled voice. We all understand that you were brought up that way. Bloody hell, Alec muttered. Wouldn't you have looked down on her? I don't know. Alec refused to admit aloud that, a year ago, he probably would not have approved Oyholt's marrying Layla Holborn. He definitely wouldn't have approved of it. But everything had changed. Everything was different now. Or was it? He thought of all that he had said to Mira, and her words seemed to catch hold of something in his heart. Suddenly, he was stunned at the realization of what F.A. had done, and more important, what he had no done. There were many things he had not told her, and silently she had begged him to give her the ray assurance that he had been too blind, too stubborn to provide. It did not matter about her past, and the things that she lacked paled in importance beside earthly counterpart. It stank of human misery and wretchedness. Crowded in its maze of wards and passages were the immoral dregs of society, filthy criminals who had been born in streets and gutters and would die in a place far more obscene, perhaps Ammon. Then there were some men who still possessed a few remnants of humanity, but it was doubtful. After a month or two in Newgate, or the Stone Jug, as they called it, the most honourable man would have come out either a rabid maniac or a cold-blooded killer. All the prisoners were thrown together, the first offenders with seasoned murderers, those who awaited trial with those who had already been sentenced, the strong with the weak, the old with the young. They were ale-crammed into buildings that were dark and crawling with insects and squeaking rodents. Even Alec could not help coughing slightly as he and Carr were led into Newgate, for the stench of human excrement and urine had sunk into the pores of brick and stone so deeply that no amount of washing could ever remove it. "We'll both stink for a week after we leave," Carr murmured, looking almost overcome by the foul air that surrounded them. Alec nodded, wiping the distaste from his own face with effort. "I must be insane," he muttered. "No one walks into Newgate of his own will." For once, Carr did not have a cocky reply or wiseacre remark to make. He kept his eyes on the burly figure of the guard who led them by a row of wards. They passed the noisy, clamouring cells, filled with men who demanded drink and meat, men who called out to the passers-by and threatened with thick Cockney accents, thick-chested men who came out the victors in the daily squabbles for food, starving, bony men who were fast losing the strength necessary to survive. Carr's face became cold and shuttered, masking the unease he must have been feeling as they walked deeper into the prison. The thought crossed Alec's mind that perhaps he should not have allioed Carr to accompany him. Less than 2 years ago, Carr's world had been a safe and innocent one, full of the quiet pleasure of life in the country, full of books, history, and scholarly learning. Now he was learning far different lessons. Memory. The guard stood at the door of one ward and called through the iron bars. A shuffling noise was heard, and little catcalls were made as the unfortunate Memory made his way to the portal. "Tonight, he'll piss when he can't whistle. Mem, you'll stretch stoutly in an hour. Poor Memmy, a wry mouth and a pissin' pair o' breeches. Hurry now, Jack Ketch is waitin' for ya." Noting Carr's confused look at the thick cant phrases, Alec translated softly. "They think we've come to take him out and hang him. A sentimental lot, aren't they?" Disgust flickered in Carr's olive-green eyes. After receiving a nod from Alec, the guard fished a thin, sallow fellow of seedy appearance out of the cell and ushered him roughly to an unoccupied room. It was a barren little closet with 4 walls, a few handfuls of straw on the floor, and a heavily barred door. Memory was shoved in there, and then the guard stood aside and allowed Alec and Carr to enter. "Leave us alone with him for 5 minutes."
"Don't lock the door,"
Alec said, his tone low, flat, and utterly commanding. Though it was against prison regulations, the door was left unbolted. Nevertheless, Carr jumped slightly when they were shut in the room. He glanced at Alec with a mute plea in his eyes to make the interview fast.
"Your name!"
Alec said to the pale-haired, pale-skinned prisoner, who could not have been more than 30.
"Memory, sir,"
the man mumbled. "Tom Memory!" Something in Alec's voice seemed to awaken his interest, for slowly Memory looked up at him. The palt skin whitened to the shade of a fish belly. "Hoy, Jesus!" he swore, his face contracting with fear. "Do I look familiar to you?" Alec asked quietly. "One should. I gather you and my cousin were acquaintances of a sort. That's a rapper. Is it? I've heard differently." Silence. Alec's face contained all the warmth and animation of a slab of granite. Carr fidgeted uneasily, glancing at the door with an expression of longing. "Ever hear the name Layla Holborn?" Alec inquired, his voice a low rumble in the bandbox-size room. Memory studied the floor with absorption. "Alec, he's not going to talk," Carr began, simmering with impatience. "Oh, he will," Alec said, sending his young cousin a silencing glance. "In fact, he's going to become the most talkative inmate in Newgate." "Go swive yourself," Memory said politely. "Because if he doesn't," Alec continued, as if there had been no interruption, "I'm going to make certain that every slasher and shanker in this hellhole knows that Memory whittled the whole scrap on Stophole Abbey. In other words, Carr, they're going to think he told everything he knows, including names, dates and places. Bleedin' cur." Memory snapped, suddenly shaking with a mixture of hate and horror. "Do you know what will happen to him then, Carr?" Alec said conversationally. "He'll be ripped apart, limb from flabby limb, after enduring several hours of ingenious torture. His cellmates aren't the type who appreciate being discussed with the likes of us by a loose-tongued fellow like Memory. Do you know why? Some of them are in here. They're chalkers, men who amuse themselves at night by leaping out of dark alleys to slash the faces of innocent passers-by with knives. What great fun they would have with a companion who had snitched on them. In fact, just being in here with us right now casts him in rather a suspicious light. Wouldn't you agree, Tom? What if I blab?" "It won't save my hide now, will it?" Memory asked darkly, his face taking on the resignation of a doomed man. "It might. If your information proves to be useful to me, you'll be smuggled immediately to the Berkeley shipping docks and taken aboard a packet bound for Australia. There at least you'll have a chance to enjoy a few more years of your miserable life. You're young enough still to want that. However, if you don't tell me what I want to hear, you'll be taken back to your ward and cast upon the infinite mercy of your companions. Ow, do I know you're not shaving me?" "You'll have to trust me." Evidently deciding that the risk was worthwhile, Memory nodded briefly. "What do you want to know?" "You're a member of Stophole Abbey," Alec said. "Aye. You were acquainted in the past with my cousin Holt Faulkner." "He didn't give his name, but he looked like you. And he paid you for information. Aye. What did you talk to him about?" "He was looking for that girl you mentioned. Layla Holborn." "Aye? And what did you tell him? I wasn't in on that part. Stop, Ole. But after he told me how she disappeared, I told him I thought she'd been christened." "Christened? What does that mean?" Carr asked sharply.
"White slavery," Alec replied, his lip curling in a faint sneer. "A lucrative business, currently in greater vogue than ever before. The youngest and comeliest of the women they kidnap are shipped off to the West Indies and certain parts of Asia. I'm afraid Holt's fiancé is probably located in some exotic bordello, or if she's lucky, a harem." "How do we know where?" Carr inquired through clenched teeth. "That's what your cousin was trying to find out," Memory said.
"I told him to look for a tall Frenchie by the name O. Tilter. He knew about that part. Stop Ole more than most. What is Tilter's real name, and where do we find him?" "I don't know." Memory leaned against the wall, looking curiously grey. "I don't know." "Not good enough," Alec said heartlessly. "Unless you can give me something else. I'm afraid your voyage to Australia is in danger of being cancelled. Wait, I can tell you how to find him." The convict pulled a few ragged playing cards out of his shirt and handed them to Alec. "You've got to look for him in the flash houses. Tilter will be in one of 'em. Show the 7, it lets you in anywhere you want to go. Show the Jack, it means you're looking for information. The King, we want to talk to one o' the higher-ups. Call the guard," Alec told Carr, who obeyed with alacrity. The door was opened and Alec handed a hefty pouch to the guard. "Get him to the West Docks," he said quietly. If I hear from the Berkeley officials that Memory didn't make it on board tonight, I'll have your hide nailed to the wall and left to dry in the sun." "Yes, sir." Carr followed Alec out of Newgate, and when they were out, they both took deep, reviving breaths of clean air. "I never knew it smelled so sweet out here," Carr said, forcing a smile to his face, though his green eyes looked curiously stricken. "Yes." "How did Holt do it?" Carr suddenly burst out. "How did he bring himself to associate with scum like that and not tell anyone?" Facing the prisoners at Newgate had given him a sense of what kind of people Holt had been bargaining and dealing with in order to find Layla. For the first time, he realized what type of men had murdered his brother. Any one of the wretches he had just walked past could have done it, would have done it had they seen something to gain by it. As Alec looked at the young man who was losing his idealism so fast, the frightening coldness left his grey gaze to be replaced by a subtle glow of sympathy.
He did what he had to do. He did it because he was capable of great loyalty to those he loved, and he would have done anything to get Layla back. It wasn't worth it. Trying to get her back wasn't worth his life, Carr said in a raw voice. Alec thought of Mira. He would go to the same lengths to find her that Holt had gone to in order to find Layla. There was no doubt, no question of that in his mind. Had Holt really loved Layla Holborn in such a way that he would rather die than forget her or try to live without her? Before Mira, he would not have understood any of this. Like Carr, he would have been confused and resentful of the emotion that had indirectly led Holt to his death. But how could he make Carr understand that having a few months of that kind of love was worth a lifetime? His cousin was too young to regard such a statement as anything but banal. Alec lifted his shoulders and let them drop in a slight shrug. To Holt, Layla was worth it, he said, matter-of-factly. What are we going to do? Find Tilter. Why? We're not looking for Layla. We want to know what happened to Holt. By following in Holt's tracks and making inquiries about Layla, we'll find out what happened to him. Alec smiled bleakly, though preferably not through first-hand experience. Mira stirred drowsily, her eyes squinting against the brilliant sun, which had warmed her skin and filled her with languor. After reading in the garden for the better part of an hour, she had shifted from her seat on the giant sundial to the thick grass that bordered one of the many garden paths that wound around Berkeley Hall. Nearby, birds fluttered around a small stone pool filled with star-shaped flowers, smiling sleepily at the sounds of tiny flapping wings, trickling water, and indignant chirps. Mira slipped an arm behind her head and sprawled more comfortably on the grass, drifting in and out of a light sleep. But then there was an abrupt flapping and a chorus of cries from the birds as they flew away. Although she had heard no other sound, Mira knew that someone or something had approached, and she opened her eyes quizzically. Alec was there, his hair shining as sleek and black as a raven's wing, a slow smile pulling at his mouth. He was back, she thought, and it brought her a sense of wholeness. He was so carelessly handsome as he stood there that Mira felt her heart clench in an instant of pure pleasure. Though she would love him equally even if he were far less agreeable to the eye, she could not deny that his attractiveness was something she took a certain measure of pride in. "How unfair it is," she said softly, and Alec lowered himself beside her in a lithe movement. "What is unfair?" He braced an elbow on either side of her head and looked down at her intently. "That you received such an overabundance of handsomeness, and left all others only a little bit to share among themselves." "Mira," he whispered, his eyes caressing her, "how are the wedding plans progressing?" "Marvellously. I have ordered the most wonderful gown to be made, chartreuse, black and purple, and we are going to decorate the church with lovely green weeds. And you won't mind at all that you weren't here to help me decide everything." He smothered the rest of her statement with an ardent kiss, a deep purr vibrating in his throat. When he lifted his head, they stared into each other's eyes with a new understanding. The separation of the past week had been different from the other separations which had preceded it, and they both knew why. "I'm sorry for the way I sent you off," Mira said softly. "I shouldn't have left like that. I should have made certain that you understood. I did understand. I was just being selfish."
I don't mind your being selfish about me. I am, terribly. If I could, I would just keep you in a room all to myself and never let you out. Just so long as it's the bedroom."
Have we ever made love in a bedroom like other people do? Mira asked dreamily. Wouldn't it be wonderful? We did once, and yes, it was wonderful. Gently his teeth caught at her lower lip. Unspeakably wonderful. They filled the remaining time they had, together with low, soft murmurs, slow kisses, and stolen caresses. Mira did not ask about the week in London, nor about what Alec had discovered about Holt. Perhaps later, but for now Alec did not mention it either.
The night before the wedding, Mira was unable to sleep. Lighting a candle, she made her way downstairs with the intention of heating some water for a soothing herbal tea on the way to the kitchen. Soft light shining from the library attracted her attention, and she went to investigate its source. Gently, she tapped on the half-closed door.
"Come in,"
came Rosalie's voice, and Mira entered the room hesitantly, discovering that her friend was sitting in a leather chair with an open book in her lap and a glass of wine in her hand. "I couldn't sleep," Rosalie confessed sheepishly, closing the book. "Heaven knows why, since it's your wedding, but I came down here to read, thinking that it would help to take my mind off tomorrow." "I can't seem to relax enough even to lie still," Mira said. Her glance moved to the wine bottle and the neatly polished glasses that were poised on a silver tray. "I was going to take some tea. I think your idea is much better." "By all means," Rosalie said, and they both laughed softly. As Mira settled into a corner of the low-backed sofa, Rosalie's expression sobered somewhat. "Mireille, I've been lending some thought to the fact that this is the night before your wedding, and traditionally you know that certain things should be discussed so that the expectations of a bride are not too different from what is actually going to happen. I know that you well. We've never talked about your past relationships with men, so I don't know what you may or may not have done with." She cleared her throat and forced herself to meet Mira's eyes directly. "But what I'm trying soneptly to say is that there might be questions that you have about tomorrow night." "So if you would like me to, Rosalie," Mira interrupted, smiling slightly. "I don't have any questions to ask about tomorrow night." "I was afraid you didn't," Rosalie said, and suddenly they both chuckled, taking a sip of the sweet, fruity wine. Rosalie relaxed and sighed. "Still, I wanted to be certain that you were not uncertain about the wedding night. I was always told quite dreadful things about such matters, about a wife's responsibilities and duties in the marriage bed. The proper thing for decent women to do, and all that. What is the proper thing to do in the marriage bed? I was told by my mother that a lady just lies back and thinks of England." Mira giggled. "Fortunately," Rosalie continued, "by the time she told me that, Rand and I had already been together. It would shock many people to know that we had been so intimate before the wedding. I knew how it was between you two when we were all in Anjou," Mira said, swirling her wine in the glass and sampling it with the air of a connoisseur. "You did. How? It was the way he looked at you, and the way you looked back at him. Oh," Rosalie smiled. "I didn't know it had been so obvious." Tentatively, she added, "Mireille, I believe I have changed my mind to some degree about Lord Faulkner. I've noticed during the past few visits that he is different from what I thought him to be. At least, around you he is different, and that is enough to reassure me that he truly does care for you. I'm so glad that you feel that way. I hope that he makes you happy. I hope that he guards your happiness, your comfort, your pleasure as highly as he does his own." "Yes, oh yes, he does," Mira hastened to reassure her, and blushed.
I meant that he will.
"I know what you meant," Rosalie said wryly. The marriage took place the next morning in a small church in Warwickshire. It was a private and exclusive ceremony attended by the Faulkners, the Berkeleys, and a few carefully selected guests of special rank and significance. It was important to Mira, who already had trepidations about her social responsibilities as Alec's wife, to keep the ceremony small and to avoid the theatrical aspects of the situation as much as possible. Already society gossip and several London publications were treating her marriage into the Faulkner family as a sensational drama. The unofficial headlines were widespread and very popular. There was an element of mystery about Mireille Germain, since no one knew exactly who she was or where she was from. There were rumours that she was originally from a well-to-do French family, and rumours about her involvement with Sackville, and controversy about where and when she had first been discovered in England, but nothing was ever proven or disproven. For the most part, she was an intriguing figure who had been brought into prominence by her association with the Berkeleys, and now with the Faulkners, in private. Alec had unequivocally refused the offer of a dowry from Rand and Rosalie. However, Alec did make provision for Mira to receive a number of dower lands and a castle somewhere in southern England. In case anything ever happens, he had told her gravely, "This is yours, and no one will ever be able to take it from you. So no matter what the Faulkners or anyone else may threaten you with, know that." "I don't want lands or a castle," she had said, suddenly shuddering at the thought of losing him. "I just want you with me always. I'm not going anywhere, wench." And despite the teasing way he had said it, Alec had taken her into his arms tenderly, trying to reassure her with the strength of his grip that the last thing he intended was to be apart from her. Mira thought about that conversation now, as she and Alec stood at the front of the church. Though 1,000 thoughts ran through her mind in an endless stream, she was conscious of the smallest details of the ceremony, the brightness of the candle flames against dark mahogany, the mellow aged scent of the wooden pews, the rustle of her ivory satin wedding gown, the powdery fragrance of roses. Her hands felt cold and frail as she stood with them clasped together, for despite the certainty that all of this was right, she was still nervous. At the proper time in the ceremony, Alec took her fingers in his strong, warm ones, and Mira watched as the geminal ring was lifted from the pages of the Bible on which it had been placed. The geminal was made of 2 gold bands that twisted together and interlocked into one. Because her hands were so much smaller and daintier than Alec's, her half of the ring had been altered to fit her more snugly. Slowly and deliberately he slid the band on her finger and repeated the vows. "I, Alexander Reeve Faulkner, take thee, Mireille Germain." She stared up at him, drowning in his crystalline gaze, unable to believe that all of this was really happening. After the next few minutes were over, she would belong to him, and she would be able to claim him in a way that no other woman would ever be able to do. The vows were made, and the rings were in place, the prayers said, and the Bible closed. When the groom was given permission to kiss the bride, Mira blushed as she became aware of all the expectant eyes fastened upon them. Alec smiled slightly, hesitating before framing her small face with his hands and brushing his lip lightly against hers. As he felt the warmth and the yielding of her mouth, he kissed her longer than he had intended, taking advantage of her parted lips with more hunger than was proper to demonstrate in public. He heard a few gasps from outraged biddies who would later whisper among themselves disapprovingly about his demonstration, and there were also a few chuckles from others in the congregation. Their lips parted slowly, similarly moist from the kiss, and Alec thought of the endless day ahead of them with a flare of exasperated impatience. Mira smiled at him as if she knew what he was thinking, her eyes gleaming with private amusement as he reluctantly let go of her. Chapter 14. Mira's bridal anxieties were increased greatly by the sight of the Faulkner estate. The thick, clustering forest that surrounded it contained kinds of trees and plants that she had never seen before, brought from faraway places. The private road took a wide, gentle turn, and then Mira was presented with a vision that took her breath away. A castle that rose majestically from a broad hill. Pale grey towers threatened to break through the clouds that wafted lazily overhead. A pair of ornamental lakes framed the east and west sides of the castle, their glassy surfaces reflecting the vaulted arches and mullioned windows that formed a pattern of granite block on the walls. Mira was convinced that hundreds of people could live there comfortably, and suddenly she wanted to beg Alec to take her to some small, unassuming cottage and stay there with her forever. What was going to be expected of her? How was she going to adapt to this kind of life? Since it would take days to explore the castle thoroughly, Mira was given only a cursory tour by Juliana, while several other Faulkners followed and observed her reactions. Alec's wife was an object of fascination for them all, since they had debated hotly for the past few years about what kind of woman he would eventually choose to wed. There was no sign in their blank, curious faces as to whether she had fulfilled or contradicted their expectations. Although Mira managed to take note of the most impressive features of her new home, more of her attention was focused on the members of the Faulkner family. They were as dark as the Berkeleys were blonde, most of them black-haired and green-eyed. Mira found them to be an intriguing lot, for although they appeared to be as well-mannered, refined and haughty as the Berkeleys, a striking air of robustness surrounded them. Though she had hardly been exposed to them long enough to make any judgments, they seemed to be volatile and quick-tempered. After meeting this brood, Mira suddenly understood how her husband had developed his icy, inflexible stare, his manner of authority, and his ability to sense other people's weaknesses and strengths. In order to manage the Faulkners and the vast complex of responsibilities that, being the head of the family, entailed, it was necessary for Alec to bully, persuade, and cajole by turns. It was a source of interest and amusement to Mira to watch Alec deal with the different people who approached him, and she discovered over the next few days that he had the makings of an excellent politician. To the caretaker, the servants, and the various professional people who came to the estate to speak with him, Alec was quiet and businesslike. With Juliana, his Uncle Hugh, and his assorted cousins, he was courteous and unyielding. With Juliana's two grey-haired spinster sisters, Letitia and Jessamine Penryn, Alec was gentle. He treated his 18-year-old brother Douglas, who was shy and rather bookish, with an almost fatherly protectiveness. And with his cousin Carr, Alec was sarcastic, frank, and devilishly amusing. He sensed all of their needs, and he managed them with a velvet-clad touch, guiding firmly and yet allowing more than enough freedom when it was needed. Mira was the only one whom he could not manipulate and did not even attempt to. She was not a responsibility, but a necessity. She was his essential luxury. And in the privacy of the keep, a suite of several rooms in the castle that were theirs alone to frequent, Alec indulged in her, loved her, and cherished her. On their wedding night, Alec allowed her private time to prepare for bed, and he lingered downstairs while she dressed slowly in a lacy white gown. The bedroom was resplendent with the same dignity as the rest of the castle, with an intricate plaster-moulded ceiling, Louis XIV furniture, a French tapestry, and an Aubusson carpet. Mary, a maid who had left the Berkeleys' employ in order to attend her, arranged Mira's hair in long, perfect curls and brought her a crystal flask filled with perfume. The scent was a fresh, clean distillation of sandalwood and roses, and Mira sniffed it approvingly before applying it sparingly to her throat and wrists. "Would you like me to stay with you until—" Mary began kindly, noticing the trembling of the flask that Mira held. "No, thank you." Mira smiled at her faintly. "I think I would like to be alone for a little while. Mary." The maid curtsied and left quietly, sprawling on the bed and propping her chin in her hands. Mira stared into the crackling fire that lit the fireplace. It was not a cold night, but she was glad of the small, cheerful blaze. It lent a companionable warmth to the room, casting its light on the walls and softening what could have been a harsh silence with the sound of its burning. In a few minutes, she heard the steps of booted feet outside the door. There was a brief hesitation before a few light taps descended on the wood panelling. "Come in," Mira said, surprised at the thin sound of her own voice. She jumped up, folding her arms protectively across her chest as Alec entered the room. His eyes drank in the sight of her, and a smile shaped his mouth as he closed the door. "I couldn't wait any longer," he said softly. Silently, she watched as he shrugged out of his coat, and she wondered if she should offer to help. What was the wifely thing to do? Should she ask about whatever it was that had been necessary for him to take care of? Should she turn back the covers and get into bed, or go over to him? And, "Mira, are you nervous?" Alec asked, his grey eyes smiling down at her as he dropped his coat into a chair and pulled his boots off. No, of course not. Why would I be? There's no reason to be. You know already how good it will be between us." "It's just that. It's been a long time," she offered lamely, and he chuckled, padding barefoot to a small brass-inlaid table and uncorking the bottle of wine that had been left there with 2 elaborate goblets. The jewelled and gold-encrusted goblets were part of a set that had been given to them by Rand and Rosalie. "Yes, it has been a long time," he said, filling a goblet and handing it to her. "A good month at least. Perhaps you've a right to worry. God knows what could have changed in a month's time. What are you smiling at? This is a solemn occasion, Lady Faulkner, a terribly serious business. Marriage is, now that you're my wife. You must learn to be dour and sensible." "I will," she promised him, taking a sip of wine and feeling it trickle silkily down her throat. "Tomorrow." "Good," he approved firmly. "I am told that it is a terrible burden to be the wife of a Faulkner, but I will try to provide what few compensations I can. Do you like the wine?" "It is lovely, but I deserve more compensation than a mere glass of wine for what I've gone through today." He grinned and began to unbutton his shirt. "Don't worry. Tonight you're going to get everything you deserve." "I can only hope so." Covertly, she glanced at him, and a tiny blaze of anticipation flickered like fire within her. They had never had the privacy or leisure to look at each other in detail, and he was a beautifully made man. His body was large and sparely fleshed, his waist and abdomen well tapered with tightly roped muscles, while the broad lines of shoulders and back were formed with an incomparable symmetry. Dark fur was spread lavishly over his chest, and Mira was tempted to go to him and splay her fingers through the textured hair, rub her face in it like a small cat craving affection. Instead, she looked at him over the rim of the goblet and finished the wine. Aware of her curiosity, Alec stripped the shirt off slowly and dropped it into the chair. Slowly, his hands moved to the fastening of his pantaloons. Then he stopped, as her eyes flickered away immediately. Crooking a slanted eyebrow, he strode to where she was standing, taking the goblet from her nerveless fingers and setting it on the table. Mira's mouth opened in surprise as her husband reached toward the bed and deftly whipped off the counterpane with a flourish. "What are you doing?" she asked. He spread the thick, beautifully worked material on the floor in front of the fireplace. "I'm changing our venue, Alec," she murmured, casting an appalled look at his handiwork. "That expensive counterpane on that Aubusson carpet, it's going to get." "Mira," he interrupted softly, "they're not holy relics. They're just things, objects, articles meant for our use. They're expensive objects. I can't be careless with such things. I won't ever be able to." She pressed her palms to her forehead in a sudden gesture of anxiety and closed her eyes tightly. "Dew, how am I going to live here? I don't want to live in a castle. I have been so afraid ever since we arrived that I would break something or spill something. How am I going to live here?" His powerful hands closed carefully over her wrists, mindful of their fragility, and he pulled her hands away from her face. "This is not a castle. It's a home, yours as well as mine. There is nothing in it that can't be replaced if you break it. In fact, we can afford to rebuild and refurnish this whole damned place several times over. Does that make you feel better?" "No. It is a palace, and it is too big, and it unnerves me. I would rather live in a cottage."
"My sweet love, picture a cottage, 4 walls and a door. Our home is merely a variation on the same theme, except that there are more walls and more doors. I am reasonably well versed in the principles of architecture. Trust me." She eyed him suspiciously. "You would say anything in order to make me more resigned to all of this." "Anything," he agreed readily. "But my perspective of these walls and doors is very different from yours." "You are a duke, and you are accustomed to this, having been brought up to— Don't think of me as a duke. Think of me as your husband." He sent her a beguiling smile. "Now, don't you want to sit by the fire with the man who loves you? On that expensive counterpane?" "Bedspread," he corrected. She smiled reluctantly, her mild panic subsiding, and she allowed him to pull her down onto the soft, cushiony counterpane. Leaning her back against his chest, she stared dreamily into the fire, comfort seeping into every pore of her skin. He was right. Names and objects did not matter. Only this mattered. Only him. "I thought every woman wanted to be carried away to a castle,"
Alec said, ducking his head to kiss the soft place where her neck joined her shoulder. "And kept safe and sheltered. While you were away, yes, fighting the dragons. No, I intend to keep close by your side, fighting them with you. But how unfair for the dragons!" She twisted around with a smothered laugh, intending to pummel him playfully. Her gown became tangled around her legs, and her breasts brushed against his chest, and the veil of silk that covered her bosom did nothing to muffle the sensation of her flesh pressing into his. His body was warm, vital, hard against hers. Motionless, Mira absorbed the abrupt plunging sensation inside her abdomen, the quick throb between her legs. She took a slack, unsteady breath. "No mercy for dragons," she said, mesmerized by his lazy smile. "Nor for husbands, it seems." Alec rolled her onto her back, looking down at her with eyes that shone like quicksilver. He hooked his fingers in the bodice of her gown and pulled it down her body, tugging briefly as it caught at her hips. Then the silk was thrust aside, and Mira quivered as his naked chest lowered over hers. He kissed her unhurriedly. So sweet, this closeness, her body tender and supple underneath him, and his racked with alternate draughts of hunger and relief. The remainder of his clothes were cast aside. "I love you," she whispered, saying the words without expectation, without demand, without fear. The way that they were meant to be said, as a gift of emotion, a declaration that to him was unequalled in value. He answered her with the same words, and with his body, and with a heart that had once scorned love as something that did not exist. His reason fled, and just as the times that had gone before this, sex became an act without calculation, without thought. Blinding excitement poured through and between them, around them with white heat. All of his senses were focused on her mirror in the firelight, her hair entangling him in lengths of dark silk, her delicate hands slipping over his tensile strength. Her skin was as soft as down. His hands moved over her, his touch bold, then excruciatingly light, slipping from the full swell of her hips to her finely boned shoulders. A muted whisper fell from her lips as his palm curved over the gentle rise of her breasts, brushing over the tips of them in a teasing caress. Alec pressed his mouth to the hollow of her throat, and the touch of his tongue awakened her nerves into trembling awareness. Another damp stroke between her breasts. Eagerly, she arched up to him, groaning his name as his mouth dragged slowly up the warm slope so damned slowly, making her wait even though he knew what he was doing to her. Finally, his lips reached her nipple, and she purred with pleasure. His tongue feathered over her artfully, tracing around the outline of the aroused peak. Weakly, she abandoned herself to him and the torment that he wrought so expertly on her body. The light of the flames struck off the ebony filaments of his hair, and her fingers sank into the thickness of it before slipping down to his powerful shoulders. At her touch, they flexed involuntarily. Alec lifted his head, closing his eyes as her fingertips wandered along his spine, pressing lightly into the hollows. His mouth returned to her flesh, endlessly craving the taste of her. "So beautiful," he muttered, his voice low and ragged. "I want to know you better than any human being has ever known another." "You do, you have." He looked at her, his eyes shining hotly, and the merest intimation of a smile touched his lips as he read the sincerity in her expression. "Have I?" he asked, and as if to prove her wrong, he touched her in ways that he never had before, discarding more of his restraint. His hands curved around her buttocks, massaging and cupping, and suddenly his fingers dipped into the crevice between them, causing her to flush scarlet and writhe away from him. "Alec!" she choked in protest, startled by the intimacy, and he laughed softly, withdrawing his hands to a less disturbing place. Effortlessly, his knees spread hers. "Don't move," he whispered, stroking her hips. "Don't move at all. Why?" Mira breathed, but he gave no answer. His mouth brushed over her skin down to her abdomen. Every muscle in her body tightened as his tongue invaded her navel, and she tensed in response to the strange sensation. His hands tightened around her hips, keeping her still, and gradually she felt an unfamiliar pulsing pleasure as he licked and tasted the tiny orifice. "Alec, please love me," she said shakily, wanting him to stop and raise his body back over hers, and thrust into her. She was damp with perspiration, trembling with need.
I do,
he said, deliberately misunderstanding her, his heart drumming with excitement. She swallowed hard with relief as his tongue left her navel, knowing that now she would have him, now he would join his hips to hers and quench the agonizing emptiness inside her. But instead of moving up along her body, his head went even lower, and suddenly his mouth was playing gently between her legs. She made a small, surprised sound, frozen in confusion, flooded with pleasure. Blindly she reached down to the large hands that clasped her hips, and his fingers tangled with hers, and the devouring sweetness went on until she thought she would faint. Painfully aroused, shocked into silence, she made no move, no sound, no protest when the caress ended, and he let his mouth drift back up her body to her throat. Her eyes met his, her gaze so dark that it looked black. Slowly, she slid her arms around his neck. "Let me take you to bed," he whispered. She nodded, hiding her face against his neck as he lifted her up easily. The mattress gave slightly underneath them, and he pressed her onto her back, his taut thighs wedging between hers. He took her mouth with a slow, hungry kiss, his passion honed and sharpened by her eager response. With a low, heavy thrust, he filled her until she gasped.
"Mira!"
he murmured, holding himself still within the throbbing snugness that surrounded him, and then he groaned as she lifted her hips against his and tried to urge him more deeply still. The scalding heat of his flesh surged into her, their bodies knitting together with stunning perfection. Urgently they moved and touched, learning the secrets that only lovers could know. He discovered that she loved to sift her fingers through the hair on his chest, and that her legs were the perfect length to wrap around his hips. She found out that he shivered in pleasure when she scraped her nails very delicately across his back. And Alec, who never lost control, heard someone sobbing hoarsely and realized that the abraded sounds came from his own throat. Burying his face in her hair, he felt her contract around him. She shuddered roughly and drew a quick breath, and shuddered again, her body racked with brutal pleasure. Then he allowed himself to feel it also, the ecstasy submerging him in violent flood. For a long time he held her without speaking, pulling her head to the hollow of his shoulder and sighing with satisfaction as she threw a slender arm over his wide brown chest. Contentedly, Mira occupied herself with tracing idle patterns over his skin with her fingertips, and then arranging long streamers of her hair over his chest in a silken net. Alec took her hand, kissing each fingertip before raising himself on one elbow and looking down at her. They smiled into each other's eyes, but slowly the amusement left Alec's expression, his gaze becoming grave and searching. "How can I have lived so long without you?" he asked huskily. "How could I have ever thought that I was content? I didn't know. I didn't know that I needed you." "I couldn't live without you," she said, her eyes suddenly glittering with tears. "Not after tonight." He touched her lips with his fingertips, silencing her. "Don't say that. Don't be afraid of the future any longer. You're mine now, and nothing could change what I feel for you. Not even you could change it, even if you tried." She nodded and tried to blink the tears away. In that second she was overwhelmingly tempted to unburden herself to him. More than anything she wanted to tell him every detail, every secret of her past. It seemed perfectly natural that only now in this moment of closeness could they share their very deepest thoughts. The words hovered on her lips, struggling to escape the tight rein of silence. No, she would not tell him now. She could never tell him. "Don't ever leave me," she whispered. "No, I won't." Tenderly, he kissed the dampness from her cheeks. "I'm afraid for you. I don't want you to become more involved in looking for Holt's murderer with Carr. I have to." Her gaze was wet and bittersweet as she looked at him. "I won't let you go easily, Alec. I'm not going anywhere for several days. I will make a dreadful scene when you do leave." He chuckled at her threat, dropping several kisses on her face and throat. "Just as long as you take me back when I return."
I'll take you right now."
she said in a muffled tone, and he grinned. His lips lingered on hers leisurely. His hands wandered over her body and pulled her further beneath him. Mira had assumed that after their marriage she would come to know and understand her husband thoroughly. After all, living together as man and wife would engender complete familiarity between them, and she would be able to learn almost everything about him. However, she soon found that he was a more complicated and multifaceted man than she had guessed. She never knew which Alec she would climb into bed with at night, the tender lover or the earthy, lusty one, the flirtatious rogue from London or the seductive scamp who would not let any part of her body remain secret from him. Most of the time he was given to spoiling her outrageously. He covered her with jewels, silks, and satins, took her dancing and kept her up until the sun rose, whispered nonsensical bits of poetry and extravagant flattery in her ear. At other times he would encourage her to ride with him and romp through the woods like a hoyden, and she would tease him with glimpses of her bare legs as she waded in the bubbling current of a brook and scampered through sunny forest clearings. One evening after her bath was readied, she sank down into the steaming water and immediately fought to evade his questing hands, for bathing her was one of Alec's favourite activities. "Let me alone. You nearly drowned me the last time," she accused, splashing him playfully. In response, he plied his slick hands to her body lustily, at first drawing forth giggles and squirming struggles from her. But after a few minutes of such play, she leaned her head back against the rim of the porcelain tub and said his name, her breath coming fast between her lips. His soap-lubricated hand slid up along the inside of her thigh, and her legs parted underneath the water as he caressed the softest part of her. Kissing her warmly, he smothered her tremulous sounds and delighted in the tumult of her passion. As she was learning quickly, making love with Alec was always pleasurable, but not always undertaken seriously. In bed, he could be ardent and eloquent, but sometimes he was playful and surprisingly earthy. He was a supremely unself-conscious lover, and he tore down her inhibitions one by one, making her aware that the act of love was an art as well as an expression of emotion. In turn, Mira plied the lessons she learned with a skill that never failed to surprise Alec. When they were in the company of others, she played the high-born lady flawlessly, quiet and demure, with just the right amount of shy wit. But when they were alone, she was free and open with him, capable of brazen seduction or radiant tenderness, capricious one moment, cool and sharp-witted the next. They argued about politics and traded insights in a way that neither had experienced before with a member of the opposite sex. One of the topics that they discussed frequently was the growing amount of crime in London, not only because several popular debates about crime were currently taking place in the Houses of Parliament, but also because each of them had his own personal and unspoken reasons for having an interest in the subject. "Did you read the article in the Times this morning about the hulks?" Mira inquired as they played cards after supper in the Zodiac room. Evening shadows collected in the corners of the octagonal room and darkened the fanciful astrological signs carved into the woodwork. The table was flooded with light from a brass chandelier. "No, I didn't." Thoughtfully, Alec studied his cards. "Is it true that almost 5,000 prisoners are kept in just 10 ships that are all moored in the Thames?" "Yes. There isn't enough room in the regular prisons to keep them. But the article said that they are all packed on those ships, and every night the hatches are screwed down. How can those men even breathe? And what about disease and sickness, and what if a fire starts? Only the strongest survive. There are many deaths in the hulks." Alec shook his head slightly, losing interest in the cards and putting them face down on the table. "And in the cases of the boys who end up there, it's better to die than to become what they are forced to become. The only activities for them are gambling and bullying or slaying each other. Some of the larger ones are put to work dredging and cleaning the river, while others make convict uniforms. And then they are set free," Mira said, greatly perturbed at the thought. "It's just like Newgate. The hell of being imprisoned in such a place makes every man who is released determined to take revenge on the system and the society that put him there. And that is why they all band together in these crime organizations, to take revenge on society." Alec nodded, and Mira suddenly thought of Guillaume with a stab of sadness. She prayed that after they had parted company, her brother had not become a member of such a group. Although Guillaume had done many immoral and illegal things in his life, she hoped that there had been enough decency in him to help him avoid such a fate. "What are you remembering?" Alec asked quietly. "Nothing," she replied with forced lightness, sending him a smile that he did not return. Alec's expression was carefully blank as he tamped down an unexpected surge of frustration. When he wondered bleakly, was she going to trust him? Would she ever? I'm going to ring for some tea," Mira said, standing up and pushing her chair back. As she moved by the table, the draping material of her sleeve brushed a large portion of the deck of cards to the floor. They fluttered downward like a flock of descending birds. Alec stared at the cascade of fallen cards. A closed door in his mind was abruptly battered down. For a second, Mira saw a flash of something like fear or horror darkening his eyes, and she was at his side immediately. He did not look at her, but continued to stare at the floor. "Alec, what is it?" she demanded, kneeling by his chair and looking up at him. He closed his eyes and turned his face away. "God, I hadn't remembered." His voice was rough and very low. "Remembered what? Why did you look at the playing cards like that?" Turning her attention to the offending objects, Mira scowled at them, scooped them up quickly, and shoved them out of sight. I was the one who found Holt's body," Alec muttered. She gazed at him compassionately and stroked his arm in a gesture of comfort. It was late at night in a dark alley. I didn't notice any details about it then. I was half drunk to begin with. I just realized all at once what had happened, and there were signs of a fight, a vicious one. The bruises on him. He stopped suddenly and then resumed more calmly. Just. Now I remembered that there were playing cards scattered on the ground. Mira did not understand why the fact was significant to him. Perhaps Holt was carrying them, she suggested, and he looked at her seriously. Perhaps he was. Again she had the feeling that the observation held a meaning for him that escaped her. "How did you find him there?" "I was supposed to meet him at the Rummer, which isn't far away from the spot. He had sent me a message saying that he had something important to discuss with me." "What about?" "About a girl named Layla. He loved her. She disappeared, and he was looking for her." Alec seemed to look right through her as he added distantly, "I think he had found out what had happened to her FT, who had taken her." Mira stroked his arm once more and sighed. "It's so very late. Let's go to bed." "Why don't you go on? I'll join you soon." Picking up a card, Alec stared at it absently, seeming to forget her in his preoccupation. Mira smiled uncertainly at him and left the room. He came to bed much later. Mira stirred groggily as he unfolded his long body beside hers and forced himself to relax. Willing himself to sleep, he shoved aside the thoughts that riddled his mind and shut his eyes tightly. But in sleep there was no escape from the questions and the memories. Restlessly he fought to escape the disturbing dreams, kicking the covers off and moving his head from side to side. He woke up from the middle of a nightmare with a muffled curse, his whole body jerking awake, overheated and uncomfortable. He drew a forearm across his perspiring forehead, brushing aside the hair that clung to his skin. Mira, who had been elbowed, kicked and tossed for hours as a result of his bad night, lifted her head and regarded him exasperatedly. "You'll be cooler if you try to keep still," she said. "I'll be cooler if you'll stop pulling the damned sheet up," he snapped. "A nightmare about Holt?" she asked, ignoring his bad temper, and he sighed heavily, dropping back against the pillows. Partly, since he had no desire to talk about the dream, she repositioned herself on her side of the bed and drifted back to sleep. Several minutes later, she was again awakened by his restless tossing. Yawning and grumbling to herself, she crawled over to him. At the sight of the small indentation of worry that had worked itself between his brows, her irritation fled. She brushed his tousled black hair away from his forehead in a soothing motion, waking him up with a whisper. His spiky lashes lifted. "What?" he murmured. "You were moving around again. I'm sorry. he said wearily, closing his eyes again. The apology was her undoing. Here, move to the middle of the bed. The sheets are cooler. There's nothing you can do to, and let me rearrange the pillows better. A little, he admitted ungraciously, the aggravated male in him placated by her soothing. She smiled as he settled his back more deeply into the mattress. You should try to stop thinking about it for a little while, she said softly, and he made a sarcastic sound, turning his face into the pillow. It's not that easy. Leaning over him, Mira touched his lips lightly with her own. Her mouth was cool and sweet, and the tender, patient feel of it robbed him of his former annoyance. She brushed each corner of his lips with the tip of her tongue, then delved further inside his mouth to savour the warm, intoxicating taste of him. Alec's head shifted on the pillow, his mouth turning up to hers with growing interest. Her hands trailed across his chest, then travelled down to his flat midriff, and her fingertips drew across the muscle-strapped flesh.
It's very easy,
she whispered, kissing the strong, clean-cut line of his jaw, breathing in the fresh sandalwood scent of his skin. Just turn all of your thoughts to me. As she moved closer to him, the soft peak of her breast grazed his side, and Alec caught his breath sharply. Grasping her elbows, he hauled her halfway across his chest and pulled her head down to his. She gave him a deep kiss, and every sane thought, every question and problem that had been plaguing Alec the entire night, disappeared in a single moment. The locks of her hair trailed like flossy fire over his body as her small, sensitive hands swept over him. Though he urged and murmured to her impatiently, she took her time. The cool touch of her fingers drifted to his manhood, encircling leisurely, and Alec bit his lip as she aroused him to forceful readiness. Mira's lashes lowered as she felt the driving power of him under her palm. She wanted nothing more than to have him inside her, but somehow she managed to resist his efforts to pull her on top of him, like a butterfly playing with a swiping cat. Mira eluded his grip and continued to torment him with light caresses. The stillness of the night was broken by their harsh gasps, and the pleasure was prolonged until finally Mira made no demur as his hands grasped her hips and urged them over his loins. Her head fell back weakly as she felt the thick, hot sliding of him in her body as he drove into her with heavy, grinding strokes. She was soaring too high to breathe, paralyzed in a hurtling flight, her mind going black in those few seconds of rapture. Gradually, her limbs unclenched, and she recovered her thoughts slowly, moving off him and collapsing against his side with an exhausted sigh. Alec did not stir. Peering at his face in the dimness, she saw that he was already asleep, deeply asleep in a state that rivaled unconsciousness. One arm was outflung, the fingers slightly curled in complete relaxation. There would be no more tossing and turning tonight. She smiled slightly and snuggled against his still form. And yet another den of iniquity? Is this our 42nd or 43rd? Carr grumbled, his green eyes sullen, as the hackney ambled along the small, dilapidated streets. Damn, but I'm getting tired of this. For the past few days we've been in nearly every Flash's house in London, consorting with every type of scum imaginable. I've been buying drinks for murderers and cutthroats, gambling with professional cheats, thieves, been mauled by the most ragged whores I've ever seen, none of whom would be harmed by a good washing, I might add, and no sign of Tilter. No one seems to have even heard of the bastard. Do you realise how many of these places we've been to? I've been inside so much that I've forgotten what the sun looks like, and I've inhaled more smoke and foul air than clean. Don't complain, Alec said, his expression thoughtful and unsmiling. We're both acquiring a nice prison pallor. Carr scowled at him, even though the point was well taken. A decided pallor did not hurt their cause at all, since they could only fit into the scenery of the flash houses by blending in with the criminals that frequented them. In order to complete the impression, Alec and Carr were clad in old and rather worn attire that had once been of good quality. Mal-preserved elegance was what Carr had dubbed the look, and so far it had served them quite well. During the past few days, the pair of Faulkners had indeed learned a great deal about the flash houses in London. A flash house served as a place for criminals to hide from law enforcers. Often it was used as the headquarters for a particular gang, and it provided information and aid for a man who had just been released from prison, whether he was a loafer, semi-criminal, or mass murderer. Stolen goods were taken there and given to fences, and anyone could go to a flash house to hire someone to steal for him or provide false testimony at a trial. It was the meeting place for felons. It was their source of companionship and entertainment. The particular place that they were approaching now was reputed to be a favourite of Stophole Abbey members. Hopefully it would yield some information about Tilter, some useful scrap about his identity or whereabouts that they could go on. The carriage passed through a web of yards and buildings that reminded Alec of a rabbit warren. It was a favourite design off Flash House districts, since the area could be evacuated quickly during a raid, men and women scrambling and scattering as quickly as panicked rodents. God, this looks like one of the worst we've seen so far. Not one more word, Alec snapped suddenly, turning in a fluid movement and pinning Carr with an icy stare. Not another whine. If you don't want to go in there, then have the hackney take you back to your nursery. No, you haven't seen the sun for days, and you haven't gotten a decent sleep, and you're understandably revolted by our current drinking companions, but neither have I, and I haven't seen my wife in 3 days. Do you think I would rather be here wading through the gutters with you than heading back home to her? No. Carr averted his gaze and stared abashedly at the straw-littered floor of the hackney. I apologize, he muttered. I haven't bothered to consider the fact that this is all a hardship for you as much as it is for me. Alec looked at him in vague surprise, not having expected such an admission from his cousin. Carr was not a humble sort, but he approached life with a brash sort of candour that was unusual for a young rake. Such honesty, Alec said, his tone less sharp. I've meant to ask you before about your habit of telling the truth. Where did you get it from? Not the Faulkner side of the family, God knows. Holt was always forthright, Carr said, mildly flustered, wondering if he were being praised or rebuked. Ah, yes, your brother, the saint. The carriage stopped, and Alec tossed some money to the driver before preceding Carr into the flash house. They had to pass through 2 inner doors before reaching the main one, which was opened a few inches. Cautiously, a grubby and misshapen face peered through. Bring your own book? Alec pulled out one of the cards that memory had given him, the 7 of diamonds, holding it between his first 2 fingers. The door was opened, and they were admitted entrance. The air was thick with the scents of fish and drink, the noise of conversation and drinking songs. Instantly the 2 men split up, following the pattern of a routine that had been developed during the last 2 days. With the 2 of them working a room, there was a far greater chance of getting information. As Carr headed off for a drink, Alec was waylaid by a heavy-set whore who possessed coarse features but good skin and an impressive bosom. He forced a smile, concealing the repugnance he felt at the invitation in her eyes. An 'andsome cove belly timber. The whore suggested, her voice soft and scratchy at the same time, like a cat's tongue. Thanks, love, I'm not hungry. Taplash? Later. Then how about a tippo, the velvet, free? To refuse the offer of her body would be an insult. To accept was unthinkable. Alec smiled and slid his arm around her thick waist, pulling her closer and slipping a few pound notes into her bodice. The touch of her jiggling flesh made him feel completely dead inside. Later, he said, giving her waist a slight squeeze and watching thankfully as she left him with swinging hips. The hours passed slowly, in accord with a previous agreement. Alec and Carr never completely left each other's sight. Carr threw himself into his role, drinking and spouting forth foul language and ribald curses, exchanging colourful stories with those closest to his own age, flirting cheekily with the women. He kept his ears and eyes open, latching on to certain fragments of conversation here and there, asking casual questions. Halfway through the evening, Carr glanced across the room and noticed that something was different from usual. Instead of carrying on in a similar manner, drinking and carousing, Alec had struck up a quiet conversation in the corner, propping his feet up on the table in a relaxed attitude. Next to him sat a grizzled older man whose face had the green-white tinge of someone who rarely ventured out of doors. As Carr watched covertly, Alec slipped a leather pouch to his table companion and bent his dark head low to hear a short whisper. Even from a vantage point so far away, Carr could see the sudden absence of colour in Alec's face. Carr's ears roared as his blood rushed in excitement. He got something. Alec must have found out something, he thought, and carefully managed to extricate himself from the drunken group he had been talking with. Affecting an intoxicated stagger, Carr sauntered over to the table and braced his hand on it as he stared down at Alec. Their gazes locked, and Carr saw with a start of unease that the pale grey eyes were blank with shock. "I'm getting awful boozy, cuz," Carr announced, "well into my altitudes." His voice seemed to snap Alec out of his frozen trance. "We're leaving," Alec said curtly. Eagerly Carr followed him out of the place. The open air seemed unnaturally quiet after the suffocating din they had just left. Alec glanced up and down the empty street. "We need a hackney," he said emotionlessly. "Alec, are you ill?" "No. You talked to that bounder about Tilter." Alec laughed softly, and it was not a pleasant sound. Yes. Was he Tilter? No, but he confirmed what memory said, and more. More? What more? What else? Carr demanded in excitement. "Tilter is a member of Stophole Abbey," Alec said stiffly. "He has a high position in their white slavery racket. He also has the responsibility of taking care of anyone who finds out too much about it, which means that he was probably the one who killed Holt." "The bastard!" Carr exclaimed. "I can't wait to find him and tear out his— Wait a minute. Why do you look so strange?" Alec walked over to the wall of the building and braced his forearm against it. Slowly he leaned his forehead against his arm and sighed tiredly. "Well, how can we find him?" Carr continued. "Did you manage to get his real name? If we can find out who he really is, then—" There was something like a gasping laugh. And then Alec turned around with a pale face, his eyes gleaming oddly. "Do you want to know who Fate is, Carr? He's a malevolent little jester, sitting up there in the heavens and pondering over how ridiculous we humans are. What does that have to do with? And he does his best to make fools out of all of us, and sooner or later he succeeds." Carr was annoyed and bewildered by the obscure comment. "Alec, I don't give a damn about fate. I just want to know who Tilter is, so I can find him and make him pay for what he did to—" "His name," Alec said softly, "is Guillaume Germain." "Germain? Yes. The name should sound familiar. He's my brother-in-law." Chapter 15. A.S. The carriage headed back to Staffordshire. The silence inside was crushing. Alec was barely aware of Carr's presence. So intent was he on sorting through the questions in his mind. Mira and the nameless ghosts of her past, whatever they were, they had almost prevented her from marrying him. The past was so frightening to her that she would not tell him anything about it. Did she know that her brother had killed Holt? Had she known it all along? He closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head as if to deny everything he had found out. He could see Mira's face as if she were there in front of him, her cheeks glistening with tears. Her eyes haunted. She had tried to keep him from going to London, had seemed afraid when he told her that he was searching for Holt's killer. Had she been afraid that he would discover it was her own brother? He was appalled at his own thoughts, but couldn't suppress them, and his ears rang with echoes of things she had said to him. "You're seeking revenge for something that should be left in the past? Your feelings about me are going to change. Not again. I can't live through having you and losing you again. Do you think there's a chance that Mireille knows?" Carr asked hesitantly, and Alec kept his eyes closed to hide the pain the question had caused. "God, I don't know. I don't know." Alec tried to remember Holt, tried to recall the picture of Holt he had carried in his mind ever since the murder, the darkness, the alley, the blood. But no, it wasn't very clear. It was indistinct now. Holt was gone, and the past was over. He was free of it, and nothing was as important to him as what he had with Mira. The future they would share, the children they would have, the memories they would make together. And if she had known about what Guillaume had done to Holt, she had loved Alec enough to gamble that he would never find out. Alec hoped that Mira knew nothing about Guillaume. If she did, she was undoubtedly afraid, and it was something that he could never reassure her about. She would never approach him with it. The important thing to worry about now, Carr said, is how to find Guillaume. It shouldn't be that hard if we— No, Alec said, opening his eyes and breathing easier, relief flowing through him as he realized what his only choice was. There is something more important than Guillaume for me to worry about. You can look for Guillaume, and I wish you luck. But you'll have to do it alone. I can't help you. But he's Holt's killer, Carr said, stupefied. Yes, and his sister is my wife, and I'm not fool enough to lose her. If I decided to hunt down her brother, if I did anything to make her afraid that I blamed her, if by chance she didn't know anything about this and found out about it from me, she might run.
Run where? Where I could never find her, Alec replied, realizing as he said it that the thought terrified him. Mira had run from her problems in the past, and he had no guarantee that she wouldn't do it again. It was still too early in their marriage. Not enough time had passed by for her to be secure in his love and her place in his heart. The beginning they had made was still too tender, too fragile to withstand such a test. She wouldn't leave you, Carr argued.
It's obvious that she loves you. She might decide it's her only option. Mira was young and hardy, but she was also a war-scarred veteran who had faced too many battles alone. She hadn't yet become accustomed to the fact that she could rely on someone else for protection. I won't risk her finding out, Carr, he said firmly. She is to know nothing of today, do you understand? But how can you discount the possibility that she knew about Guillaume and just didn't tell you? I can't, but it doesn't matter to me. I don't understand why not. You will. You'll understand when you fall in love. Alec paused and then smiled wryly. There are a hell of a lot of things you'll understand then. Not this, I won't. Not giving up when you finally have the chance for revenge. Revenge is sweet, Alec acknowledged ruefully, and I've had a taste for it in the past. But, as you'll discover, there's not much of a future in it. The innocuous sight of a small white note should not have disturbed Mira so greatly. It was delivered early in the morning by a small village boy, according to Mary. Mira received it on her breakfast tray, tucked beside the latest issue of the Times. She picked it up curiously, noticing the rough quality of the paper and the burned candle wax seal, for a reason that she did not care to examine. Mira delayed the opening of the note for as long as possible, finishing her breakfast, washing her face, choosing her clothes for the day, and dressing. While she busied herself with inconsequential tasks, the message lay unopened on the bed, its dark wax seal a malevolent eye that watched her every movement. Finally, she picked it up and opened it. Her first thought was about how odd it was that although she rarely spoke French and had lost most of her accent, though she even dreamed in English, the sight of her native language was still more instantly comprehensible to her. It was more deeply familiar to her than the sight of her own face in the mirror, so familiar that she had read the note and understood its meaning before she had even realized that it had been written in French. Will be in the woods at the edge of the garden all morning. I will wait for you as long as I must. Please come alone. I need your help. It was not signed. A signature was not necessary, since he had known that she would recognize who had sent it. She had never been so cold in her life. As her teeth chattered, Mira crumpled the note and wadded it up. Her heart beat in deep, violent throbs that hurt her chest and made her knees feel weak. She huddled in the corner of the room like a trapped animal, backing up against the wall, clasping her arms over her chest. Please, God, don't take it all away, she choked, and tears squeezed out from underneath her eyelids. Don't let him do it again. A gust of wind shook the trees, causing the first few brown leaves of autumn to fall in a dry shower around her. Slowly, they approached each other, dark eyes fastened on another pair of identical darkness. The breeze disarranged his black-brown hair, the same colour as hers. Mira, ma sœur, sais-tu vraiment? Guillaume, qu'est-ce que tu veux? She asked unsteadily, stopping and backing away a few steps as he attempted to come closer to her. I'm a Faulkner now, she thought, clinging to the knowledge as if it could save her from certain doom. She forced herself to speak English to him, though it would have been easier in French. "What do you want?" "I knew that you would come to help me," he said, his eyes devouring the sight of her. "Mira, c'est impossible, Mira. I couldn't believe it when I found out what had become of you. Look at you. You're a woman, and you were an only little girl when you left me, when you drove me away." She wondered if she were more afraid of him than sorry for him. Gil Laum had been handsome 5 years ago, fierce with a hunger for life, his face alert with ambition and desire for women, for luxury, for money, yes, above all, for money. Now he was too thin, and he seemed far older than in his late 20s. She knew, just by looking at him, that he had gone far down the path he had begun to travel 5 years ago. It hasn't been entirely his fault, she thought heavily. Circumstances had played a part in making him what he was, just as they had made her what she was. Feeling a softening in her heart toward him, Mira hardened herself against it. 5 years ago, Rand and Rosalie had offered both of the Germains a new life in England, a life in which they would no longer have to steal what they needed and prey on those who were unable to defend themselves. Mira had wanted that chance desperately. Guillaume had destroyed it for both of them. "What is it, Guillaume?" she asked quietly. "You're here because you want something from me." I don't know how to start." Somehow they had switched roles. It seemed as if she were the older one and he was the younger, dependent one. "Start by telling me what happened after we parted," Mira prompted. "You had become involved with a gang, an organization, Stop Hole Abbey. I've been with them ever since you left me. Over the past 5 years I have become an important man. I started out by doing little things. Ah, little things," she repeated coldly, "like trying to kidnap Rosalie 5 years ago and using me to betray her and Lord Berkeley." Guillaume seemed surprised by her hardness. What had he expected of her? Mira wondered angrily. That she would run to him with outflung arms and tears of gladness. Had he expected that kind of reunion after what he had done to her? He reminded her of a child who knew that he had misbehaved but felt no real remorse.
"I had to do that," he said. They promised me so much, Mira. I had to do it. They said I would be rich someday, and I was going to share it all with you." "You don't seem to be very rich," she observed, looking up and down his lean, ill-clad form, and suddenly his dark brown eyes flashed with resentment. "But you are married to a Faulkner. How did you do it? What trick did you use? Or was it luck? You were always very lucky. You were my charm."
"When you left me, I didn't leave you because I wanted to. I was forced to make a choice between going and staying and sinking down with you." "I didn't sink," he said indignantly. "Far from it. I'm an important man in Stop Hole Abbey now. I have special responsibilities." "What kind of responsibilities? Things as bad as what you and I did? Tricking people, taking their money, hurting?" "What we did were merely children's games," he said scornfully. She nodded slowly. Children's games, that was a good way to put it. While other children had been playing jackstraws or looking at picture cards, she had been picking pockets. But she and Guillaume had always stopped at certain unspoken limits. How far would he have gone, she wondered despairingly, after crossing the threshold of those limits? She looked away from him, trying to swallow the ache in her throat. "Do you want to know what I do?" he asked, his expression taunting. "I'm in charge of a whole group of men. I became friends with the leader of Stop Hole. He makes all the decisions and knows everything that goes on. He can have anything he wants, and he put me in charge of his special project. My men and I collect girls right off the streets, sometimes from their homes, sometimes we even whisk them right out of the shops they work in. Only pretty ones, and we sell them and send them away to—" "Don't tell me!" she cried, shuddering. "Why are you here? Why are you telling me this, to frighten me? What do you want, Fee? I have a problem. Only you can help me. I had a few debts. I skimmed off a little money from Stop Hole's profits to pay them off. But now a few men in the organisation are suspicious, and it's only a matter of time before they find out that I took the money, and when they do, I won't have a chance. If you don't give me the money to replace what I took from Stophole, my death will be on your conscience. No, you'll find some other way to get the money, but you won't get it from me. It would never stop. You would come to me over and over again, always asking for more. So you've become greedy, petite sir. You have more money than you could ever spend, and you're married to a powerful man, but you won't spare a cent to save my life. I'll just have to ask your husband for help." "What?" she whispered. "I've heard that the Faulkners take care of their own, and since I'm your brother, surely I must have some claim, yes. I'll have to talk to Lord Faulkner about everything, explain my troubles, explain about our background." "You think you can blackmail me?" Mira said, feeling a burst of inner panic that she could not let him see. "But why do you think I haven't already told him everything, including the part about Maman? You wouldn't have I know that about you if I know nothing else. But if you're telling the truth, then you'd have no objection to my discussing it with him, would you? You may expect me to call later on this evening. We'll laugh about it together, the biggest joke in England, with all the women he could have chosen. Alec Faulkner married a French whore's daughter. No. Should I tell him that Maman took care of her customers right in front of you when you were a baby? That you and she lived in the same room until you were old enough to move to the corner in the kitchen? Stop it. And then I'll tell him that if I hadn't taken you away after Maman died, you would have become a whore too. You would be in that brothel today, spreading your legs for anyone with a pocketful of francs. No. Mira wailed, covering her face with her hands and bursting into tears. She wept uncontrollably, turning away from her brother and hiding the sight of her fear and guilt from him. After the storm had subsided to gulping sobs, she staggered to a slender tree and leaned against it, unmindful that its bark was digging into the side of her face. She did not look at Guillaume, but she knew that he was still standing there, patient, watchful, waiting. "I have some money," she whispered, "but I can't give you more than a few £100 in cash. Jewellery." "Surely he's given you plenty of that." "Yes. Then bring it out here tomorrow and show it to me. I'll only take what I need. He's coming back tonight. He'll probably be with me all day tomorrow. Then go and get it right now. I'll wait here." She was in the middle of a nightmare. In a matter of seconds, years had dissolved into nothingness, and she was no longer Mira Faulkner. She was Mireille Germain, helpless, frightened, afraid to stay, afraid to run.
"Guillaume?"
she begged. "After today, you plan to come back. I know you do. And there'll never be an end, not until you've taken everything I have and destroyed my marriage, and that will kill me. Don't come back again, please. Go fetch your jewellery, Mira." Guillaume had taken a large portion of her possessions, and she was already frantic with worry. How could the jewellery not be missed? Perhaps she could claim that it had been stolen, but no. Then the blame might be unfairly cast upon one or more of the servants, and she could never allow that. She sat in the bedroom after returning from her meeting with Guillaume, and she refused to take supper, feeling ill and forlorn as evening fell. Faint sounds from outside attracted her attention, and she went to the window. They had returned, the door of a carriage opened, and Alec's black head appeared, running swiftly out of the keep and down a long flight of stairs. Mira reached the front entrance just as Carr and Alec walked in. She had never been so glad to see him. She had never needed his arms around her more than at this moment. "Alec!" she cried out with gladness, and he laughed as she flew to him. He caught her in his arms and whirled her around once before letting her down to the ground and covering her mouth with his. She wrapped her arms around his neck and moulded her slim body to his, and the kiss might have lasted several minutes more had it not been for Juliana's harumphing. Ridiculous, these public displays, Mira. It only encourages him to neglect you when you let him go and then welcome him back without a fuss. You should chide him for leaving you, not scream and run to him as if you. She doesn't need to chide me for leaving her, Alec interrupted his mother, his arms tightening around Mira as he smiled down at her. I've been chiding myself for it every minute. Did you have any luck concerning Holtz? Mira began to ask, and he silenced her with a quick kiss. No, love. But it doesn't matter. You were right. It's better left in the past. I'm not going to look for the answers any longer. The answer to every question of importance is right here in my arms. Oh, how she loved him. Right in front of Juliana Carr and anyone else who might have been watching, Mira pulled Alec's head down to hers, her lips passionate and sweet. She touched the tip of her tongue to his in a secret promise, felt a slight tremor in his arms, and pulled away with a shy smile. "Has either of you had any supper?" she asked Carr, who shook his head in an unusually bashful manner. "I'm going to tell the cook to prepare something for you this very moment," she said. "I know how long the journey must have." "Thank you, but I'm too tired to eat," Carr said, throwing her a grateful smile. "Several hours of sleep is what I need. The only thing you can do for me," Alec whispered in her ear, "is take me to bed right now." They all retired to their rooms, and Mira acted as valet for her husband, helping him off with his boots and laying his clothes neatly across the back of a chair. He complicated the process, however, by insisting on removing her clothes at the same time, which resulted in a few tangles of arms and legs, several muffled laughs, and even a few popped buttons. Finally the task was done, and Alec fell onto the bed in a magnificent sprawl, tugging at Mira's wrist until she collapsed on top of him with a giggle. "I love you, Lady Faulkner," he murmured, straining his fingers through her sable hair as it cascaded over his chest. "I love you, my lord." Her lower lip curved into a smile as his thumb caressed it gently. "Don't call me your lord. Call me your love. Your husband, my life," she whispered, her eyes glowing. "My love! My joy!" She trailed kisses across his neck and shoulder. "My heart, my strength." She pressed a kiss to his chest and then rested her cheek against it. "Or perhaps I should simply call you mine. Call me a fool for having left you," he said huskily, turning onto his side and gathering her close. Her slender thighs intruded between his and her hips, cradled the hot, pulsing length of his manhood. They were both aroused by the contact, but neither of them moved, merely remained in the intimate clasp until Mira shifted slightly, eager to hasten their joining. "Always so anxious," Alec murmured, making no move to enter her. "Always," she admitted readily, urging her hips against his until she felt the hardness of him riding between her thighs, and she gasped with anticipation. Alec smiled and bent to kiss her breasts, cupping them with his hands. Though his touch was far from rough, Mira couldn't help wincing suddenly. Instantly Alec was aware of her discomfort, and his hands became so light on her skin that he was barely touching her. "More sensitive than usual," he said, a question in his voice, and she nodded breathlessly, trembling as he caressed her with incredible gentleness. His mouth moved tenderly over the soft peaks of her breasts until they hardened into rosy points. She moaned, lifting up to him, drawing closer to the source of her pleasure, drifting among blossoms of feeling. But then one of his hands moved down to her abdomen, and his palm pressed against the slight swell of her stomach. His hand was exploratory and curiously protective. Mira froze at the gesture, her eyes widening as they locked with his. His gaze was warm and searching, and he was touching her as if he thought, "Mira," he asked softly, "is it possible that you are—" "No. I know every inch of you, and there's something different. No, you're wrong. When was your last monthly flow? You should have had it by now if— I missed it because of the wedding. I was tense and upset, and in a few days I'm sure I know my own body far better than you do, and there's nothing different, nothing at all." "All right," he soothed, his hand moving up to her arm. "Of course you do. It was only a question." It would be too soon," she said, trying to explain her sudden apprehension. A baby, on top of everything else she had to worry about. She sighed inwardly at the thought. "I need more time with you alone, and I would be so helpless and clumsy, and you wouldn't want me for months. Besides, I don't know how to take care of a baby. Mira, shh, wait. I wouldn't want you? Where did you get such a ridiculous idea? There won't ever come a day when I'll stop wanting you. I'll be twice this size when I carry a child. You'll be twice as beautiful in my eyes, and I'll waddle like a duck. That will make it easier for me to catch you when you make me chase you around Don't joke about it. It's just like a man to say something like that." I'm merely attempting to put your concerns to rest. Yes, I'll still want you. I'll always consider you the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, waddle or no waddle. And about taking care of the baby, there will be so many people who will spend their time ogling, pampering, and monopolizing the child that we'll have to visit the nursery by appointment. I wouldn't know how to be a mother. All women do instinctively. Whoever said that didn't know what he was talking about. I don't have any of those instincts. You damn well do. I've never seen anyone who likes to take care of other people more than you do. Yes, but... And you have so much love to give, sweet. I don't know of anyone more fit to be a mother than you. It's not that I don't eventually want children, Mira said, her uneasiness fading gradually. It's just that I wouldn't want a baby now. I'd prefer it to be later, he admitted, smoothing her hair and kissing her forehead. But if it isn't, then we'll accept whatever lies in store for us and deal with it together. Agreed. Agreed, she said, and his arms drew around her firmly. As he held her, she closed her eyes and nearly quivered with contentment, warm in the circle of his arms, secure in his strength. I suppose you may be right about a few things, she murmured. He nudged her legs apart and buried his mouth in the valley between her breasts. Of course I am. We'd still have time alone together even after the baby was born, wouldn't we? Of course we would. I would like to have a little boy or a little girl. Yes, either one would be nice. Very nice, he agreed huskily, smiling at her with such heart-stopping warmth that she had to reach up and kiss him. Their mouths blended together as he responded slowly, appreciatively, kissing her with such tender skill that Mira felt the glow of fire spread over her body and down to her toes. Alec lifted his head and regarded her with gleaming silver eyes. My love, he whispered, you are holding a man in your arms who hasn't made love to you for days and is feeling rather desperate. May we postpone the rest of our conversation just for a little while? We may, she said, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Alec did not mention the possibility of a baby again, but as each day passed, Mira became more aware of the subtle changes in her body and was certain that she was pregnant. She visited Rosalie at Berkeley Hall to confide the news. Rosalie was clearly delighted, revealed that she herself was in the family way and had been ever since Brighton, and she diplomatically omitted to ask how far along Mira was. Which was just as well, considering the fact that the baby had probably been conceived a good month before her marriage to Alec. It might have been a happy time for Mira, filled with anticipation, filled with new beginnings, but much of what might have been was obscured by the shadow that Guillaume had cast. It was becoming difficult for Mira to bear up under the strain of wondering about him and when he would appear again. Now there was even more for her to lose, even more that he could take away from her. Some days she could hardly swallow a bite of food, or concentrate on a book, or a conversation, or relax enough to sleep. Sometimes she caught Alec staring at her with an unfathomable expression, as if he suspected something but could no bring himself to ask her about it. The only time that she did not think about Guillaume or allow herself to worry about him was when Alec made love to her. Only then was she able to escape. She knew Alec sensed that something was troubling her, but for some reason he did not pressure her to talk about it. Every night he seemed bent on wringing delight out of every nerve in her body. He tormented, teased, loved her until she was senseless with the most spectacular pleasure she had ever known. The days that she worried the most were when Alec was gone, either to attend to family business or to oversee the management of the estate. As she had expected and dreaded on one of these mornings of Alec's absence, she received another note from Guillaume. Though her heart was filled with dread, she slipped out unnoticed to meet him at the edge of the garden. She had no alternative, nothing to bargain with. Guillaume was waiting for her with an odd smile on his thin face, his dark eyes trained on her alertly. Mira was torn between pain and hatred as she saw him. She could not believe that they had come to this, not when they had once been as close as a brother and sister could be. They had helped each other to survive, defended each other from the rest of the world. But still, inside, she had always been aware of a small flicker of fear. She had seen what he had been capable of doing to other people. She had recognized that he always put his own interests first, before everyone else's, before hers. "More debts to pay?" she asked dully. "I knew you would want more from me, but the truth is that I haven't much more to give. The rest of your jewellery would be a good start. I brought it in this bag, but after you take this, I have no other resources." "You're married to a bloody duke, Mira. You have other resources here. Give me that." Opening the bag and surveying its contents, he sent her a glance snapping with disdain. "Trinkets! I need more than this. I don't have any more. That's too bad. I don't relish the task of telling your husband about you, Petite, but it looks as thoughtly. Wait," she said, biting her lip as her eyes welled with tears. With shaking hands she plucked at the golden chain around her neck. Pulling the Faulkner medallion out of her bodice, in the shade of the trees, the medallion gleamed with an almost unearthly brightness, rich and heavy, glittering with perfectly faceted gems. It was warm from her body, retaining the heat of her skin long after she had removed it. It had been hers ever since her first night with Alec. For months it had been her only link with him. It was their bond. Clutching it in her fist, she held it for one moment longer before giving it to Guillaume, feeling almost a physical pain as its weight was taken away from her palm and relinquished to his. "Yes, something like this is more what I was expecting," Guillaume said, staring down at it appreciatively. "This should do very well for now." "It's the last thing I can give you," Mira replied, nearly choking with resentment. "I won't ever come to meet you again, Guillaume. No matter what you threaten to tell my husband, you'll never take anything from me again. You're wrong about that." He contradicted in a soft, insolent voice. "You're going to find more to bring to me, and I'll be here tomorrow morning waiting. I won't be here. If you're not, I'll tell him everything. Tell him about Maman. I don't care. You just might be underestimating him and his capacity for understanding and forgiving those he loves. And he loves me." "He might forgive you about Maman," Guillaume conceded. "It's possible. He will. And I'm certain that he loves you. But love always has its limits. For you, perhaps, but not for. You're a lovable little creature, Mira. I've always thought so. I imagine he'd be able to forgive you almost anything. Anything but murder. What murder?" Mira asked sharply, feeling her face go white. "You're talking like a madman." "The murder of his cousin," Guillaume replied, seeming to relish her stunned expression. "But that happened before he met me. I had nothing to do with that. Why? Why did you mention it? I have no connection with his cousin's murder." "I do," Guillaume murmured. "I did it." "You're lying," she said, her voice shaking. "I'm not. His cousin was asking questions around the stop-hole flash houses, looking for one of the girls we'd taken. He found the right people, asked a few lucky questions. He learned too much. Naturally, we couldn't let it go on. It's my job to clean up bungles and complications, and I was the one who took care of him. At the time I had no way of knowing that he would have been a relative of yours, not that it would have made any difference." "You're lying. It's not the same man. His name was Holt Faulkner. Tall, slim, black-haired, strong bugger, too. As I remember, it took 3 of us to hold him down long enough to—" "Oh, God," Mira said brokenly, sinking down to the ground and putting her head between her knees as a wave of nausea nearly overcame her. Guillaume's story was too awful, too improbable not to believe. "Oh, God. Yes, you realize exactly what it means. If he finds out what I did, he'll think of it every time he looks at you, every time he climbs into your bed." Yes. She knew what Holt had meant to Alec. She knew the depth of Alec's loyalty. She knew of the sleepless nights that Alec had spent wondering why and who. No, he could not forgive this, even if he wanted to. "I was such a fool," she whispered, "thinking that I had a chance to be happy." "You still do, if you can keep it a secret from him. And that means keeping me happy, little one. So until tomorrow, I'll leave you to think of how you're going to get more to bring me. Au revoir." She did not look up as he left. She was too weak, too defeated to move. "Where," she wondered wretchedly, "do you go when your life is over?" "Alec," she whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." It was the first time Mira had not met him at the door when he returned home. Alec scowled slightly, having become accustomed to his wife's habit of coming down from the keep when he arrived and greeting him at the front entrance. Carr, who had abandoned London in favour of a few days' rest at the castle, walked to the bottom of the stairs and lounged against the railing. "Hello, Alec. I have some things to ask you." "Where's Mira?" Alec asked shortly. Carr shrugged carelessly. "Haven't seen her all day, not since this morning. She said something about a headache and that she was indisposed and didn't want to be disturbed. Did she seem ill this morning? Was she in reasonably good spirits, or I wouldn't be too concerned. Most women are indisposed occasionally." "You haven't seen her all day?" "That's right. Now, what I wanted to ask you, in a few minutes," Alex said absently, glancing up the stairs. "First, I want to see my wife. There was something wrong. The silence, her absence, it didn't sit well with his intuition. It didn't feel right." Resisting the urge to race up to their room, he walked up the steps, his scowl deepening as he reached the door of their bedroom. Turning the knob and going in, he cast a quick glance around the room, seeing nothing but empty shadows. "Mira," he said aloud, though some part of his mind already sensed that it was useless. Slowly he walked to the dresser and picked up the scrap of paper folded in half, his hand trembling slightly as he saw his name written on it. "Alec, if I stayed here any longer, I would be lying to you every day, trying to hide things that should not be kept secret from you. You will agree that it is best for me to go. What I must tell you will cause your feelings for me to change, just as I told you they would." There was more, but suddenly Alec's eyes watered and he could not read. The sound of his voice shot through the room like the crack of a rifle. "Mira!" A few seconds later, Carr appeared at the doorway, his eyes wide with anxiety. "What? What happened? Is she—" Quickly, he took in the sight of the empty room and the note in Alec's hand. He met Alec's gaze, which was such a glittery, pale shade of grey that he was chilled by it. "She's gone," Alec said hoarsely. "I have to leave right away." "There's still time to find her," Carr replied rapidly, not bothering to waste time with unnecessary questions. "She can't have gotten far in a day. She didn't take a carriage. I've been here all day. I'll take the carriage to the nearest posting house and hire a saddle horse there. You're right, she can't be far from here. By tonight she'll have reached an inn somewhere. I'll go downstairs and see that everything's made ready for you to leave." As Carr left, Alec lowered his gaze back to the note and read it in a daze. Regret, anguish, love, and fear threatened to overwhelm him, and then all of it was masked with a surge of anger that burned right to the surface. Did she have so little faith in him that she would turn and run once again, after all of the reassurances, the support, the declarations he had given to her? She had reacted once more like a frightened child, and the helplessness he felt only added to his anger. Striding downstairs, he snatched up his coat and thrust the brief letter at Carr with a grimace. Carr took it automatically, his eyes on Alec's grim face. "I'm going with you," he said. Alec shook his head. "I'll do it alone. It might take a day or two, but if you can find out where she's headed. It won't take more than a few hours. I'm going to find her before tonight is over, if I have to tear the region apart."
"Alec?"
Carr said hesitantly, looking more than a little concerned. "I know you're angry with her, but she's obviously having a difficult time of it. Be lenient with her." "I'll be lenient," Alec assured him curtly, "after I wring her little neck. You told me that she's run many times before. Old habits are hard to break, and she just needs— This one is going to be broken," Alec said darkly. "Soon. I think I should go with you. I think you'd better stay here and read that note."
Why?
Carr looked down at the letter he held. "Call it my gift to you. Guillaume will be waiting to meet with Mira at the edge of the garden tomorrow morning. Since my errant wife won't be here to welcome him, I'm certain you'll want to take her place." "I'll be damned!" Carr exclaimed, his concern for Mira temporarily forgotten as he gazed down at the note, his expression vibrant with a blaze of fierce satisfaction. "Enjoy yourself," Alec said softly, closing the door behind him. Mira drew close to the fire, shivering as thunder roared outside the inn, and rain poured down in a ferocious torrent. It was black and cold outside, the night was wind-whipped and rough, and she was lucky to have found refuge a few hours before the storm had worsened to this degree. Her room was small and comfortable, complete with a tiny bed and clean sheets, a fireplace, a table, a chair, and a washstand. For the most part, however, the comforts of her surroundings were lost on her. She stared blindly into the fire, hugging her knees, thinking of all that had happened that day, running over it repeatedly, seeing Guillaume's face, wondering what Alec was doing at this moment. Only a shred of doubt remained about whether or not she had done what was right. She knew that Alec would not want her after he read her letter. Still, she knew that she should have told him everything in person. She had owed that to him. She had run without facing him, but facing him and witnessing his contempt, his anger, his rejection, would have been more than she could have withstood. She knew her limits, she knew what she could survive, and what would be too much to bear, and the sight of Alec's hatred would have been worse than a bullet through the heart. Her tortured thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Thinking that it was the chambermaid, Mira rose to her feet and went to the door, her fingers poised above the bolt. "Yes, what is it?" she asked, and was startled by the sound of a man's voice muffled by the door. "Open it, Mira," Alec's voice. She was astounded that he had found her so quickly, so easily, and she stared at the door, unable to move. Suddenly it burst open with the sound of a tremendous blow, the flimsy bolt popping off and bouncing on the floor. She fled to the other side of the room with the swiftness of a startled rabbit. Her pupils dilated until the bittersweet brown was swallowed up by black. Alec stood in the doorway, his raven hair plastered to his forehead, his clothes dripping water in a myriad of puddles. His pale grey eyes were red-rimmed, glimmering oddly in his dark face, a face so harshly set that she barely recognized it as her husband's. He had never seemed so large or frightening. Suddenly she was afraid of him. No trace of the man she had known and loved could be found in this apparition. He was a stranger who stared at her and spoke so coldly that she flinched as if he had struck her. "You gave your maid's name to the innkeeper," he said. "I would have expected something more original from you." His gaze was icy as he looked at her, noting the way the firelight shone through her white nightgown and illuminated the slender shadow of her body. Then he looked around the room. Tea and a feather bed, a fire, a newspaper. Very cosy, especially on a stormy night. "Your clothes?" she said, her voice faltering. "You're so wet, you'll catch. Spare me the wifely concern." There was a wall between them that had never been there before, and it seemed so impenetrable, so unyielding that Mira took a few steps back, shaking her head helplessly. Her movement spurred Alec into action. He strode over to the chair, picked it up and wedged it underneath the doorknob, sealing them inside the firelit room. Standing several feet away from him, Mira bent her head. "How did you find me?" "It wasn't difficult to figure out that you walked to the village and found transportation there. I knew you couldn't have gotten very far. This is only the second inn I've checked. The innkeeper was very helpful, telling me about a small, dark-haired woman named Mary Cobbett, who had... I paid him not to talk to anyone. If a man can be bought once, he can be bought twice. I paid him more than you did." She nodded, staring at the floor. "Did you read the letter?" she asked huskily. "Yes, I read it. Very informative. Your letter. It made everything quite clear to me. You understand why? After I found out about Guillaume—" "Oh, I understand," he said silkily, taking off his coat and flinging it in the corner with such savage force that she quivered in reaction. "I understand exactly how much you trust me and exactly what you think of me. Alec, I love you, but I couldn't stay after—" "Love!" he sneered. "Don't offer that as an excuse. If what you did today was out of love, then I don't want it. I don't need any part of it."
"I've known about your brother for weeks, Mira, and all about what he did to Holt." "You couldn't have!" she gasped, her mind reeling with confusion. "Not during all those nights that all the times that I found out during that last trip to London with Carr. I wasn't certain if you knew what Guillaume had done or not, but that didn't seem to dampen my ardour for you, did it? You seem so surprised, Lady Faulkner. You still wanted me after you knew.
I don't understand. You have every right to despise me for what my brother did and what my mother. I have every right to horsewhip you for sneaking off like a coward without giving me a chance to talk to you. Your faith in me is rather negligible, isn't it? You were so goddamned certain that I would blame you, so certain that I wasn't worthy of your trust. It wasn't like that, Mira cried. I was doing it for you, of course. I wouldn't expect that you would want me after reading that letter. Then what the hell do you expect of me? He demanded in a black rage. What in God's name were you thinking of? You let your brother blackmail you. You left me intending to deny me the opportunity of ever seeing my son or daughter, all because you think I can't love you unconditionally. What makes you think that your capacity for love is greater than mine? I told you once that I would never judge you. I told you that I would always take your side. I told you that I needed you and you. Suddenly his voice cracked, and he turned away from her with a curse, his broad shoulders rigid with tension, his black head bowed. I was afraid I'd never find you, he said hoarsely. Mira made her way to him slowly, her eyes wet, her face flushed with hope and relief that was dizzy sweet as it coursed through her, and love that was so intense it felt like pain. Suddenly she saw how much she had hurt him. She understood that he did need her, and she understood what a terrible mistake she had made. Any woman would sell her soul to be needed so much. Alec, she said unsteadily, it broke my heart to think that I would never see you again. He kept his back to her, his fingers whitening as his hands clenched into fists. How could you have left like that? He muttered. I didn't understand. I didn't realize how you'd feel. I want you to be happy. I thought you'd be happier without me. It was cowardly, but I didn't want to face up to what I'd lost, what I thought I'd lost. But from now on, everything will be different. You know all of my secrets, and there's nothing I'm afraid of anymore. Don't ever leave me again, he said roughly. I won't, I swear it. Next time there'll be hell to pay. There'll never be a next time. I'm going to hold you to your promises.
I'll keep them,
she promised tearfully, and suddenly he turned, and his mouth was on hers, and she was held so tightly that she could barely breathe. His arms were hard and crushing, shaking from the force of his passion. Her thin nightgown was soaked by the cold rainwater that saturated his clothes. Her fingers were sliding through the wet obsidian of his hair. She didn't feel the cold. She was burning from inside. Welcoming the punishing kiss, she parted her lips and offered him the sweetness of her mouth, and he took it, not with appreciation or gratitude, but with a fierce demand for more. His lips parted from hers and slid down her neck, and she trembled underneath his plundering mouth, words escaping her lips in a fragile whisper. Take me to bed, she sighed. Alec, I need you. I need to feel you inside me. Silently, he lifted his head and stared down at her, his arms tightening around her slim body. In a lithe movement, he picked her up and carried her to the bed, his eyes, blazing with desire, fastened on her as if he were afraid she might disappear, and his gaze did not waver from her as he shed his clothes. He dwarfed the small bed as he pulled her to the centre of the mattress. She caught her breath as he ripped her delicate white gown down the centre, too impatient to unfasten the tiny buttons that held it together. Brushing aside the remnants of the gown, Alec lowered his body over hers, and she felt hot and cold shivers run down her spine as his naked flesh covered hers. He was as sleek and strong as a panther, demanding that she satisfy his hunger, unaware that there was any other world outside the small room. His bare flesh was damp with rainwater, and soon her skin was moistened from it as well, and she pressed her open mouth against his skin. He tasted like rain, like the storm, and she licked at the dampness with delicate flutters of her tongue. He groaned her name and bent his head to her breasts, his mouth flickering around the pale pink areola of her nipple, drawing it into his mouth, playing lightly with his tongue until the aroused flesh responded, contracting into hard buds. He seemed to savour the helpless sound she made, and as he continued to tease her breasts with his mouth, his hands drifted over the rest of her body. His fingertips smoothed across her legs and hips, drew a pattern slowly across her stomach, wandered to the insides of her thighs, and teased them further apart. Mira arched up to him hungrily, crooning encouragement, desperate for the relief his touch could give her. But his hand moved, slowly, lazily, until she whimpered her need for him to end the torment. Moaning as she felt his fingers slip inside her, she undulated her hips in response to his rhythm. Suddenly, his finger was withdrawn, and the shock of emptiness seared through her. Her hand slid down to his hard buttocks, urging him to settle on top of her. "I should make you wait longer," he whispered, desire shining in his eyes as he looked down at her. "For all I've suffered tonight, you should know a little of it too. Don't punish me." She arched up to him, pressing a coaxing kiss against his throat. "Don't punish me for loving you too much." "Oh God, Mira," he breathed, and entered her in one stroke, hard and swollen, filling her softness until she gasped and writhed in an effort to accommodate him. Thrusting heavily, he joined his body to hers with long, powerful drives as he brought her closer and closer to a dizzying precipice. Her shaking hands locked behind his flexing back. She buried her face in his throat and sobbed as she was overcome by an ecstasy more perfect, more complete than anything they had ever shared before. Her flesh tightened convulsively around his, and as the same tremors shook his body, she held him tightly, whispering her love against the damp heat of his skin. When he had recovered enough to move, Alec rolled over with her and sat up, cradling her against his chest as he leaned against the pillows. She rested her cheek on top of his shoulder, sighing in contentment. "I love you," he said thickly, unfastening her long braid and playing with the dark, silky locks. "Don't ever doubt it. If it takes a lifetime, I'll do whatever it takes to make you believe it." "I believe it right now," Mira replied, pressing a warm kiss on his lips, her eyes soft and brilliant as she met his gaze. "But I'll still require frequent reminders. So will I." "It's a good bargain," she murmured. "Your love for mine. That's not a bargain, sweet. It's a guarantee." The sound of raised voices filtered from the sitting room into the great hall, where they echoed until everyone in Faulkner Castle could hear the debate. Not a soul could be found tiptoeing through the hallways. When Alec matched up against Juliana, it was time to take shelter and close the doors. The Penryn will of steel and the explosive Faulkner temper. There was no telling who would win, but the combination was not a good one. While the argument progressed, Mira sat in the corner of the sofa, occupying herself with sorting through her bag of herbs in order to make an herbal compress for Juliana's eyes. Carr, the subject of the debate, sat nearby with a drink in his hand, having little success in interrupting and offering a word on his own behalf. Alec paced edgily around the room while Juliana spoke from her chair before the fire. "I don't see that there's much you can do to stop Carr from leaving," the matriarch said. "And your bullish temper isn't going to convince him to change his mind either. He won't be talked out of it." "Carr!" Mira interceded. "Are you certain that leaving England to search for Layla Holborn is what you want?" "It's what I want," Carr said, his green eyes sincere. "I know everyone thinks that it's merely out of obligation to Holt, but it's more than that. I asked Juliana to help me." "Talk him out of it," Alec said grimly, thinking that she would take a practical view of it all. And instead, probably just to confuse me, she prattled to him for an hour about knights and quests and all sorts of chivalric baldard. Juliana interrupted with a derisive snort. "I never prattle, Alec, and I dislike your implication that my advice to him has been less than sound. Furthermore, he's not a boy any longer, and he has the right to make decisions unaided by you or me or anyone else. Not when he has no idea what kind of trouble he can bring on himself," Alec said, scowling. "We're not talking about sending him on a tour abroad. He's going to a place where none of us will be able to help him out of his scrapes." "I dare say it will be safer than London," Juliana said. "Not for a greenhead like Carr, it won't," according to Guillaume. Layla had been kidnapped, sold by Stophole Abbey, and sent to northern Africa. There was no way of knowing who had her or where she was now, but Carr had surprised them all with the announcement that he intended to find her. Perhaps it had been his recent visit to Layla's family that had sparked the idea. Perhaps it was merely out of a feeling of obligation to Holt's memory, but whatever the reason, Carr seemed determined to search for her. Mira felt a wave of sympathy and understanding as she looked at Alec's young cousin. Over the past few days, he seemed to have left his boyhood behind. He had dealt with Guillaume with unexpected maturity, deciding to spare his life, and he saw to it personally that Guillaume was put on a ship to Australia. There Guillaume would have a difficult life to face, filled with work and hardship, and maybe it would change him for the better. Mira would always be grateful to Carr for his mercy toward her brother. Alec is just being protective, she whispered to Carr, while Juliana and Alec continued to argue. He feels responsible for those he cares about, and though he won't admit it, he's become very fond of you. I know, Carr said, chuckling softly. We'll all be glad when the baby's born. He'll be too involved with his son or daughter to give much thought to the rest of us. I wouldn't lay odds on that, Mira replied, and they smiled at each other. Are you against my going? He asked. Mira hesitated for a moment, then reached around her neck and took off the Faulkner medallion discreetly, wrapping the rope chain around the gleaming object. She held the solid weight of it in her palm. You brought this back to me, she said, looking at him steadily. It was once given to Alec as a sign of his coming of age. Take it with you on your journey, as a sign of my faith in you, mine, and Alec's. She grinned at him, and bring it back safely, or he'll have my head. Thank you, he said simply, taking the medallion and pocketing it, ducking his head to hide the emotion in his eyes. Mira smiled and called across the room to her husband. Alec, I believe I'll retire now. It's been a very long day. I'll accompany you upstairs, Alec replied automatically, throwing both Juliana and Carr a dark look. We'll finish this conversation tomorrow. Mira slipped her hand into his as they walked upstairs to the keep. Juliana's filling his head with nonsense, Alec grumbled. Can you picture him prancing through Africa looking for that girl? He doesn't even know what she looks like. Perhaps he should go. Have you considered what there is for him to do now? His brother's death has been explained. His books no longer hold the interest for him that they used to. He seems to think that he has little in common with his friends now. He's anxious to exercise his newfound independence. Perhaps he needs a quest.
There are more practical things for him to set his energies toward, Alec said, picking her up when they reached the landing and carrying her to the bedroom. I agree. She hooked her arms around his neck. But none of your suggestions would be as romantic as the idea of rescuing a fair lady in distress, would they? Alec grinned down at her, reluctantly, his eyes twinkling. No, they wouldn't. There you have it, she said reasonably.
Now, are we going to continue talking about this for the next few hours, or do you have any other suggestions about how we should spend the rest of the night? I have a few, he admitted, depositing her on the bed and sitting down beside her. There's only one problem. What is that? Tonight's not long enough for everything I have in mind. We have more than just one night, Mira said, stretching lazily. We have forever. His blood stirred with increasing warmth as he looked at her. So beautiful, so special, so much his. She was the one thing he had never taken for granted, nor would he ever. Forever's not long enough. Oh, we'll get by on it, she said, and smiled as he leaned over and kissed her.